can count when you're happy. 1, 2, 3, 4, you can count when you're sad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or count when you're frightened. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, count when you're mad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ah! Counting is wonderful, counting is marvelous, counting's terrific and how.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Counting Kryptofreaks, The Revenge. It's me, Captain Logan, and joining me as always is my wonderful co-host. He is a trooper. It's John. Hi, John.
Hello everyone.
And joining us for at least the first few episodes, once again, for no good reason, because he doesn't even like this show, it's Austin the Day Ghost.
What's up?
Hey, thanks for being here, Austin. I don't know why you do it, but you always add some variety and some comedy and maybe a little bit of perspective.
I was going to say thanks for having me, and then I realized I didn't want to lie on camera.
You're like, oh, wait, but I have to talk about Smallville again.
Yeah, exactly.
John, if this works out, we actually get through the whole season. And we have so far, knock on wood. We haven't had any technical problems. Neither of us has completely fallen asleep yet. It's been dodgy here and there, but that hasn't happened yet. We will be at the halfway mark at the end of today.
Yeah, I was telling Austin that earlier. Did you ever think you'd make it this far, Cap?
I was certainly hoping so, John, because I've tried to do this show in so many different iterations. It's really time for it to be completed. So I don't know. I needed it to be done. I've started and canceled. Really I've started and canceled Counting Kryptofreaks more time than Clark has attempted to play football.
Well, at least it's not as many times as Clark's been exposed to Kryptonite.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Or as many times as there's been blatant DC/Superman references.
I was going to say, I didn't want to pick anything on the count because it would be massively exaggerated. Because most of those things, there are quite a few of. Hey, a couple of announcements before we get started. First of all, welcome. Thanks a lot for being here live. We've got a good crowd already, and thanks for watching this. Later on after the fact, jumping around, I'm sure, if you're doing that. You guys are wonderful. Thanks for keeping this series going. We've had a really good response to this, and I'm glad that, like I said on the Captain Logan show the other day, that somebody is watching. So anyway, the first thing I want to mention is we've got our regular super chat menu for a $2 super chat throughout the night and into the day tomorrow. You can get us to play something random on the Superman soundboard. We're still doing the Wheel of Weird. Hopefully we get to say Clark a whole bunch more times, and for a $10 super chat, we'll take a Smallville quiz. So we're keeping the super chat menu exactly the same. Every 6 hours, we will pick an honorary Kryptofreak, just somebody who has been leaving lots of comments and helping us keep things lively and interesting. And it's got to be somebody that hasn't been on there before. As you can see, that list has gotten longer and longer, and after a while, it's going to be hard to keep it all on the screen, but I'm still going to add to it. For this show, we'll see what we end up doing next time. We might have to have like a first half, second half for that. I'm not sure yet. And then I'm also going to do some giveaways this time like we did all the way back on the season 1 show. I'm going to do, or actually no, I think it was the second or third that we did prints. We've done giveaways for I think 2 shows, and I'm going to do it again. So we're going to give away some prints of original art done for the channel by Tyler Overall, and I'm going to show you those prints right now. If you get one of these, you'll get to pick between these 3, and all you have to do, this is not related to Super Chats, so just being here and sending me an email is how you get put in the running for this. It's like a raffle, but you don't have to pay for it. Just send me one email, though. Don't send a bunch of them. And my email address is in the description. It's captainlogan1989@gmail.com. Send me an email for that, and then at the end of the show, I'm going to pick 3 different people to pick between these 3 prints. Now, it's not like each of these I'm only going to give to one person. You can pick between any of these 3. So one of them is the Smallville cover that I gave away for the first show, and then on the very very right is the new superhero rewind movie teaser poster, which I unveiled on the Captain Logan show last night. And if you win that, you'll be one of, if not the first person to get one, because I'm not even making those available with donation until next year. So this is potentially a way to get that if you're lucky enough and you win this. And then this is the first I've been showing this, actually. This is the Spawn Year 10th anniversary poster that Ty also made for me. And I'm going to try to make these available here in the next week or two. But you can get your hands on a free one potentially. Just send me an email. And like I said, I'll pick 3 people out of everybody who participates in that. Austin, I think that Spawn Year poster came out really great.
That's the first time I've seen that.
I was gonna say, did I ever send you a picture of that? He's been working on that for a little while, but I didn't know if I'd sent you that yet.
No, I knew he was working on it, but I hadn't seen it.
Yeah, those all look pretty awesome.
Yeah, I'm super excited about that. I need to get like big posters of all of those and put them in my house somewhere. So anyway, we're going to go ahead and get right into it. So, as I always like to do at the beginning of the stream, I'll read out what all the counts are right now. Everybody, please help us out with the count, and that's one of the main ways that you can make yourself an honorary Kryptofreak. I actually did prepare a little bit for this one. I usually just go off of memory, but now we're into a season that I don't know as well, so I felt the need to go ahead and go back through it, and I know that John has also been doing that.
I watched this, but it was like right after we finished season 4, so it has been a minute still for me.
Yeah, it's been a few weeks, but it's still relatively recent. It's not like it was, a year ago.
Yeah, but no, I did recently rewatch this, and I think overall, not to give away, and I won't give away feelings on any specific episode, just as the season is overall.
Yeah,
I ended up enjoying this season more than I remember.
I had the same thing with it.
So I'm excited to revisit it to see if it still if I still feel that way when I'm delirious and half asleep.
Yeah, and you'll have more of an interesting perspective on this because you've more recently watched the next couple of seasons or season and a half, right? Aren't you in the middle of 7 right now?
I am in the middle of 8.
Oh wow, okay. So you'll even have that stuff to compare it to, which I haven't watched any of that in a very long time.
And I will say, I'm liking season 8 quite a bit.
I think it's got a pretty solid first half, but I think it goes downhill real hard in the second. But that's going on decade-old memories, so.
Yeah.
Are you not having that?
I mean, I'm on, according to Hulu, I'm on episode 8 of season 8.
Okay, see, you're right around where I think it starts to get dodgy. And
it's interesting because it does feel like a different show. We've lost half of our supporting cast.
Yeah.
It's Smallville, this town of Smallville is kind of like an afterthought. Now it's all firmly in Metropolis, but maybe it's nostalgia because that's the status quo I remember the most. Because I have the same thing with Buffy, is there's a specific status quo of Buffy that I'm most familiar with, and it's my favorite status quo of the show. And that's what I have with Smallville in the later seasons.
Yeah. And Angel is sort of that way for me too. Although it's first season and 5th season, and then the stuff in the middle is the status quo, or various status quos that I'm not as into.
Okay. Season 5 is my favorite season of Angel, but I think my favorite status quo is season 3.
Okay, interesting. Well, I'm excited to eventually talk about all that with you too. Hopefully we can make that happen, because we've talked about it forever.
Thomas Lowe says that this season is the sandest season, so I'm excited to see all the sand we're going to get.
Yeah, what does that mean?
I hate sand. Makura,
there's not a lot of it in Kansas. I mean, we've got some, but we don't have beach. It doesn't come from the beach.
Well, I know Aquaman shows up, so there's going to be some sand there.
He does. And you may actually be here for that episode, because that's really early. That's like episode 4.
That's what John told me.
It's called Aqua.
Of course it is.
Which is what their Aquaman show should have been called. It should have just been called Aqua. It's too good to even have man in the title. But I'm sorry, John, what were you saying?
Makura, I apologize if I mispronounced that, did send in a $4.99 super chat. Here briefly to express my outrage that you don't appreciate the only piece of marketing that has ever made me want to watch this show.
Yeah, I didn't bring that into the stream. I meant to. I forgot about. You know, a part of me, I thought about just leaving it on the my OBS setup for the entire 24 hours, and I decided that was maybe not the best idea. Because YouTube can be like weird and dodgy with things, and we might get like blocked or demonetized or something over it. So I didn't. But yeah, he's referring to the kind of infamous good sex bad Lex poster that sold season 5. And if you want to see that poster, I put it on the post I made today in the community tab on Geekvolution, because it was very exciting to have an excuse to post that again.
It is a killer poster.
It's absolutely preposterous. And I had this thought, John, because that poster has like what looks like a like from the you know, like chest up at least, like a naked Clark, a naked Lana, and then behind them just like Lex, like peering eerily. And I had this thought, I was like, you could use the exact same stupid catchphrase for the next season and only have Lex and Lana on the poster, and it still works.
Well, you know what they should have done is they should have made this premiere a 2-parter, and then the first part is called Good Sex, and the second episode is called Bad Lex.
You can't do that though, because it's multiple words in an episode title, and we can't have that in Smallville.
Well, they'll just remove the space and make it a run-on word.
That too.
Yeah, no, that works. Yeah, if it's good and bad, that's not cool. That's not spicy or anything.
What would it would be called Sex and then Lex.
Yeah, they rhyme. We'll just have rhyming episode titles.
Well,
Anyway,
done a whole season like that, like Sex, Lex, Mex, Tex, Bex.
So I'm going to go ahead and get to the counts now, and of course, we've been doing this haphazardly as we're talking over the show, so this will not be remotely accurate, but we've done our best. What we have found, live streaming 24 hours for the whole season so far, is 46 Kryptofreaks. That is probably pretty accurate. 40 times Clark has been on green Kryptonite, 21 car crashes, 37 instances of bullet time, 13 rude super speed exits, 21 instances of convenient unconsciousness. There's a lot of that this season. And John, watch real close this time around, because I found way more to count as I was rewatching this than I expected. Like, I thought by 5 some of the counting stuff was going to drop off. There's even Wall of Weirds.
I told you.
There are. We don't even have a high school anymore, and there's multiple walls of weird. Anyway, 19 bad guy deaths, which seems low to me. 38 instances of Clark and Lana in the loft. That might be doubled this season. 24 instances of parents and friends kidnapped or almost killed. That too could be doubled this season. 9 times Lex gets knocked out or shot. 12 times we've had amnesia. 52 walls of weird. 69 blatant DC and Superman references. We'll get more of those this time now that we're starting to move into bringing in more actual DC characters, especially 52 times people have been thrown. Our audience seems really good at reminding me when that happens, and I miss it. And 36 characters who aren't themselves. That won't double, but we'll get at least 10 or 12 of those this year, probably.
28 love triangle faces and a partridge in a pear tree. Skip that one for some reason.
Oh, did I miss love triangle phase?
And a partridge in a pear tree, but I got it for you. I got you.
Okay, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Okay, John or Austin, anything else you can think of that we need to mention before we finally get into this?
Just one logistical question.
Yes, sir.
If you pass out and you have a dream about swimming, does it count as hitting 2 birds with 1 stone?
What?
Because you'll be streaming yourself swimming and sleeping.
You know, we haven't even started yet, and I feel like I'm already too tired for that kind of question.
That was just a bad joke.
John, are you second-guessing having Austin here? No, I'm kidding.
No.
No,
I enjoy watching Austin suffer.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get right into it here in a second. Everybody, make sure that you're on Arrival. It's the first episode of this season. There's gonna be 22 again. Almost every season of the show has 22 episodes. And could you, John, give us a just real brief recap of where we were left from last season?
So Clark finally is like trying to find all these stones. Lana is possessed by a witch for some reason. And Lex
and this year
wants
she'll
them
turn into a
because-
vampire.
And Lex wants the stones because it's Lex, and like he has a unending thirst for knowledge. So like they're all chasing after the stones. Clark finally finds them, puts them together, and ends up in the Arctic with Chloe, who has finally discovered Clark's secret. And it ends with the fortress being built.
Wow, that was nice and concise. Good job, John. Yep, those are all the important cliffhangery things that are happening.
That is where we left off.
You got out of bed, John. Good job.
Yeah, I forget. Do we see the spaceship already at the end of last episode, or is that revealed here?
I think that's the big cliffhanger with Lana, because she like crashes during the meteor shower, and like she's crawling and then sees the ship.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if they show us what she sees or not, but I think they do.
I think so. That part I'm a little fuzzy on.
Well, we'll get a recap on top of your recap here. Since Bakura put in a $5 super chat, I've got to go ahead and spin the wheel. And I don't know if we'll do what's on the wheel spin right away or if we'll give it a few minutes. But let's find out what we get, and then we'll decide here. Here it is.
Yes, Thomas, the witch is her ancestor, but I still don't understand like any of that.
Okay, we have to look up a guest star's credits, and this will be a good episode to do that for, too, because one of the two Kryptonians we get here is an actor that I recognize and I can talk about a little bit. The lady I don't know, but the black guy I've seen in things. I don't know his name right off, though.
Google
So
on the ready. Oh my god.
I remember him looking familiar, but I can't think of it.
let's see. We've got Leonard Roberts is the guy I'm talking about, who is playing Nam-Ek, and I don't think the Kryptonians ever even get named in this, do they?
I don't think so. It's really funny that his name is Nam-Ek, though, to me. Because
why?
I'm a big Dragon Ball fan, and one of the planets in Dragon Ball is Namek.
Oh.
And if I remember correctly, it's spelled the exact same way.
That went right over my head. I now know like something about Dragon Ball, but like one thing. Because I finally had to watch some this
more
year.
Dragon Ball.
My kids have gotten into that quite a bit after I did that. Okay, here we go. Is everybody ready to start?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We're gonna do it. Everybody, please press play right now.
Also, season 5 and 6 especially are the worst Lana seasons.
She's awful.
It really becomes unbearable.
Yes, indeed.
I looked up that the female guest star in this, and she's in like 18 FBI shows.
Okay.
Like all the Law and Orders, CSIs, NCISs, and then 2.5 Men.
So Leonard Roberts, I first saw in Heroes, and he's the father of the kid in that with the like electricity powers or the computer powers, and I forget what he does. Does he like go through walls maybe? Or is he invisible? I can't remember. And then he's also, and I saw this later, but it came out earlier. He's in season 4 Buffy.
That's what I was just about to say. Now I know why I recognized him.
Yeah. Oh wait. Oh, you didn't even pick that up watching the show?
No. I was like, he looks familiar, but I couldn't place him.
And I think I've seen he shows up in a couple other things. He's a character actor that's in a lot of TV stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we did our due diligence there. We talked about guest stars.
Somebody had asked me earlier, and I did respond to them, but in case you didn't see, they had asked me how
Yeah.
I feel about Nicholas Hoult getting Lex Luthor. I think it's a cool idea. He was like probably one of the last people I would have thought of for Lex, but I trust Gunn. Like, Gunn has not made a bad comic book film, so whatever he thinks is best. I'm down to see what they do with.
Yeah, and Austin and I have both talked about that quite a bit already on the channel, but we can both kind of see it.
Yeah, we basically did like a little spoiler cast with maybe like 2 other.
Yeah, so go check that out if you want to hear us talk about it. So I mean, they're doing their best on the budget they have here, I guess. But the building of the fortress does not look great. Kind of looks like After Effects in somebody's computer in their basement.
Well, for a second I thought I hit the wrong button and I started Ice Age 5, but there's Tom Welling.
Yeah, it looks a
now,
little
I will
bit.
say the set once you get in there looks good.
The set's not bad. Yeah,
That's good at least.
it's pretty comparable to the Christopher Reeve set, I think. I mean, it can't be as big.
Yeah.
But I think they did a good job with it. And some of this outside CG stuff is not bad after the thing's built already. And like at least for TV. That's not terrible.
It's when we get in close. Oh, it looks worse when you see the actual set.
Yeah, like the set itself, I like fine, but they don't match. But they don't match at all.
That's what I mean. Yeah. But no, that far off shot when he's walking into it looks fine. It's whenever they get close to it.
Yeah, well, and it just looked kind of half finished as all the crystals are coming up. Where I'm like, oh, this is a really nice sample animatic. Oh, you're gonna put that in the show? Okay.
This is a really good desktop background or screensaver.
I had that thought too. Yep. So immediately, when we found out that we were getting the fortress back when the end of season 4 happened, I found myself going, okay, so you got a double beat for the fortress for no good reason. Like the cave was already kind of a fortress, and then now he's got the comic book fortress just so that we can start pivoting into more comic book things. And I guess I'm glad that he has that. It's just kind of a little bit forced, and it feels like it's there because they're really sick of the cave set, and because maybe that didn't catch on with viewers the way they were hoping it would, and they just didn't really know where to ever go with that stuff. So they're like, yeah, we're kind of sick of that. Let's start getting more into like actual Superman stuff. John, do you think it would have been smarter to try to get to the fortress a little earlier and not do the cave thing at all, or have the cave thing be somehow a little bit more connected with the crystal idea? Because it is a little bit weird to have both of those things.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, looking with like hindsight, I would have just ditched the cave completely. I'm fine with this. I'm fine with the end game of the stones being that's what makes the fortress.
Yeah, sure.
But like, the whole thing with season 4 is all these people looking for the stones. What would a human have done if they put those together and they would have just made the fortress and died, I guess? It's like they would have frozen to death.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of that kind of stuff in the show, and in this season in particular, where you've got these kind of expectations that things will work out just exactly the way they do, and it's kind of lucky that happens. These just like really specific. I mean, I guess that's how prophecies work, but it's kind of odd. It's like the only possible way that makes any sense is if Clark is the one that does it.
Yeah.
But also, it's not just about building the fortress. It's also he's supposed to get the stones together so that and we talked about this a lot last show, of course, so that the evil from the darkness doesn't show up, and that ends up, of course, happening anyway because he doesn't do it in time or whatever.
Yeah.
So, like, why are those linked, John?
Why are those what?
Why are those things linked? Like the fortress and stopping the ship with Zod's, followers from showing up.
Well, because this is still when we're in like the omnipotent Jor-El, so I'm guessing that he can just like snap his fingers and fix the Phantom Zone.
I guess.
Or wherever they came from.
My frustration overall with this season... Okay, so they're Kryptonians just like Clark. I don't know why they have weird eyes, like their contact lenses.
A Zod tramp stamp.
Yeah, so I'll get to what I was going to say in a minute, since Austin brought up the Zod symbol. The Zod symbol is so cheesy and just cracks me up every time.
It looks really dumb.
Like, his name is Zod, so the Kryptonians have to have a Z symbol. It's like an English Z for Zod.
Well, and if memory serves, they're the only ones that have those weird eyes, because we get Kryptonians later and they don't have those kind of eyes.
Is it just a Zod thing?
They also just look like...
But then Zod in 9 isn't going to have those eyes either.
Right, because Zod in 9 doesn't have them. When Clark goes to the Phantom Zone and meets whatever her name is, she's just like a normal-looking person.
Yeah.
It feels like they didn't quite know what they wanted Kryptonians to look like. And then when you get to... By the time you get to that stuff, it's later. Maybe they don't have the time or budget to, like, make them look alien.
Yeah, but you've got... But why should they look alien at all? The whole point is that Kryptonians are just humans.
No, I agree, which I think is fine.
Until you take them to a yellow sun.
They shouldn't look different.
And by the way, I didn't even notice that until this viewing. I wasn't even thinking about it before. Just right now, looking at this on a bigger screen, I'm like, what? Why the yellow eyes? Those horrible yellow eyes!
One, just altogether, they look like Christopher Judge in Stargate and Xena. If they were in like a weird crossover porn parody.
Oh my god,
like
you're
a real
right.
Downgrade.
I didn't even think of that. He does look kind of like Christopher Judge.
No, Zod Lex doesn't have them either, but that's because it's just Lex with the ghost in him.
But yeah, the frustrating thing, the biggest frustrating thing for me this season, because there's a lot of fun ideas, and I don't know, the energy is just a lot better. It's more there than last season. It's nice to finally get away from high school stuff. I mean, there's a lot that I really appreciate about the season, and getting into finally a lot more Superman lore and DC comic stuff in general. Like Goff and Miller make a big deal out of, we're finally going to give the fans everything they want this season, and I think they kind of delivered on that. But the problem with it is a lot of the plotting, just like last season. I mean, it's better, kind of. But a lot of the plotting is just not very well thought out at all. We'll get into this throughout the season, but like I don't understand what Brainiac's plot is from the beginning. Like I understand what his overall goal is, but there's a lot of just stretching things out because we got 22 episodes to do, right? And so when you backtrack things, you've got like per usual, you've got these like master manipulation plots that when you walk them back, it's like, I don't know why you did half the things you did. We'll get there, but like I don't know why he sends Clark the silver kryptonite and why he expects him to even get affected by it. Like there's a lot of things like that. Like, I don't know why he really needs to pretend he's a professor. Like none of that stuff really tracks at the end of the day.
No, I agree. The professor thing I'm more lenient on because that's just an excuse, at least the way I read it, was to get closer to Clark without looking suspicious. But really, the only time that he's like...
Sure, but it's super contrived. It's like, how do you even know that Clark's going to take your class?
These two people just showed up in cultist outfits and Lex thought they were cops.
Yeah, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. It's weird doing this and having all this so fresh in my mind. Like, Senior Sticks had a $2 super chat and said, "Suffer every moment of Smallville is joy, John." There's a word missing in there, I think.
Or a comma.
I think he sent that in because I said that I enjoy watching Austin suffer.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But no, with Brainiac, I think the only time that he has a clear, like, this is his motivation, this is how he's going to get it, is when he makes Martha sick.
Well, then we'll get there. That one's kind of weird to me too, but
yeah, we'll see.
The fortress and the eye shot is pretty cool.
Yeah. And we finally got to the Chloe status quo where, like, she's my favorite character on the show. or one of them.
It took too long to finally get... I was going to say some of these characters, I guess pretty much just Chloe. Well, Martha, too. To get them in positions where we're not constantly floundering around trying to find things for them to do. And they get, like, really, really pivotal, useful roles.
Yeah.
And she just works better as the confidant instead of yet another character trying to figure out everything she can about Clark and the weird things going on in Smallville, like we have with Lex already.
Yeah, because, I mean, up until this point, she's just kind of served as a double or even triple beat.
Yeah. And as we've talked about ad nauseum, the love triangle stuff never worked with her either.
No.
And we've gotten...
She should have just been Lana, like...
Yep. Yeah, we should have combined the characters of Lana and Chloe and called them Lana.
Like Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon.
Yep. So, we don't have the thing, curiously, in the show where if you're in the Fortress and you're human, it's oddly warm. That was a Christopher Reeve movie thing. We don't have that here. You can freeze to death in the Fortress.
Well, he hasn't built heating yet. Christopher Reeve had years to build heating, Cap.
Oh, okay.
And I like that they're consistent with it. Like, it's not just, this is a one-off thing. Like, later on when he brings Lana, like, she has to specifically dress for the cold.
But, I mean, they're also in the Arctic, and she's wearing, like, track pants and, like, an unzipped sweater.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because she
didn't know where she was going.
But she'd be, like, dead by now.
I mean,
Yeah, well, that's just TV
dying.
suspension of disbelief, Austin.
Oh, now she's freezing.
Yeah, look how super cold she... Between shots, she's got stalactites coming off her face.
They had to wait for the makeup guy to come in and put the freezing on her face.
Okay, I have to play a sound for that super chat. Hold on.
Now, why are you people here?
That was that was for Austin.
Why are you people here?
Have we had anything to count quite yet?
Not really.
I don't think we really have. It's kind of crazy to go 10 minutes into a Smallville episode and nobody's gotten thrown yet.
Well, Lex got thrown.
Oh, did he?
Yeah,
By one of the
Clark
Kryptonians?
gets thrown.
I don't think he got.
People get thrown. Yeah,
I don't think he
Lex
got thrown. But I counted the Lex one.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So one of the other things that's very silly and doesn't track, but at least, John, this has been consistent, is Jor-El still has these just really arbitrary, like, flowery plots that, and like, expectations from Clark, where he just seems like he is throwing out things so that we can, A, create dramatic situations, and B, elongate things throughout a season. So here, he's going to say, there's this big threat you've got to stop. Earth is in danger. You need to be educated, which kind of goes back to the Christopher Reeve movie, right? Where, like, he's in the Fortress for a really long time, and he's just kind of hooked up to, like, a Kryptonian computer, and he's being educated by everything. Oh, she's already said Super Clark. He should have his name, like, tomorrow. And,
Does that count as a DC/Superman reference?
Yep, it sure does. But anyway, so he's going to say, you've got to go through all this education so that you can deal with this threat. And if you don't come back, because, first of all, when he says, I need to go save Chloe, and he's like, and Jor-El says, you can't leave, like there's no time to waste at all. Like, why can't he just super speed her off real quick, put her somewhere warm, and come right back? But nope, he doesn't do that. He leaves for a while, and then he's going to put himself in a position where he's not going to get back on Jor-El's timetable. And Jor-El just says, there will be consequences if you don't get back at the specific time I said, like dawn or whatever it is, he is, because it's like a Western now. And then he doesn't make it, and so, spoiler alert, but by the end of the episode, Clark will lose his powers as punishment for that. And I'm like, Okay, so there was no time to waste, and it's very important that Clark gets all this education so that he can save the world, but his punishment is he loses his powers and doesn't have to do any of that? And then even when he gets his powers back later, Jor-El never talks about the education thing again. And then when you get to the end of the season, it's all just about Zod, and that's all information that could have been given to him in an exposition speech by Jor-El in the fortress, who conveniently never tells him anything about Zod. Like, everything that happens with Brainiac later in the season could have been completely avoided by Jor-El simply giving him a 5-minute lecture about who Zod is. That's all he had to do.
Yeah, no, it gets really annoying. That stuff gets really annoying because even, like, Clark is even like, hey, you know, what is happening? Like, I need you to tell me, and Jor-El just like plays games with him
for no reason, and he's so insanely vague and ambiguous. Like, when he says there's a darkness from space, does he know it's Zod's followers?
Brainiac?
Does he know about Brainiac? I would assume so, by the way he talks to Clark at the end of the season about it.
I don't know. I mean, he obviously knows who Brainiac is, because when he brings him to the fortress, Jor-El's like, no, like, this guy is evil.
Robert says this is the 12th hospital scene. Look, you count the hospital scenes. I'm not counting them, but at least it's not in the Smallville hospital this time. We've really mixed up the sets here.
Although it's like a giant count, like way higher than any of the other counts.
Senior sticks in a $2 super chat that says Jor-El is Odin from Thor. His plans are mystery.
It's worse than that.
No, yeah, it's worse.
But you're absolutely right. It is that, but it's worse than that.
This is one of my least favorite premieres in the show, or season premieres.
I'm sorry. I was playing a sound. What were you saying?
This is one of my least favorite season premieres, but I like this scene.
So is it just because the storytelling is kind of sloppy, or like what do you not like about it?
Well, I mean, it's sloppy storytelling, and like I don't care about the two villains in this episode.
That Titanic line was super cringy.
Because it's like.
Well, you're gonna say that about every other thing Chloe says, then, because that's just kind of how she talks. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, John.
No, you're fine. Kind of like the same issues we were talking about. Like, I don't understand why he lost his powers, and they obviously don't have a budget to do a proper Kryptonian fight. So it's like, what's the point? And then a powerless Superman is just not as interesting to me.
So it is and it's not. I feel like if they had the guts to do a whole season that way, it could have been really cool. Or like half a season or something. You know, imagine that was just status quo for a while.
If they did it right, I mean, I could see it being good.
Like, imagine Clark having to deal with everything that happens after a second meteor shower and he doesn't have his powers. And maybe certain things in his life beyond just Lana start falling into place for him. Like, after a while, he seems so normal that Lex just stops bothering to look into him anymore. And then, like, they start to put things together maybe a little bit, even as Lex is still getting, you know, darker and darker and going down that path, and Clark's able to ignore it because he's not looking at him anymore. And there's a lot of potential interesting things you could have done with that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but I don't know. I feel like the problem is with the way this show is written. If they did that, once you got him back to the status quo, if he has superpowers, they would just reset as if nothing had ever happened.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is it would have to be a more sophisticated show in the first place to pull that off. So, like, by this point in this series, yeah, maybe I wouldn't have liked that, but...
And to be fair,
I'm just saying, if you're gonna do it, because that's a pattern with this show, where you'll have a status quo like that, we'll make a really big deal out of something like that, or like the thing in, I think, season 9 where you have the metaphorical death of Superman, where like I'm not even, I'm not Clark Kent anymore. We never hold on to that stuff for any amount of time, so it's a waste of time.
To be fair to what you were saying earlier, it's like, why doesn't he just take Chloe to the hospital and go back? He does see that Smallville's in danger and he's worried about his parents. I buy that.
No, that's fair, but he doesn't know any of that is going on when he leaves the fortress in the first place.
No, but he saw it on the TV while he was talking to Chloe.
That's true, but what I'm saying is, why did he spend any time talking to Chloe? Like, what I don't know is how long the education is supposed to take.
No, and that's fair, but I mean, I don't know. It'd be kind of a dick move. He just dropped her off at the hospital and left.
Yeah, but there's potentially a lot at stake, because if he's going to cooperate with Jor-El at all, I wouldn't really defy that guy. He's nuts. He's a loose cannon. You have no idea what he's going. He seems all power and omniscient. Like, you don't know what he's going to do.
Yeah, but this Clark's constant characterization is that he puts his human life above his Kryptonian life. So I think it would be out of character if he suddenly started listening to Jor-El just like with a light switch.
That's true. There are far more contrived things than that in this season and in this episode. So I certainly don't want to nitpick it. I will concede that halfway because I forgot that about that moment that he sees the news there, and yeah, maybe he would talk to her for a few minutes, especially because he knows now that she knows his secret, and he needs to have a conversation with her about that. Whether he's afraid she'll tell people or not, like I guess that's fair.
Okay, great. Send in a $4.99 super chat. Happy Lexmas, Cap, and friends. Who's excited for Dollar Store Aquaman Cyborg Dawn of the Sleeveless Hoodies? I like Aquaman and Cyborg in this show. Like, they don't have the budget to do the Cyborg costume, but it's still, like, writing-wise, it's Cyborg.
I'll admit I don't like Aquaman at all, but I think Cyborg is fine. So
yeah, I mean, Aquaman's, like, whatever, but I like their
We have Dude Bro Aquaman in this before Jason Momoa, even though it's a different kind of Dude Bro.
Well, and you know what's funny?
Because he's not drunk, grizzled dude bro, he's, like, high school quarterback Dude Bro.
Well, and what's really funny is I was reading up on their Aquaman, and apparently when he comes back in season 10, off-screen, they retroactively make him Atlantean, and he marries Mera and becomes King of Atlantis.
Of course they do. But, like, how retconny is it? Because I feel like they're making it kind of ambiguous in his first episode, but I don't remember what they do with him after that.
I mean, I guess it's not like... I guess it's not necessarily a retcon, because you're right, it is ambiguous. And then his other appearances are mostly just, like, cameos that he's part of Oliver's team.
Yeah, I didn't know if we did very much more, background setup with him at all.
No, Flash and Green Arrow are the ones that we mostly deal with.
But we'll get to all of that a little bit later in the season. I have a question about Lionel. So he gets downloaded with the Kryptonian language, and there's all this information that's overloading his brain, and later on in the season we'll see him like writing a lot of it down, just like he was scratching out the Zod symbol in the floor. The first time we see him say anything, he looks at Lana, and it's kind of it's supposed to be a big moment for the fans, where he says Zod, and I love his line delivery with that, where it's like a big surprise moment, because you're really not expecting that. I mean, with the big Z, maybe you are, but I don't know. It was
quick,
yeah. Sorry,
parents almost killed or in danger.
Oh yes, thank you. And we're gonna have so much of that this season.
And somebody got thrown. I don't know if you can count 2 off of one scene,
but we'll count it once. We'll count it as a because as people getting thrown. Is it instances or specific people? We'll count it once.
Okay.
But anyway, what I'm wondering about is why in that scene, and I'm basing this on having just watched the whole season again. Lionel like knows some things. In his, like, wide-eyed stupor, and is, like, like Zod is coming, and he knows about the weakness with the Kryptonite. At the end of the season, you get the sense that he never knew anything. Like he writes these symbols out, but he doesn't know what any of it means. So I don't know, like, if when he's going wide-eyed, is he able to verbally articulate it also? Like, I'm very confused about that.
See, I don't know if you remember this, but in season 1, they set up that he had this secret society called Veritas.
Okay, but then that's going to be
Kryptonian.
very retconned, because unless he's lying, but because it is Lionel, but the whole big surprise reveal at the end is that he's been more on Clark's side than anybody could have ever expected. So I don't know if he's lying to Martha about that, is it Chloe? Toward the end of the season, he'll say he's writing all these symbols down. He doesn't know what any of it means. No, he can't read the language. He doesn't know anything.
So, spoilers for season 6, I guess, because that's where they deal with that more. And I don't know if it tracks, because if I think too hard about the show, like, continuity-wise, season to season, my brain will explode.
Yeah. And they're not, so why should we, I guess, but I can't help it.
Isn't there something in season 4 with the stone, and it, like, affects him in some way? Because in season 6, he reveals that he has become Jor-El's emissary. So I think when he's white-eyed like that, he's connected to the fortress.
Well, that's what Dagon Spear is saying, that, like, there's crystal information connected to Jor-El. So does that mean it's basically Jor-El speaking through him when that happens? And then Jonathan himself doesn't actually know anything? Or, like, the crystals themselves speaking through him or something? Because, importantly, he's not full-on possessed there, because he will get full-on possessed by Jor-El later, and he will speak in an English accent, and it's wonderful.
I mean, I think it's more so, yeah, just possessed by, like, the stones and the knowledge that they hold. It's not Jor-El directly. So when that connection ends, he's like, I don't know what any of this means, but here, Clark, like, I'm supposed to give this to you.
So I'm sorry, we're not talking enough about the scenes we're watching. I'm not going to call that Lex walking away angry, but it is Lex walking away disappointed.
I mean, I think that definitely counts.
Do you think?
Yeah. He walked away in CW melodrama.
He is walking away pretty melodramatically there, or pretty. You said melodrama, pretty passive aggressively. And
Senior Sticks wants to know, what if he said Grodd instead of Zod?
Then a gorilla would show up.
So, obviously, this was my introduction to a lot of the Superman mythos, so this is my introduction to Zod.
Oh, crazy.
Also, because you didn't say it, that was the $2 super chat.
Oh, yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Austin.
Because I got play sounds when people do that.
I am going to count them.
I forget, is there something that explains why she knows Kryptonite will hurt them?
Yeah, the thing Lionel said.
Oh, that's right.
Because Lionel says that their home will hurt them, or their only weakness is their home.
Right.
No, that's how she knows that. So this scene drives me nuts. I gotta break this down.
Would she know that's Kryptonite? If he just said their home will hurt them?
Yeah, because it came from the meteor shower, and they came with the meteors.
Yeah, we were talking over it. I think there's even a little bit more of an explanation where like she's able to piece it together more easily. That part of it made sense to me while I was watching it. Anyway, this scene drives me nuts though. Partly because of what John was talking about earlier, where and this will become a staple of the show, where we'll have these really easy fights that end too quickly, and I don't mean to make everything about action, but it's just lame on any level. And it's a very 5-minute wrap up, right? We make a really big deal out of, we've got more Kryptonians, and they're evil, and Clark's gonna have to fight them. And then we've got, and I can't wait to see Austin's reaction to this, the way we do the Phantom Zone.
That counts as bullet time, I think, Cap.
What does?
Where he dodges
like a
the thing.
dodge.
Oh, I guess it's very subtly bullet time, yeah.
Oh, is this the Phantom Zone he's getting put in?
Yeah.
Yes. But wait till you see what exactly we do with the Phantom Zone here. So they say, we can't kill you, but we can put you somewhere where you'll never be able to return. And I'm like, you guys just found out you were susceptible to kryptonite, and it's right there in that vault behind you. Why don't you just throw Clark in that vault? Maybe it'll kill him. Like,
I mean, to be fair, the way that the kryptonite works in this universe, they would end up killing themselves too.
No, not if they opened it, threw him in, and closed the vault door.
Does that count as two people being thrown?
Yes.
When he pushed them into the Phantom Zone?
So look, Austin, we've got the spitty mirror.
Yeah, I did the movie thing.
Yeah.
It's worse.
Yeah, and it's sad that it's because it is cool that they went back to that, because we have consistently been doing Superman movie stuff, and so I'm fine with that. And I guess I'll call that a reference.
Jareth, I did not grow up with Superman the Animated Series.
Tattoo count as a reference as well?
The what now?
The Zod.
You said Zed, but what now?
Yeah, because I'm Canadian. The letter Z. The letter Z, sorry.
Yeah, I know, but that throws me off because there's like Zod, and then there's Lord Zed, and yeah.
The Zod tattoo.
I just don't even know what you're saying right now. Does what count?
Does that count as a DC reference since she had the Zod tattoo? I'm just asking, I don't know.
No. I mean, like, Zod himself would count, I guess? And I went ahead and counted, like, the crystals, because they're doing just the straight-up, like movie, fortress. So I feel like that kind of has to count.
Mm-hmm.
But
I would say
this movie made up that symbol, so like you count Zod for Zod, but
no, Jareth, I did not grow up with Superman the Animated Series. My only exposure to that show as a kid was I had I think it was called Shadow of Apocalypse game. I had a demo disc.
Oh, I never played that.
I've never even heard of that.
It was a PS2 game.
Oh.
Dagon Spear says, my issue is they just turned their back before he sucked in for no real reason. Oh yeah, no, it's obnoxious. Like, he had, I can't, Namek or whatever his name is, he had all kinds of time to, like, super speed away before Clark pushes him into the Phantom Zone. And now the house is all busted up. But don't worry, they'll have it fixed within an episode.
Well, he did just say that things will be a lot more normal now.
Well, yeah, because he lost his powers.
So they're gonna fix the house.
And John, I remember when this came out, finding this to be a really awkward revelation. Where I was like, did I miss a scene somewhere?
Oh, really? That he doesn't have his powers?
Yeah, like it really feels like a thing that ought to be done like dramatically in a scene somehow. And
no,
just,
I agree.
And just for him to like leave the Phantom Zone scene and just be like, and I don't have my powers now. I'm like, when did that happen?
So they do establish it, like, or hint at it, but it's very awkward, and like I don't know why they did it that way. But the way that you're supposed to be able to tell that he's lost his powers is after he defeats the Kryptonians, he looks as the sun's going down, he's bleeding.
Oh, okay. I missed that.
And the show, like, the big thing with the show is that if he's human, you tell that by showing that he's hurt.
That's true. So yeah, that's...
The show also treats superpowers like they're not genetic. Apparently you can just shut off his genes.
Yeah. No, I know that. You've complained about that so much.
It's annoying. Like,
yeah, it's just too easy.
Apparently, Jor-El has the ability to just completely change Clark's genetic makeup so that he can't absorb yellow sunlight.
It's Richard Lester logic times 1,000. Because I wonder if they would do all of that stuff as much if it hadn't been popularized in Superman 2 with, like, the booth that takes his powers away.
And I mean, I don't like Superman 2.
Because that's the logic. That's where it starts from. Is like, and that's where the idea that Jor-El or the Fortress or his mother or whatever, because it's not Jor-El in the original Superman 2, can do things like that. Can take away his powers if he doesn't want them anymore. And I feel like they just took that and ran with it way too far and made Jor-El insanely powerful and made him very, very godlike. And the godlike thing is just going to get worse.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not I don't like Superman 2 either. So like, I find it as annoying here as I do in Superman 2.
Well, and I love that movie,
quick,
but that stuff drives me crazy because, again, it's and this will do it times 1,000, where we have a rule set up where we're like, you can only do this thing arbitrarily one time, and then they'll find it, like, no excuse to do it again, but they'll just do it again. And that's what the taking the powers away booth was in Superman 2. Whereas, like, you'll never be able to get them back. And then he wants them back, and then he's just able to get them back.
Yeah. So
the time travel crystal reminds me of that a little bit. Except I guess at least he doesn't use it again.
Yeah. So just because I've seen this question a couple of times now, it's not a super chat. But Joey Elaine asks thoughts on Michael Rosenbaum and Tom Welling's Talkville podcast. I like it quite a bit. It's just an entertaining podcast to listen to and like hear some of the behind the scenes making of. I'm super behind though. I don't think I've even caught up past season. I don't know. Have they finished season 3 yet?
They are 2 episodes away from finishing it.
Okay, so I don't think I've seen most of their season 3 discussions yet.
I'm totally caught up. I've been watching it pretty religiously, actually. They've been pretty on point this season with guest hosts and stuff.
Oh, cool.
The last episode was kind of the most fascinating so far as that goes, because John Schneider came in and railed for 5 minutes against the way Goffin Miller treated him on the episode he directed.
Ooh,
and you got to go back and listen to that, because he just loses it about how, and it's great because Goff and Miller were on the very previous episode. and then he comes in and says, I'll just mention this real briefly, but you got to go back and listen to it, that apparently he was told, because of the way he shot one scene, I'm not going to get into the details, that he was never going to be allowed to direct that episode again, because that's not how they do things on Smallville. And the reason he had to shoot a scene the way he shot it was because he couldn't have both actors, with Lex and Lionel, in a scene at the same time, because Miller was directing the previous episode and took days and money away from him. And then they come back and say, you can't direct anymore, you did it wrong. And he's like, what else was I supposed to do? And then he goes, I've been wanting to say this for 20 years.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, but it's cool he got to talk about. I'm hoping that the next time Goff and Miller come on, Rosenbaum asks them about that, because they come on fairly frequently.
The only part of that podcast, like, I don't want to say annoys me, but just, it's kind of amusing though, is when they try to get into like talk about the Superman mythology, and they clearly don't know anything about the Superman mythology.
Yeah, they just don't know anything, and it's not their thing, and that becomes real apparent, and that's fine. But you'd think that going to so many cons and stuff, they'd pick up a little bit more than they haven't by osmosis.
Yeah.
Like, and this is minor nitpicky, but it bugs me whenever he brings it up. Whenever Rosenbaum brings up Superman the movie, it's weird, because he has a big Superman poster on his wall, but he clearly doesn't really know that movie, because he'll complain anytime anybody pronounces Luthor. He's like, I hate that, just say Luthor. I'm like, that goes back to 78, man. Like,
well, I mean, to be fair, you can like that movie, but also dislike how they pronounce it in that movie.
No, that's fine, but I just get the sense that he doesn't remember that. And he's got some other kind of tics like that. So
and it's weird because just
yeah.
like with what I knew about Rosenbaum before watching either of his podcasts, I figured he would have been at least a semi comic book guy. I was wrong.
No, he's just a horror guy.
It's Spike. Oh wait, this is a different show.
Yeah, but he's still gonna do the same like duck lips mouth pursing thing he does as Spike. Like that's just an acting thing for him, it turns out. But no, I love him in this role. I just think he got a little bit shafted in being relegated to a henchman for Zod. I don't love that about it.
Yeah. But they are the
yeah,
only
that sounds
people to
awful.
successfully adapt Brainiac and it not like canceling the entire thing.
Do you think the kind of liquidy tentacles that come out before he constitutes himself into James Marsters is supposed to be a tell that he's Zod? Or, sorry, that he's Brainiac?
No, because it looks like a black version of the Fortress crystals.
I don't know enough about Brainiac, so if that is some kind of like nod or reference, it's lost on me.
No, you're right, Austin, but just the shape of that, it's kind of tentacly, and Brainiac very often has like
I know,
cords
but it
that
was
shoot
like
out
their-
like
it
kind of
was just
tentacles.
the Fortress design, where like the crystals kind of built up like that in the same like pattern. I didn't think it looked tentacly at all.
But when it just at the beginning when it's coming out from the ship in the first place, it's like 3 seconds.
Oh, it just looked like Venom.
There's not a lot of it, but I'm thinking because I don't know, they do what they think are nods like that in kind of lame ways. I think they thought that's what they're doing. Is the point I'm making.
Maybe, I don't know. I didn't really see that.
It's weird because if you're not keeping up with making up of stuff as they're announcing things, it would be a while before you would even realize that's Brainiac, because it's a long time before the like brain interactive construct is brought up and that we know he's an artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
I mean, or that we know that he's specifically supposed to be Brainiac, and like you could maybe kind of guess it, but he's he's organic or looks kind of organic. So it's doing Brainiac in a different way than he'd been done before, which is totally cool. It's just interesting how long it takes before there's a mention of specifically Brainiac.
I did think we were at least gonna get the like 3-dot thing when he turned around.
Yeah, no, they don't do that.
Oh,
I don't know
of
if
course
there's
they don't.
I don't know if there's any reference to the 3-dot thing anywhere. There may be, and I just missed it, but
I'm not sure. Okay, great. Sends in a $1.99 super chat. Fingers crossed we get a Gotham podcast someday. I mean, I don't know. I doubt it. Like, that's kind of the fad right now. There's a lot of shows doing that.
Like every
But
show has a rewatch podcast.
But I don't know if there's enough interest in a Gotham.
I mean, maybe. Like
yeah,
every
and I
show
could also
ever
see
made has
that
one right
just
now.
being really depressing. Because it doesn't have like as goofy and nonsensical as this show gets, it has this really devoted fan base that sticks up for it no matter what. Sometimes much to my chagrin, but there's still a lot of love for this show, and so no matter how bad Rosenbaum thinks an episode is, it's not gonna like taint the fun and energy for the fans that are watching it. And you just wouldn't have that with Gotham. Like, people turned on it pretty quickly. And so I don't know how much fun it would be for actors that were on that show to just go in and, like, either lambast it or try to take up for it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Robert Wild said we missed counting at least 2 things.
Well,
in
what
that
2
episode.
things? Yeah, I was finding it difficult to keep up with everything with that because there's just so many things I'm wanting to talk about right now after rewatching this whole thing. I'm thinking it's maybe better to come into this not prepared.
So I think at the end of the day, I am gonna flip red on this episode.
Are
even
you
though
really?
It's a light red. Because there's things I like, but the stuff that I like is like we're finally getting to the Clark and Chloe dynamic that's interesting. But like I don't care about the Kryptonian villains. That fight scene sucks. Obviously, like we've established, I hate that they treat his powers like the light switch.
Yeah, and the big thing, I want to mention this real quick before we move on, because one of the things that drives me most nuts about this whole season is a thing that I've complained about a lot in microcosm with specific episodes, John. This show loves to make a big mystery out of something for the characters, but not the audience.
Yeah.
And right away, we see Brainiac come out of the ship, and then he's going to be a college professor mentoring Clark, and we're going to have to watch Clark for episodes and episodes figure out who he is and that he's from the ship. And wouldn't it be more fun and engaging if we didn't know that?
Yeah, I was actually just thinking of that as an example. It's like, that scene shouldn't be there.
It shouldn't be there. Well, and it's not just that scene, because we'll, in one or two other places, see him go back to the ship or murder someone or something. Like, we keep going to him as the big new villain. And I'm like, why are we doing that? We shouldn't know that.
So
and you could say, well, it's too convenient that this new mysterious character who's investigating Lex and everything shows up arrives at the same time as that ship does. But I don't think you'd necessarily put that together, because he doesn't seem to be initially connected to anything extraterrestrial, and even though he's just now like a new professor at that school, there wouldn't be any connection you'd make with the ship, because Clark's just starting a semester, there's a new teacher that's just starting a semester. Like, there's nothing super seemingly connected or contrived about that.
Yeah.
So it would work fine.
So we had a $9.99 super chat. There are way too many Buffy rewatch podcasts and not enough Gotham rewatch podcasts. I scream on a pedestal as people throw tomatoes at me. I mean, like, regardless of your feelings about Buffy and Gotham, it's because Buffy is a highly beloved show that people remember fondly, and Gotham isn't.
Now, having said that, John and I are talking about maybe eventually taking the plunge and doing the Gotham podcast ourselves.
Yeah.
But that would be very riffy, Like,
yeah.
we would be doing that for a different reason than we're doing this. Or for the sake of completion, because it's Batman's analog to this show.
Yeah.
Of course, because it's that prequel thing. It's Batman trying to do Smallville, which is interesting because of, all the rumors that Smallville wanted to be a Batman show in the first place.
And Super Billy says, this isn't a super chat thing, but he says, I really don't care for the idea of Brainiac serving Zod. I'm indifferent.
Nah, that is pretty terrible.
Yeah, I don't like that either. Like I mentioned earlier, and I mean, they make an okay case for it, I guess, because they do the Batman animated or the Superman animated series thing of he is, built on Krypton in the first place, and so he's just a computer program that Zod is using, and so like within the context of this, like it's okay, like it makes enough sense. It's just kind of lame that we're not trying to adapt any of the fun Brainiac stuff. Like it'd be cool to do something with Brainiac, either doing bottle cities or trying to like save information and be a collector and all of that stuff. You don't have any of that with this Brainiac. Like, he's kind of Brainiac just in name only, and he's an AI, and like that's it.
And I just don't know enough about the character.
It would be like if you did
I understand that from your
show
perspective,
after
but like
'89, and you made the Riddler a henchman of Bob the Goon because people know Bob the Goon. He was in a movie.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. I mean, and John, keep in mind again, this was the creators saying we're finally doing big cool comic stuff for the fans, like Superman fans that know who Brainiac is, and so like this is supposed to be a prequel reimagining. Okay, reimagine him in some cool, interesting way, and then they get a great actor like Marsters to play him, and he seems really intriguing. It's kind of like the Bane thing in a weird way all over again, or in the first place, I guess. Because he seems to have this really interesting potential worldview where he's this like super anti-fascist Brainiac until you find out that he's just like pretending he hates everything that he actually is all about. So he's just, complaining about Lex's potential fascism, and then he's actually, working for and worshiping Zod, who is exactly like that. Okay, so the whole thing is just reverse psychology.
And then Senior Stick sends in a $2 super chat. Could Clark Blood grow better stringer crops cap?
What?
What do you? I actually, because reading it, I was like, what? But then when you
hold on,
it connected.
Of course.
He's asking if his blood could grow stronger crops. Like if you used his blood in your crops in the field in the farm.
Well,
they grow stronger.
So we know that Kryptonite can do that. I would think that his blood maybe could do that, but we know for sure that it could bring it back from the dead. So if you had dead crops, we could bring the crops back to life with Clark's blood. That we could do. John, because we got a $10 super chat, we're going to have to take a quiz at some point.
Okay.
I want to go ahead and get into... John's so excited. I want to go ahead and get into the next episode, but don't let me...
You never rated this one, Cap.
I know. I'll get to that in a second. But don't let me forget that we've got to do a quiz. Yeah, like... I'm complaining a lot about a lot of setup things with this episode, but I like the tone of it. I like the feel of it a lot. Like I said, we kind of get to an energy this season that we didn't have last season. So I'm having a tough time with it, but I guess I'll also go a light red, maybe even a little bit lighter than John. But like I'm thinking beyond this, and there's a lot of better episodes this season. Like it's not a real strong start story-wise, certainly. I'm trying to not fall in the trap of going green just because it's like, big in scope and there's a lot of like sets they broke. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't make it good. So yeah, I guess I want to rate it based on other premieres, and it's definitely not as good as those.
It's the weakest premiere that we've watched so far.
The script is real weak, but the production is good. It's one of those things that's like it's executed well, but it's a bad script.
Yeah.
Okay, so second episode is... Hang on, I'm trying to get to the list. Mortal.
Yeah, because, get it? He's mortal now.
Because he's mortal now.
Teddy sent in another $9.99 super chat.
Oh, thanks, man.
Hate everything that he's actually all about. Yes, that's me when I mocked the amount of Buffy rewatch podcasts. It's reverse psychology. Go get people to do more Buffy rewatch by here. Hey, I'm trying. I'm campaigning for it.
Why not? Everything else has one.
Oh yeah, that's Teddy. He's real tricky like that. There's subtext to all of his super chats. Thanks, Teddy. Appreciate you, man.
There's
we
like
will spread the quizzes
Buffy
out.
Podcasts.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Austin said, "Why not everyone else? Everything else has one." I was saying that Buffy has like a dozen of them all over the place.
Oh, they do? Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
like I said, like every show.
You know what? I bet none of them are doing though, John.
80. They're 99.
Watching it all in one focus.
I bet none of them are doing it in 24 hours like us.
No. Jareth wants to know if
we've cornered the market. Sorry, what?
Jareth wants to know if he can watch the James Marster episode without watching the entire series without making any sense. Not really. I mean, it's just like watching any other serialized show.
Well, and that's one thing this season does better than the last, season 4 especially, is even the not very great, one-off episodes tend to have scenes that are pretty important for the overarching story. They do a little bit of a better job of that.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
I think I might head out after this one.
You don't want to stay for Aquaman?
No.
Austin, are we boring you?
Huh?
Are we boring you?
I I mean, it's the show. It's not you guys. That was unbearable, though. I don't know if I can do another one.
You know, like I've said before, you kind of had to be there, man. Like, I'm inoculated to some of the dull and not great stuff with the show, but I mean, 4 was hard to get through.
Yeah, for sure.
I still have some standards.
Did we major bleh. Did
What?
we mostly flip green?
Your one episode.
I have no idea what you're saying right now, John.
On season 4, didn't we both flip mostly green?
You started
No,
this character.
no, 4 was rough.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't get the word out. Weird.
4. So this was 4, and this was 3. I think it was like kind of half and half.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we had a lot of red.
Okay.
But I will talk to you guys later. Have fun for your 24 hours.
Oh, are you
Wow,
leaving
that's
right
a
now?
record. He made it 1 episode.
Oh, he's leaving right now.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, like I don't know if I can do a second episode.
Okay, I'm sorry, Austin. I didn't mean to run you off, man.
No, it's okay. I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay, bye, man.
See ya.
I guess we were right about our red sign flip.
Thank God that guy's gone.
I can't believe that happened, though. He was only here for the 1.
I legitimately thought he would at least last a couple episodes.
Yeah, we've got to get this next one started. We're taking forever here.
Yeah,
All right, here we go, everybody. Please press play. We're watching Mortal. It's episode 2 of season 5. Please press play right now.
Yeah, I did just get possessed by Zod Hayden.
Well, this is it, John. This is as far as we'll end up being able to go for the season. That was that was foreshadowing, I think. You made it halfway through, folks. Good job. So I'm gonna have a tough time throughout this season, not complaining about the same couple of things over and over again, John. And I'm gonna be careful and try to resist that and find interesting things to talk about. But I'll get this out of the way real quick and just say that, and I'll mention examples of it as we go along. But one of the things that is really frustrating that we've had really throughout the show, but that this season I was noticing a lot more, I think, is choices characters are making just because of status quo decisions, where you're not really buying that it's coming from a character place. And particularly, of course, with Clark not sharing a secret with people. Mm-hmm. And then that extends even out to a lot of plot choices like we were talking about with Brainiac and stuff, where there's a lot of things that happen just because we've decided that they're going to happen this season, and then we work our way backwards and try to come up with some contrivance to make that happen. And it gets very frustrating.
It kind of feels like growing pains, because when we get to the later seasons, even if it's not handled amazingly, it feels more like they're trying.
I'll see if I agree with you when we get there, because that's not what I remember those seasons being like.
Well, I mean, maybe not writing wise, but I just mean we don't have to change the character to fit the status quo. It's
okay,
just put the character in. These two look familiar. Probably the same actor, just digitally.
Yeah, I don't know that I've seen them in anything, but they retroactively they feel like they came right out of Gotham.
It kind of looks like the guy that. It kind of looks like a guy on Gotham. Senior Sticks, does this make the 24-hour stream the Chatsville podcast? I mean, I guess you could watch it as a podcast.
Chatsville? Robo Brando says, I don't love Superman TAS's Brainiac either, to be honest, nor that show as a whole. Wow, hot take!
I think that show is okay, but it ends really badly.
Yeah. It's got a high level of quality all the way through, though, until you get there, I guess.
And granted, I've only seen it through once, and that was like a year ago at this point. But I was surprised at how little, like, Superman stuff we do.
It's crazy how much of a Superman kick you've been on lately, just the sheer amount of Superman stuff you've watched.
Well, and it's funny because I will get in that mood right after we do one of these. I'll go through something Superman related, and then I won't think about it again until we do another one of these.
It sounds like you're a Superman fan again.
Like, I've been in a massive Doctor Who kick before this. I've watched all through Eccleston and Tennant, and I'm like halfway through Smith's second season. But then I will probably after this put that on hold to watch something Superman. Mostly because Smith's run sucks.
Okay, so they're doing like an old-fashioned barn raising right now. But they're not rebuilding like the loft, are they? Like, what is this structure on the farm?
Isn't this the house?
No, because he and Lana are going to go in the house later. Remember?
Yeah, that's right.
And because I had that thought for a second, and then I was like, no, the hostage situation is in the house. And I'm assuming that the hole was already fixed before this happens?
Well, and they drive off. I think that they have to walk a bit to get to the house, so this might not even be on the Kent farm.
Oh, maybe it's not. That makes a little bit more sense if that's the case. Or like maybe it's like a house over or something.
Yeah, because like the whole town was trashed.
Well, and remember, we pretend like the Kent farm is kind of isolated, but it was also across the street from Lana's house.
Yeah.
Which I don't think people make fun of enough. Hayden Spring, did you watch season 3 of Superman and Lois yet? I've seen the first like 3 episodes, but I haven't gotten. Oh no, I'm sorry. I've seen the first like 3 episodes of season 2. I haven't even gotten any farther than that yet. So no.
I have not watched it. I read what happens at the end, and it kind of deflated my interest a little bit.
I just heard nobody liked it, and that made me sad. And I have not been in a hurry to catch up, but.
Well,
ain't that always the way these days?
Because I saw like what I thought were rumors about what the finale was, and I was like, okay, I kind of want to check on this because if this is what it is, I'll watch it eventually. But now I'm not as in a bigger rush, and it turned out to be exactly what what I read it was, and I was like, oh.
So let me give you an example real quick of what I was talking about earlier with just contrived situations. So, Jor-El's whole punishment for Clark, even though like he needs Clark to have his powers to save the world, and that was really imminent until, oh yeah, we've got 22 episodes of TV to make, so I guess it's not that imminent until later. But he, you know, as punishment for not showing up on time, he loses his powers. And Jor-El makes that decision because the writers want Clark to lose his powers, so he has an excuse to actually be able to get with Lana for a while, and then create a dramatic situation when he gets his powers back, where he's afraid to sleep with her, and then to get intimate with her, and then you know, make that a rocky relationship. So it's just about like 1 step forward and 2 steps back to kind of, you know, screw around with the audience, like give the audience what it wants for a minute, but then we have this constant, you know, status quo of Clark's not allowed to really be with her. And so you can't really do that. And you've got to have all these plot points that don't make a great deal of sense just to get us to a futzing around with the status quo plays.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's part of why I dislike this stuff so much, because like by this point I don't care about this relationship. Because I caught up on the show through DVDs up through. We were probably already into season 7 or 8, and like I instantly liked Lois better, and I've always had that. I like their Lois a lot better than I do their Lana.
Yeah, well, and you won me over a lot on that last season. Just watching that through with you, like all of a sudden, I started really drinking the Lois Kool-Aid in a way I never had before.
Hey AMC, it goes well. We drove Austin off after one episode.
I gotta be honest with you, it's been a little bit awkward. I'm just feeling super conflicted, John, because I enjoyed this watch so much more than 4, but I'm mostly wanting to complain about stuff. And so I'm having a hard time justifying my enjoyment.
I mean, the stuff that I like in 5 comes later.
That comes later.
Yeah.
Hey, can we talk about how stupid the second meteor shower is?
It's so dumb.
So we already talked about that at the end of 4, of course, just like the way it's set up, and we don't know where the rocks come from and all that. I'm not going to revisit all that. Somebody, in a community post I made the other day, brought up something that if I had this thought, I don't remember, and I feel like an idiot if I never have before. How did Clark even survive it? 'Cause it's kryptonite, like raining down everywhere, and he saves a kid right in front of an explosion of kryptonite rock. And
I don't think we see any kryptonite though. I mean,
yeah, but it creates new Kryptofreaks, so we know it's kryptonite.
I mean, I don't remember at this point.
Well,
but
I
also
mean,
we just wanted that cool shot.
But I mean, you know that there's new Kryptofreaks because of that meteor shower, because there's episodes about it.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know.
So
I'm fine with, like, it doesn't have to be in every meteor. Like, if one just hit something that exploded, I'm fine with them just doing the cool shot of him saving the kid.
Okay. I would just think if there was that much of it, again. But then, this is also the season where he gets it directly injected into him, and the explanation about how he survives is, if he comes back from the dead, it neutralizes the kryptonite. It's so stupid.
Yeah.
Oh, just wait until we get there. That's the Flatliners ripoff.
Oh, yeah.
We will have
I've still never seen that movie.
We will have 2 big horror ripoff episodes in this season, and like 2 episodes apart from each other.
Okay. I knew the one was Flatliners. What's the other one?
Saw.
Oh, yeah. And I'll be interested to revisit that one again, if it's what I'm thinking of, because I'm a huge Saw fan.
And I've never seen that, but even I, at the time, knew what they were ripping off, and I was like, you guys are really doing that? Right after you did Flatliners? That's crazy.
And I've never seen Flatliners.
But you know, it's okay. That episode is okay.
Yeah.
The Saw episode, not the Flatliners episode.
Oh.
But we'll talk about that when we get there.
Well, they do a couple of Saw episodes. And there's one in season 6, I think, where the guy's like kidnapping couples and forcing them to go through a test.
Robert says, I don't even remember that. Robert says, this is the good sex part of the season. Yep, that's right.
It's either 6 or 7, because one thing I noticed on this rewatch that I disagree with what I said in one of the earlier ones. They kind of start seeding the Clark and Lois stuff.
Oh, look, throwing.
Yeah.
Yes, they do. And actually, in, I don't even want to say subtle ways, but in some, kind of cute pieces of dialogue, they seeded in this season.
No, I mean, it's not subtle at all. Like I said, they have an episode where a guy kidnaps couples and forces them to go through his love quiz.
But in this season, they've got a couple of nice moments where Clark is starting to warm up to her in different ways, where like he's not like getting romantically interested in her at all, but he's starting to just have a lot more, appreciation for her in various ways. A lot more respect. There's a really nice moment, like a couple episodes from the end, where he says, sometimes somehow she knows him better than anybody, and it really plays. It really works.
Oh, is that in season 8? Okay.
What's that?
No, I really like. Dagensphere was telling me that's in season 8.
Yeah, it's been too long.
Because I couldn't.
Robert, just tell me what things I'm not counting, man. Because I'm trying to keep up with quite a few things right now.
Yeah, I don't think I've noticed anything. Oh, I guess that would be Clark and Lana in the loft.
Oh, did I miss that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm asking you guys to help us out with the count. So instead of just saying, "Oh, you're missing things," well, tell me what I missed then. That would be really helpful. Yeah, thank you.
Keep in mind, we're trying to talk about the show. We're trying to read chat and watch the show and count things.
Yeah. And Austin bailed in an episode in. And all he wanted to do was count last time so he'd have something to do. I'm getting ahead of myself with this too, but just based on the point I made earlier about the fortress, John, I wanted to mention that one thing that's always kind of irked me is the idea that you could kill Jor-El by destroying the fortress when we had Jor-El in the cave.
Yeah, that was... I mean, I guess there could be an argument to be made that he transported from the caves, so like there's only one version of him that exists.
But why can't he transport back? Oh, okay. That's my question, though. What do you think of this dynamic with Lex and Chloe at the beginning of the season? This just really antagonistic thing they have.
I like it because it seeds, like, because he was so close to finding out. And I like that he knows something, like, he thinks that Chloe knows something, which obviously we know she does. And so, like, it's frustration more than anything. I like that we're kind of still building that up. Because one of the things I really dislike about 7 is we rushed the payoff of this with a, like, almost light switch. Oh, he's evil now.
I've always felt that way. And one thing we've really learned going through these with the 24-hour streams is that up to this point, it's been actually shockingly gradual.
Yeah, it's really gradual. Even in season 6, we start to like escalate the evil stuff he's done. Like, the stuff that he does to Lana is horrifying, but it's still, like, it's not super villain territory yet. And then in 7, it's just a light switch.
And the bad stuff he does in season 5 is, he doesn't exactly have his heart in the right place, but it's not, like, full-on malicious yet, a lot of it. Like, it's very ends justifies the means, but he's hoping for, good ends for most people involved, but, like, he's already getting to a place like comic book Lex Luthor where he's ruthless and he doesn't care about anybody that works for him, and he'll throw those people under the bus and all of that. But, like, he sees himself in some way, even though he's self-aggrandizing and he wants glory and all of that, as a hero in the way that comic book Lex Luthor sees himself, where he doesn't want, like, an alien getting all the glory and he wants to save the world, but not for the right reasons. And then later on, it becomes a lot more just straight up mustache twirling. He'll just kill people because he feels like it. And I like that Lexmas, and we'll get there in a few episodes, isn't a light switch, but a real opportunity for change.
Well, and how fitting is it that we do Lexmas on December 1st?
I know. At this point. And I meant to say that at the beginning of the stream, that I'm actually kind of glad that it took us this long to get to 5. Because this is the season that's really known for a Christmas episode. And it's wonderful.
Yeah, so, see, like, there's obviously some distance because Martha and Jonathan drove here.
Okay, I never caught that before. We've got maybe a nice bit of continuity here with the level 3 thing, going all the way back to Jitters in Season 1. I'm a little bit confused as to where level 3 is here when we go there. Like, is it the same building, or are we just calling another area level 3 because that's the name of, like, a project before it's the name of a floor? Because level 3 was literally a secret floor in a building.
AMC, it's too early for that. Yeah. I think it's a project because there's another one because it's level 3 and 33.1. Yeah, 33.1. I knew it was a number. I just couldn't think of the number.
Yeah, those are different things.
No, I know, but I mean, like, it's not. Both of them are not specifically a floor. Both of them are more project names.
Okay, but in Season 1, level 3 was a floor.
That's true.
Like, that's what I'm saying. You remember the secret button on the elevator?
Oh yeah, I mean that's one of the best episodes of Season 1 because it's the great Tony Todd. Yeah, I mean, it's also possible that he might like. It's also possible that that is more of just like that is a floor, and he could have been there in Season 1. The problem with this episode is it's a guy that's been locked up, but he has no like history with Clark, so I don't know his backstory.
Yeah. No, he's really
they
generic.
Should have gotten a reoccurring. It feels like I don't know if you have this, but it feels like this should be the Scarecrow kid from the pilot, because they even have similar powers.
Yeah, and I mean he got his memory wiped, but he could still be doing all of this, I guess.
So has half the cast of Smallville.
Yeah, I mean he would still probably know who put him there.
Where did you get a grenade?
Well, she just said she got it from Lois.
Where did Lois get it? Well, I mean, I guess she's got a military dad.
I guess she can easily get military-grade equipment just because her dad's in the military. Are you kind of surprised that we don't do more with Sam Lane? Because we see him at the beginning of 4, and maybe he comes back somewhere, I don't remember, but you'd think there'd be like an episode called Sam or something.
I know he comes back, I think, at least one or two more times. I am, but that's only because it's Michael Ironside, and like, I could watch that dude in anything.
Yeah.
The place to do stuff with him would have been Season 10.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you remember this, but they basically do their own Civil War thing in that season.
I vaguely remember that.
And for some reason, they made Slade Wilson like the military sergeant that's in charge of all that stuff. But Sam Lane was right there. Just do that.
So we're playing around with the irony here that Clark doesn't have his powers, and Chloe just found out about his powers, and now she's more useful in this situation than he is. And, you know, it plays okay.
Yeah, I'm just...
Like, I like their dynamic together.
No, like, I really do like their dynamic, but I'm still just not interested in a Clark that doesn't have his powers. That's
totally fair. And I would like it more if it wasn't so contrived.
Like, this is a Spider-Man concept before it's a Superman concept.
You can't... I know I keep harping on this, but you can't set up a ticking time bomb and then suddenly decide the bomb's not ticking. And, like, that's...
And we're really going to get a ticking time bomb next episode.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Oh, I meant to mention this about this episode. First of all, his tattoos all look really fake. And that drives me crazy these days because I'm, like, into tattoos now. But anyway, we've talked before about some of these kind of episode types that show up in most seasons. And this is the... Sorry, I'm distracted because we've got the sheriff again, and I'm going to be really sad when she dies, which happens this season. But anyway... Yeah. Every season has one big hostage episode, and it's kind of surprising to get it this early. Like, so, we're already doing that formula. And it's interesting that we're calling back to level 3, because that was the hostage episode of Season 1.
So Robert says Jonathan got thrown earlier, and I think he's right because there's that scene where the Kents come in and like Clark's trying to get rid of them.
Yeah, I got one, but I missed that one.
But also, this is like a Marvel skit without the humor, where it's like an awkward situation and people just keep coming in.
That's true. I like it with the sheriff though, because she pretends like she has no idea what's going on and asks for coffee and really belabors it, and then when she walks out, she's got it all figured out. I really like the way she plays that, and how that scene's written.
No, I really like that because one thing I hate is, and they have their cake and eat it too with the Kents, where it's like this character's obviously acting weird to try to get you out of the room, but you're gonna be stupid about it and stay in the room.
And that's not what she's doing. She's doing her job as a sheriff.
Oh, and then yeah, Robert Wild also says this would count as kidnapping. Parents, friends.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it, man.
Could Smallville have done Parasite right? I mean, probably.
They have a Parasite-like character out of the Phantom Zone in season 6, and it seemed kind of weird that it wasn't Parasite. But then, that's also a weird way to do Parasite, I guess. So, I don't know. Do they not straight up do him later when we do every other villain?
If they do, I don't remember. Season 9 and 10 are the ones I don't remember.
And that's where we do Toyman and Banshee and a bunch of characters. I think.
Hey, do you remember Mission
Banshee.
Impossible?
Yeah, well, she even references Mission Impossible earlier. It's kind of funny that she and Pete both have to have that kind of line, because Pete has a line I don't know who that is either. But he's got a line a couple scenes earlier where he says, like, I'm always up for Undercover Brother, and then she says, I'm always up for Mission Impossible. I'm like, we're just plugging in for this line now? Okay.
Back to formula?
So I just had this crazy thought about Sheriff Adams. It's really cool in this episode where she has to deal directly with supernatural stuff, because we get the invisible energy barrier, and she's like, it's just another day in Smallville, and she's having to actually acknowledge that all these, impossible to avoid superpower things are happening. John, do you think it might have worked to have Sheriff Adams actually learn Clark's secret and kind of be his Jim Gordon for a while before she dies?
Yeah.
I think that could have been really cool.
Well, and that kind of goes back into, I think we've talked about it at least a little bit. Like, that's what you would do if this didn't try to pretend it was a Superman show and just be a Superboy show.
Yeah.
Also, they do end up doing Parasite. That is...
Oh, Dagon Spear just said it might be in season 8, he thinks.
Yeah, it's season 8. He's a member of Tess Mercer's, like, mercenary team.
Well, and this is to your point, this is the season where they start going their own way more with major comic book characters. And so, and kind of, as you say, like, having their cake and eating it too, where certain things we pretend like are, like, biblical and written in stone. Like, Clark and Lana have to be a forbidden love thing because they don't get together in the comics, and he and Lois have to get together because that's, written in stone comic book stuff. But, like, Martha Kent was never a senator, and we're going to have her go in this whole other new direction, which I think is cool. I have no problem with that. But what I mean is, since this is a show that is now okay with really reinventing some things and going its own way with stuff, it would not be too far, out in left field to do something like Clark, before he's Superman, has this, like, sheriff confidant that he works with for a while.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know. I don't have a problem just...
That's actually kind of a cool looking effect. The cop car that hits the invisible barrier.
Yeah, that's cool. And I also just don't have a problem with Clark having a police confidant. Like, I think you could do something cool with that in Superman. We did it for Spider-Man.
Yeah. Yeah, why not? Robert, this is the first nail gun hand injury I have on the count. That's one of those needlessly violent things that this show loves to do sometimes. Let's have Lana have to staple a man's hand. Because it's this show, and it can't decide if it wants to be Superman or every B horror thing you've ever seen.
You know, I was
Bit of
prepared
both.
to flip red on this episode, but I am kind of digging the, like, Mission Impossible Clark with Chloe as his handler.
Yeah. No, it's a fun dynamic. And what I like about his losing his powers, and again, I hate the way it's done, and it's not like my favorite thing or anything. I don't mean to take up for it, because like I get that you don't like it, and I'm sort of with you, but with the point I made earlier, I just mean like if you're gonna do it, like really do it, because it feels like it's only there for a couple of episodes to have an excuse for him and Lana to finally get together, and that's obnoxious. But what I do like about it is his having to maybe work on developing some new skills.
Yeah.
And just be faced with the fact that if you don't, like, how much do you really rely on your powers?
Well, and this isn't Smallville's fault, but there is this kind of thing with comic book stuff in general, where I feel like some writers and directors' only idea of making a superhero relatable is taking their powers away. Because it feels like we do that all the time. Like, the thing I hate, like, Logan is one of the best comic book movies of all time. It is really unfortunate that James Mangold's one idea for both of his films is, what if we take Wolverine's healing factor away?
Yeah. And the reason it doesn't bother me in Logan is because that's also in the material that they're adapting from, but I wish they hadn't just done it in the previous movie.
No, it absolutely works in Logan. It's just unfortunate retroactively that it's both of his movies.
It's also easy to me to really separate those two movies and not think about the Wolverine when I'm watching Logan, because I can't even tell you if that's in that continuity and has happened. So it's fine.
No, it doesn't affect my enjoyment of Logan whatsoever. But just kind of retroactively, and that's one thing I'm hoping that we get with Deadpool 3, is I just want Wolverine to be Wolverine for a movie. Let him go crazy.
I like this look from Clark's parents there when Lana says Clark will get us out of this. He always does. And they're like, well, this is like the one time it might not work out.
No, yeah. And how insane is it that the next episode where he is still powerless, he has to deal with a nuke?
Oh, yeah. And then he conveniently gets his powers back right before the new kids.
Oh, I think it's worse than convenient. It's straight up nonsense.
That's the same episode, right? Where, like, he dies and then...
Yeah, because the guy that has the nukes shoots him. Everyone thinks he's dead, and then he wakes up with his powers.
Yeah, and then Jor-El's like, oh, I gave you your powers back. But someone else is going to have to die. Because the universe demands it. And I'm going to be vague and ambiguous about whether I decided who it was or if I had anything to do with it or if it was just fate. Which is why... that is, like, the main reason that I say Jor-El is God. And then I do the whole questions to ask Jor-El when we get to heaven thing. That's the main... There's lots of other examples. That's the big one. Is that if you can do that, there's no science. It's not technology. You cannot make a technology argument.
And I honestly like the idea of, like, something Clark does causing his dad to pass away, because I think it still hits thematically that you can't save everyone, and sometimes choices you make will lead to somebody dying.
Yeah, it's just so horribly contrived.
Yeah.
And
why is it that everything with Superman has to have time travel at some point?
Yeah, well, and Chloe will even reference spinning the world backwards in that episode. It's like, where'd you get that idea from? That movie doesn't exist in this world.
It's funny because, like, with the Reeves movies, the first Superman movie has a really good hero stuff, but I hate the Lex in that movie. And then I hate all of the hero stuff in 2, but it has the best villain. Yeah. If you could just somehow combine the two, you'd have the perfect Superman movie.
Which is funny because it was supposed to be one big movie originally. I love the way she says barrier or whatnot. I want more screen time for Sheriff Adams. I don't want her to die when she does. I think we had missed opportunities with her. And one of the things that has me going, maybe she should have been a confidant for Clark, is you get to the end of this episode, I think it's this episode, there's a couple of points in the season where she suggests that he should get a career in law enforcement. And it feels almost like foreshadowing that they'll have some kind of like regular working relationship. You know, that's another thing we could have done too, John. Again, I don't know if I actually would want this, but if they had him not have his powers for a while, he could have gotten a job as a cop until he got his powers back.
Yeah. So one thing I will give this season credit for, even if I'm not a fan of it, it's not a status quo that's resolved the very next episode. They let it breathe at least a little bit.
But then the way they resolve it is so bad that it makes you just wish they'd never done it in the first place. Like,
I mean, either way, I wish they hadn't done it. But...
Like, when you say they let it breathe, I guess kind of, but it feels as bad as one episode.
Well, just comparing it to the other status quos that we've started a season in, they are all wrapped up by the end of the first episode, and they at least let this one go through halfway through 3.
It's just really sad that that's where the standard has to be. Senior Sticks put in a $2 super chat that I hadn't mentioned yet, and I don't know what he means by this, but he just says Lex just needed a better PR team and podcast. Why did Lex need a podcast?
Oh, I saw that and I completely spaced on it.
What is he talking about?
I am.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's another guy getting thrown. Thanks, Robert.
That's why we need That's why we need you here, Robert.
We do, man. There's just too much to talk about here. Yeah, this is where she's gonna say he should get a career in law enforcement.
I love that Kristen Keurig has one expression during this entire episode.
Well, sometimes it feels like Lana has 2 expressions in general, where it's like mildly amused and love triangle face.
Yeah, well, and then in season 6 she'll get a third one, which is I'm in over my head.
Oh. Well, I think she had that with the witches, maybe. Is that the same expression she makes with, how did I get this tattoo?
It's more of a... So, the tattoo is more of a shocked face.
Oh, okay.
Season 6 is more of a scowl, permanently.
Sure. Okay, so maybe I should save this for 100, but I'm gonna ask you this now since we were talking about it. Reckoning. Let me ask you the ultimate question about that. Do you think that Lana should have been the person we killed off there?
Yes.
Yeah. More on that later.
I forgot about this.
Yeah, this scene is really surprising and out of nowhere, and I really like it. Because if he's going to lose his powers, it is smart of him to take advantage of this. So he comes in swinging like this, trying to goat Lex into punching him so that he can prove that he bleeds and that he doesn't have powers. And to try to prove to Lex that he's been normal all along. And he kind of does that when he loses his powers in Leech in season 1 also. He takes advantage of it both times.
The answer is yes. This Superman does in fact bleed.
and he will too. he will. Oh, I forgot a sound from earlier.
You know what's kind of unique about this Clark as a TV show protagonist is he doesn't just have one outfit. Normally, TV show protagonists just have the one outfit that they wear. This guy has 7 of them.
Yeah, it's the same color scheme most of the time.
Yeah, except for right now, it's just blue. There's no red.
That's true. You know, I was I was kind of overthinking things when I watched through this last week, because there was in the, I think it's the first episode of the season, there's a place where Clark has inverted colors, where he's got a red shirt and a blue overshirt, and I thought they were doing something thematically with it, and then I kept noticing it as I watched the season. I'm like, that's just a thing they do.
No, so it's kind of funny that you mean it, because you're talking about the red shirt and the blue jacket, right?
Yeah.
He's worn that throughout most of the early show.
Yeah. I guess so.
Only sometimes he wears the blue with the red jacket, and then later on when you get into like season 7, he wears just the red jacket with the blue shirt. And they do kind of do something with that, only in the fact that that's how you tell him and Bizarro apart, because he wears the red jacket and the blue shirt, and Bizarro has the opposite.
That was a chain chomp.
Oh.
Robert says Clark has at least 20 different jackets.
Hey, do you get it? You don't have to be on your own.
Yep, we are narrating the scene with song lyrics again. This is a huge song.
Sucks.
Coldplay was so big right then. And they show up in the show a lot.
They have like one song that I've heard that I like.
Do you remember well, I don't want to get in that argument. I used to like Coldplay, okay, but they've X and Y I think is a really good album. I don't care much beyond that, and I think they sound awful live. Like his voice
fair,
does.
I've only heard a handful.
His
of songs,
voice
so
does
I'm
not
saying
work
the
in
band
concert.
sucks.
Now, I've never been to a Coldplay concert, but I've heard concert recordings, and I don't understand that voice in concert. But anyway, you remember we had a Coldplay song at the end of the season 2 premiere.
I do vaguely remember that.
Yeah, that's In My Place when we revealed the spaceship in the cornfield.
Okay. To be fair to Coldplay, I've only heard probably 5 songs by them. So I'm not saying they're a bad band. Just what I've heard, I only like the one song.
They were just so overplayed during this period that I got really sick of them, like a lot of people.
AMC says, did you guys hear that the showrunners were considering using Chloe as their Lois in season 3 going forward? So I did hear about that.
Everybody's been talking about that lately because that came up on the Talkville podcast. I feel like I had heard that before too, but I don't know.
I don't know. I think they're so close with that idea. It's just the wrong character to replace.
Well, and I'm just glad that they didn't go all the way with that, because what Goff and Miller were talking about was this notion that Chloe would have always been Lois Lane and just change her name at some point.
Yeah, that's awful prequelitis.
I think so too. Because from the beginning, it's obvious that she's supposed to be a prototypical Lois Lane, not Lois Lane.
Yeah.
Like, how awful would that have been also just, like, romance-wise? Where Clark's not really interested in her. He's obsessed with Lana. Ultimately, the thing with Lana doesn't work out, and so she's just sloppy seconds? And is Lois Lane? That would be awful.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to do that, and I don't like that idea, but if you're going to do that, you'd have to retool the show from the beginning.
Yeah, I think so too.
Where it's
just too cute, right?
Thing with him and her.
It's just too cute to start with. We've got this Lois Lane-esque character that's obsessed with being a journalist, and then she just turns out to be a Lois Lane. I mean, I don't mean to be a hypocrite, because I'm always complaining with the show about how everybody has to be the opposite at the beginning of what they'll be later, and that would be somebody being interested in the thing that they are, known for later, or whatever their career is from the beginning. And like you can do that, but then just make her Lois Lane. Just like reinvent it so that Clark Kent goes to high school with Lois Lane. And like I don't like that either, but it's at least a reimagining.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I'm fine with them going to high school together, and like she's the one that keeps him interested, like on the path of like journalism in his mind.
Yeah.
Because I'm not super attached to the Superman mythology, so like I'm fine with reinventions as long as it's handled well, or as long as it's like entertaining. Because Because even with what we have, it is awkward. Because I think it's next season. You get into this place where we have to get Chloe out of the journalism thing.
Yeah.
Because Lois is starting to get interested in it. So she loses her Daily Planet job and then just doesn't care about journalism after that.
Yeah, that feels forced. That doesn't seem to come from a character place. The Lois thing, when she starts getting into journalism, that does feel character-driven well enough. Even though I think it's a little bit too cute to start with, I have no interest in that whatsoever.
No, I think they handle that as well as anything else is on this show.
Clark not ever really having a passion for it kind of bothers me. Like, he basically falls into it and he's a college dropout. I hate that.
I mean, a lot of my opinion on that is kind of like just from osmosis. But isn't the idea that he's only interested in journalism because it'll keep his ear to the ground for like to find trouble?
Yeah, but typically, comic book Clark Kent also just has a passion for it.
Oh, okay. Because I mean, that's what they do. Is like he takes that as a way to get around Metropolis.
Yeah, but in this show, it's annoying because he dabbles in and out of it in high school also. But just because Chloe is there and wants his help with stuff, like he never really. And here's the thing: if he had real interests of any kind, I'd be more okay with it. But like, he doesn't care about anything. He doesn't have hobbies.
And I think that's why I'm fine with it, because the only thing this Clark cares about is girls.
That's it. That's all he cares about. Yeah, and occasionally you'll get a weird, like, one-off mention of something he likes and then never again. Like, apparently he really likes Close Encounters of the Third Kind, but you don't have any sense that he's a sci-fi buff. And, like...
Yeah.
You know, occasionally there'll be a mention of a band that he likes, but he's not, like, listening to records. I don't know.
And he really likes football.
Say again?
He really likes football.
And he really likes football, which is... I'm not saying that you can't do interesting things with that as a hobby, but like a lot of people like football. You know what I mean? Like it's not surprising that he's into that in high school.
Yeah.
Robert Clark's hobbies are telescopes. Well, that's a big missed opportunity this season. Is Lana gets into astronomy, and then the telescope thing never comes up until he packs it away later. But you'd think there'd be a conversation where it's like, "Hey, Clark, you like astronomy, right?" "Oh, yeah, I love astronomy." Let's go ahead and take a quick break, guys, and we'll try to start moseying through these a little bit quicker, if at all possible. We're a little bit behind right now, but I do want to take just a couple-minute break. So we'll see you in just a couple of minutes. The next episode... Oh, you know what? We need to go ahead and rate this one, I guess. I'll go with a green on this one.
I'm going to go on a green as well. There's things I dislike in this episode, but overall I like this episode.
Yeah, it's kind of typical with the hostage situation, and it's their weakest hostage episode so far, probably. But they have more fun with Clark losing his powers as a way to develop an interesting dynamic with Chloe that I like. And I haven't liked her in a while. So I think that's the novelty for me of the early episodes this season is, oh, she's kind of likable again because we got her away from love triangle phase and we got her away from being mixed up with Lionel and all of that. And I mean, some of that was good, but it's nice to move her into the confidant place, and maybe she should have always been that.
Yeah. Senior Six asks with a $2 super chat, which is better and or equals Smallville or Flash? I mean, I'll say it outright. I would take Smallville over 95% of the CW verse.
Yeah, I find it hard to compare them now because so much of this is, kind of nostalgia for me. And back in the day, this was what we had. But, just taking shows on their own terms, like Smallville was... I loved it from the beginning. I was an impressionable kid. It was never as good writing-wise as I thought it was back then. But just comparing apples to apples, like shows to themselves, Arrow and Flash both fall off real hard real quickly. And Smallville was more of like an ebb and flow sort of situation, and it also kept reinventing itself in, I honestly think, kind of better ways than those shows did.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, I just compare like how much of Smallville do I like and how much of the Flash and Arrow do I like.
Sure.
Arrow, I like the first 2 seasons, and I like the first season of the Flash, and then everything after that is god awful. And I would argue everything after that is worse than the worst episodes of Smallville.
Yeah, because you know what Smallville did not do that both Arrow and Flash did. It doesn't get all of its ideas out in the first season with no reason to make more, but then they just keep making it. Like, it does not have that problem.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a break, and we'll be right back, folks. Hey everybody, I'm back, just waiting for John, and I'm going to get the next episode title in here, so we're going to be watching Hidden. Is that the name of this episode? I don't think I ever even knew that. I don't speak episode title with the show as well later on. Is that actually what this episode's called? That's a weird name for this episode, if that's true.
Hidden?
Yeah, is that right?
Yeah.
Weird. We got a big, like, ticking time bomb nuke episode. It's called Hidden. All right.
Is it because he's hidden in the base?
Maybe so. Yeah, I don't right off even understand what that refers to.
They should have just called it nuke.
Is this going to be a hug situation? Why is it called that?
Why did you call it that?
Why did you say that episode title? Okay, we're just going to get right into it. We've been wasting some time here, so we will do a quiz probably after the next episode, because we've got two $10 super chats for that. We haven't done one yet, but I want to get rolling into this next episode. So here we go. And John, let's make sure we're watching for things to count. That's been difficult for me so far.
It has, yeah. Robert's gonna yell at us again.
He is, yeah. I feel like I keep going to the principal's office. Are we gonna just start calling John Principal Quan? Or John, not John, Robert. Are we gonna start calling Robert Principal Quan? John, do you want to be Principal Quan?
Can I be Principal Snyder instead?
No. Everybody please press play. Make sure you're watching the third episode of the season right now. Why is this kid pointing his gun at my face?
Oh.
That's not very
Okay,
nice.
So I'm no expert, like I don't know anything about it. Would they have live nukes just in the middle of Kansas?
I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, you better be careful. There's nukes in your home, in your state.
I didn't know there were nukes that close to where I live, John. I don't think every state has a nuclear base. But, like you, I'm not an expert. So, besides the nonsense with how Clark gets his powers at the end and all of that, you know what really drives me crazy about this episode? There's this...
It's not called nuke?
There's this kid that was working at the Torch for years with Chloe that we've never seen before.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the show, like...
Yeah,
this
but...
kid that you never met before.
This is the most egregious example of it, though. Because very often
it's really bad, because the gist that you get in the early seasons is it's just Clark, Pete, and Chloe at the Torch.
Yeah, nobody else works there. Like, you'll occasionally have somebody come in and write articles and have a column or something. You'll get mentions of that, and, like, that's an okay cheat to get around it, I guess. But it's like, how have we never seen this kid before? Robert, this is the 345th gun pointing scene. What's weird is they talk in Talkville about how the censors, you know, standards and practices didn't like you to point a gun at someone's face. So that's why so often you'll see Lionel or someone like awkwardly pointing a gun at somebody's chest instead of at their head. But it's okay to point it at me, the viewer. That's okay.
I mean, AMC, if you like that stuff, that's fair. I couldn't make it through season 3 of The Flash.
Yeah, when I say
season
this...
5 picked up a little bit for me, but I just didn't feel compelled to go back.
When I say this ebbs and flows more, that's maybe not fair because I didn't watch all of The Flash. But, like, anytime I would touch back in, it didn't feel like it was to the quality it was for first season.
Well, and I agree, and like some of the character stuff I've seen is just awkward in that show. Like, they cannot decide if Killer Frost is a good guy or a bad guy.
Dagan Spear says, I think he's said to be an IT guy. So? You'd see him in that office some.
Yeah. Like, after it got set on fire.
Yeah, like, what does it matter what he was doing for the torch? How do we never see him in that office? We haven't talked at all about this intro, except for in previous 24-hour streams, because I think I brought this up once or twice. But this is my favorite edit with the intro. I love what it looks like.
It's really good.
And I think they basically stick with it, right? I mean, like, obviously they change up the scenes, but, like, I think the basic approach of it is the same every time.
I want to say they do stick with it until season 8 when they overhaul it because there's new cast members.
Oh, okay. So the transitions are different at that point?
I think so.
I'll have to look at that again. Because, yeah, they stick with the same transition
I'll start season
scheme.
8 tomorrow and be like, or after I wake up and I'll be like, no way, this is the same.
Okay, so I meant to talk about this last episode. We kind of do a fake out where you think you're going to have the obligatory comedy scene where the parents walk in on Clark and Lana after they've been together, right? And then it turns out, oh no, it's a hostage situation. So, like, they subverted your expectations. You didn't think that was going to happen. And then naturally, of course, they just can't help themselves. They have to do that situation this episode.
So,
I mean, they don't get walked in on, but they walk downstairs and the parents are there, and so they have that awkward situation, and yet you have to do that. And it's, I don't want to say double beat, but, like, we've done this before with Alicia. And it's like, do we have to do it with Lana? Yeah. Except they weren't actually together with Lois, and that's why it was supposed to be, like, ironic, because they weren't even romantic.
So, the way that they're playing it with Clark and Lana is, like, they're trying to sneak out to avoid trouble. Not just, like, an awkward situation. But, like, they're adults. They've graduated high school.
Yes, but my parents, without getting too personal, would have been exactly the same way.
Oh, okay.
Like, he's living under their roof, and they have kind of traditional conservative values. Yeah, this is a you're not supposed to sleep together before you get married situation, not a you're not old enough to have sex situation.
Oh, okay.
And they're trying to be traditional with it because that's typically the background that Superman comes from, and it's Midwest, and so they're thinking, you know, conservative Bible Belt kind of area, and we never get into politics with the show. We always tiptoe around the conservative versus liberal thing, but, like, Jonathan Kent is an old school conservative guy.
No, and, okay, it is a little bit better because he does bring up the fact that he is an adult.
But, like, he says, you shouldn't be doing anything like this. He means because they're not married. And I also like that Martha has a different take on it. That they don't come they don't come at it the same way, because she's going to be a little bit looser about that kind of thing with her upbringing and coming from the city and all of that. And I like that I don't know. It's cool that this is a couple with a relationship that you buy works, but they don't agree on everything. Their values are the same where it counts, but they can vary in places like that.
No, yeah, I mean, I said that, but as I'm watching it, that works.
I think it's very consistent with Jonathan's personality and his value system and the way he's always been about stuff. Catherine Hall, we never get into politics, then we have the next plot line. But we never get into personal politics. You couldn't even tell me what ticket Martha or Lex or Jonathan or Lex are on in that race.
Yeah.
And that's TV in the early mid-2000s. which I personally found refreshing, but sometimes it was frustrating because it's like I don't really know what platforms people are running on and what the, again, system of values is.
Yeah, they keep that stuff super vague, which...
But like, even 24 was like that.
I guess I'm okay with. This is also
but Dagon Spear, and I don't want to keep arguing with you about this, but let me say this real quick. Dagon Spear is still taking up for the whole IT guy thing, but she says at the beginning of the episode, like, all that time you spent at the Torch. Like, that's the line, suggesting that he's in that office a lot.
And also, even if he's an IT guy, it's not like it's a fancy office with advanced tech. It's a high school newspaper.
What are you going to be like by episode 18?
So this is part of the wishy-washy with Lana, is it feels like the only reason she dislikes him is because she's with Clark.
Dislikes Lex?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, so she's being like really hostile to Lex right now. And like, yeah, part of it is because he broke in, but it feels like she's only acting that way because she's with Clark.
Well, I think it's... I don't know, it's supposed to be about the spaceship, and I think that works okay. It's because he is... It's the whole he's hiding things from me, I'm hiding things from her thing. What's annoying about that is they both, and we have this through the whole season with lots of characters, but like they both lie to each other about the spaceship thing. And then when they start getting together toward the end of the season, they're both like, I trust you, I would never lie to you. And I'm like, 6 weeks ago, you were both telling these massive lies to each other. But yeah, the idea is supposed to be that in the, you know, we talked over all this, we didn't really discuss any of this, but she comes to Lex, or you know, sees Lex on the road after she sees the spaceship, tries to explain it to him, and his initial response is, where is it, not I don't believe you, and then he kind of backtracks it pretty quickly, and is like, maybe you were seeing things, and she's really upset that he responded that way. And it's because he's keeping stuff under the vest, because he has a vested interest. I didn't do that on purpose.
Sure you didn't.
In getting his hands on that technology, or he's already got it, and so now he's kind of sidestepping it.
So wait, they don't have just one active missile silo in Kansas. They have 15.
Look, I just don't think you understand how strategic a place the middle of the country is.
I just like to imagine, like, I don't know, Russians or you know, Middle East, just like the Middle East people being like, well, we looked on the East and West Coast. I don't know where else to look. Apparently, they just don't have any missile silos.
We figured we would just blow up Kansas and then hope a shockwave came out for the middle. Kill everyone else. That's a flattering photo of that military man. Robert, is it weird how many Superman stories have nuke subplots? No, because what other, like, man-made thing is a big enough thing for Superman to have to tackle, given how powerful he is? And then there's the question of, is that chicken and the egg thing, right? Are there a lot of Superman stories with nukes? Or do Superman stories have nukes because of the big stories that did it in the first place, and then we keep repeating it? So, like, does this do that because there's a missile in Superman 78?
I don't think it's a problem with Superman stories because he often deals with, like, the government. But this is more awkward because they want me to believe that there's 15 active nuclear missile sites in Kansas.
I'm with you. But when he says it's weird that so many have that, like, I don't know, they fly. It's something for Superman to catch. They
fly now?
It's kind of a natural thing, like, situation to put him in. It's almost as classic as like Superman under the train on the train tracks or something. Oh, there's the wall of weird.
Yeah.
We got one.
I thought you were gonna say Superman under the Red Hood.
That's why you gotta wait till the end of the sentence, John. Have we missed any other counting things?
No.
I feel like there has to have been at least one walking away angry I missed earlier.
Oh, Lex probably walked off at least a little angry because Lana was being hostile.
I'm gonna go ahead and count that, even though I'm not totally sure, because it probably happened.
Don't tell me it didn't happen. I saw it happen.
So this is that, again, real classic comic book Lex Luthor thing, where now every time Lex interacts with an employee, he's going to unreasonably expect the impossible from them and threaten them in every situation. And he started doing that last season, but he's going to do it constantly through here.
Which is funny because there's also episodes where like he accidentally puts his like workers in danger and like risks his life to try to save them.
Oh, I missed that the Zod symbol is actually on the ship.
Well, that's because it wasn't there until just now.
Oh, did it? Yeah, but I was watching this somewhat in the background last week when I was looking through this, so like, I didn't catch that plot point.
Yeah, so like, I mean, I have that too. When I'm watching a show, 90% of the time I'm multitasking. So like, I'll be playing my PlayStation on my TV, and I'll have the show up on one of my monitors.
Yeah, I just wanted to have it somewhat fresh in my mind since it had been a while since I watched it. But yeah, I had to put it on while I was doing other things. Some.
I am excited to get to season 9 and 10 though. I'm really curious. Like I forgot they do Blue Beetle.
I'm a little nervous about getting to some of that stuff because I really disliked it when it was
10.
on.
I'm nervous about 10.
John, I think you should do this in your bedroom.
The symbols?
Yeah, I think that's how you should decorate your bedroom.
You know, I thought about it. The numbers, Mason, what do they mean?
You should obsessively draw them. I don't know why he has to draw the Zod symbol like 115 times.
Because Zod is coming.
Like when Lex is like, why do you draw these symbols? I'm like, I don't know, I'm counting one over and over again. I guess there's a few different ones over in the corner, but it's mostly just Zod.
You know, you were talking about in the first episode how it's kind of lame that his symbol is just a Z. It's even weirder because if Zod's symbol is a Z, why isn't the Jor-El crest a J?
Yeah. I guess it's just convenient, you know? It's a coincidence. It just happens to sort of look like a Z.
Nicholas Bodo, Cap and John, do you think Gunn will take influence from the Smallville when crafting his Lex Luthor while including comic Lex backstory of him killing his own parents? I mean, you get that stuff in this show too.
Well, I think what he means is including comic Lex's backstory instead of doing Lionel Luthor, because in the show we gave Lionel comic Lex's background so that he could have a father.
But Lex also ends up killing his parents too.
Well, he kills John, or he kills Lionel.
I mean,
he doesn't
Lionel.
He doesn't kill his mother.
He kills Jonathan apparently.
But he means the tenement fire background, that he's a self-made man because he killed his parents and took the insurance money. Specifically that background.
I think we will see a very comic book Lex Luthor because Gunn is a fan of the source material. But Gunn has also went on record saying he really does like Rosenbaum. So I mean, I could see some of that, but at that point, it's kind of the chicken and the egg of like, is he pulling from the comics or is he pulling from Smallville, which, in my opinion, is the most accurate Lex Luthor we've had. Yeah,
exactly. It will only be because it's going to be more up to the actor as far as like mannerisms and approach taking to that character as far as how much Rosenbaum might be in that. I mean, you could see Gunn saying, giving him suggestions somewhat based on that performance. But as far as what he specifically puts into that script, I don't know how much Smallville he'll be looking at. But if he pulls anything specific like, he's got a father named Lionel, then okay, he's looking at the show.
I just hope he has Nicholas Hoult look at the camera and go, I am the villain of the story. Then we'll know for sure.
That's the
friend is kidnapped.
That's the after credit scene. Oh, Chloe got kidnapped. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate it.
So this is something. This episode is gonna annoy me more because I've been watching Matt Smith's Doctor Who run. I am so tired of TV shows killing their protagonists when we all know they're not dead because the show's not over.
Yeah.
Smith's run in Doctor Who does that constantly.
And it just feels like it's screwing around with you.
Yeah. Like, so I'm halfway through season 6, which is Smith's second run.
It's just plot
I'm pretty
twisting.
sure I'm on the 3rd Death of the Doctor episode, and I'm just like, I know he's not dead. Come on.
It's his show. So there's a slight motif this season with either second generation meteor freaks or kids that grew up around meteor culture that I kind of wish we did a little bit more with. Because this idea that his dad was kind of like xenophobic about Kryptofreaks and tried to keep his kid, away from meteor rocks and all of that, it's a good idea. I still don't buy that he's as extreme and crazy as he ultimately is, but I have that problem with most of the Kryptofreaks or teenage bad guys in the show.
Well, so my biggest issue with his motivation is this is also a double beat. He has the same motivation as the sand guy that kills Alicia.
Oh, that's where the sand was. Okay. That's why sand.
Because that guy also believes that meteor freaks are like what's wrong with the town.
The scourge of the earth.
Yeah. Except he was slightly more interesting because he has that belief while also being a meteor freak.
Yeah, and you had that with Van McNulty.
Yeah, except he wasn't a meteor freak.
Yeah, he wasn't, but neither is this guy. But I'm just saying it's still that
It's
motivation,
a triple beat.
right? But yeah, where he's trying to take out meteor freaks, because
They should just have one of those every season.
yeah, that becomes an episode formula.
Well, and the Van one is interesting because that I don't think we counted it, but that's kind of a DC reference, right? Because what's his name? Idris Elba in the Suicide Squad.
No, I think we talked about that. Deadshot?
Oh, did we? Okay. Yeah. No, it's not Deadshot.
Or Bloodsport. There you go. Maybe we didn't talk about that. I'm not sure.
I don't know. But now I want to watch the Suicide Squad. It'd be so good.
Folks in the comments are talking about how it's kind of odd that religion never comes up with the Kents, and yeah, I agree with that. You don't have to lay it on thick, you don't even have to talk about what denomination they are or whatever, but it's a little odd not to ever have Martha Kent like I'm going to church or whatever. I don't think there's ever a mention of church in the show.
Well, that's why Zack Snyder decided to do the exact opposite and fill as much Jesus imagery into his movies as he could.
Well, that's good. There was a quota he needed to make up for that was missing.
Yeah, we were missing 10 years of it.
I'm glad he did that.
And
Robert.
I say that as someone
Well, when I
that
say
likes
there's no
movies,
church, I
but
just
that
mean
stuff is
like
silly.
with the Kents, like I think there are maybe some like religious extremists in the show. Robert says he finds the religious background with the Luthers interesting. Is that a thing? Do we talk about religion with them?
I mean,
Yeah, Lex and
it's
Lionel
that thing
bring
where they
up
quote
God
things.
some, don't they? But we don't go any into specifics. And I guess he goes to biblical allegory a lot. I'm sorry, John. I didn't mean to talk over you. What was that?
As the Bible is amongst many things that they have Lex quote to make him look smart.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I really dig that take just because it makes him feel more well-read.
Yeah, and then there's this weird line that somebody has later in the season that Lex doesn't seem very academic to her, and I'm like, what are you talking about?
Whoa, he has super speed.
He's the most scholarly character in the show. Yeah, if this show hasn't already jumped the shark enough for you, this could be that place, right?
Well, this is the death of Superman.
Where, okay, now Jor-El can just resurrect Clark from the dead anytime he needs to. I mean, he used to have that with a spaceship, but now...
Well, see, this is why Season 8 into Season 9 is okay, because we got the literal death of Superman here, and then we get the metaphorical one later.
Well, and what's funny is, you have Clark and Lana both technically die this season. And the kid that saw future deaths did not see either of those deaths. I guess they don't count because he came back to life. But especially with Clark, it should have counted because that was a supernatural resurrection. With Lana's, it was flatliners. It was a technicality. I could sort of see the kid not seeing hers. But with Clark, it's nonsense. I still say.
This might just be because I'm not emotionally invested in the relationship.
Yeah.
But Lana's reaction to this is very awkward.
You think it's too melodramatic?
I think she's almost too reserved. She just...
Oh.
She's not really crying. She's just kind of leaning against the wall.
The problem is that the actors have been doing this dance for so long that they're having a difficult time, I think, maybe making this relationship real believable. Because, they know it's not going to last, and they don't fully know why these characters are still even enamored with each other. There are scenes, don't get me wrong, where they play it pretty well. But I don't know. Something has always felt off about it.
Well, and so as a kid, I was always like, oh, I really like Season 7 because we finally get to see them together and it works. When I rewatch that, it doesn't work.
Does it not?
It doesn't. Because now they do the cutesy flip where Clark now is the one that doesn't know if he can trust Lana because she's keeping all these secrets from him.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, are you serious?
And if memory serves, don't they play it like she's been too influenced by Lex because she was married to him?
Yeah. Well, and because they do that episode where she gets his powers and immediately becomes a homicidal maniac obsessed with killing Lex.
Dagan Spear says, I don't interpret it as bringing him back directly, more so he has a near-death experience and Jor-El gets him healed and then gives him his powers back. Except the whole season, it's always discussed as he died. So, the show is telling us that it was an actual death and not a technicality.
Yeah. Also, I hate
But
this
regardless...
kind of fake outs. I know that you didn't shoot Chloe.
Yeah. They love that gimmick in the show.
How funny would it be if Clark just didn't wake up in time? I guess the show's over, folks.
Did you notice how it just turned into the teaser trailer for Dark Knight Rises? Did you see that?
No.
With the blue smoke?
Oh, yeah. I don't even remember that trailer that well. It's been so long.
But yeah, I love bringing it up because I think it's funny. I might be nitpicking with the kid that sees the future and all of that, but whether he's actually dead or not, the fact that Jor-El can do this from afar with no explanation, is he all seeing? He always knows what's going on with Clark. I don't.
To be fair,
totally get why he even possesses Lionel here, but okay. Because he just...
I'm going to play devil's advocate.
Okay, go ahead.
At the very least, he does have to be brought back to the fortress.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
I'm going to play devil's advocate at least a little bit here. Obviously, I don't think this works, but at the very least, he does have to be in the fortress.
So you're saying it, gives him different abilities or magnifies it or something?
No, I mean, I'm just saying that whatever Jor-El did, there are limits to it. Like, he has to be in a proximity.
Okay. I guess. So, I'm sorry, why is he taking over Lionel's body here?
Because he was activated by the crystal and he needed someone to bring Clark to the fortress.
Oh. You know why I think they did it? I think because he's got too much dialogue in the scene, and they didn't think that it would play dramatically enough if we didn't have a person's face saying this dialogue.
He's even doing the Bane thing where, like, he holds on to his vest.
It's true. So I laughed out loud when this aired, and they made the choice, whether it was the director or Glover, to do the British accent. Because I just wasn't expecting it, and it hit me sideways, and I was like, oh my god, John Glover is attempting a British accent right now to sound like Terrence Stamp, and he does a pretty good job. It's not bad. What's weird about it is when you get to the end of the season and Lex is possessed by Zod, Lex is not doing that. Which is kind of ironic, because Zod possesses Lex, and Zod is not played by Terrence Stamp in this show. But Terrence Stamp is Jor-El, and so Jor-El sounds like movie Zod? So then I'm like, okay, so either Rosenbaum just doesn't want to commit to that accent, or on Krypton, different people have different accents. They're not all British.
Well, and I don't think they even have a take on Zod.
No, they don't. Catherine, that is absolutely Lionel's voice. But it's modulated to have, like, an echo effect. It's not even pitched up or down, I don't think. I think it's just got reverb on it. Robert, is this our first time counting Lionel getting possessed? I think that is the first time he gets possessed. And if we had a bigger list, I would love to count that. Let's call this a blatant Superman reference.
Yeah, and that's bullet time.
Oh, thank you. Bullet time.
You know,
but that would be a character who is not himself. A possession would count as that.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm sorry.
This is a cool scene.
It is. And for TV, it looks okay. And this is the first time we've got Clark in space.
And I don't know if I've ever talked about it, but I much prefer a Clark, like a Superman that can just breathe in space. It's so weird to me in the animated universe that he has to wear a spacesuit.
He doesn't. It's just for long distances. So you'll have that Superman outside of Earth like this sometimes, I think, without the spacesuit. But he'll put that on when he's gonna go like interstellar travel.
Oh, okay.
And that makes sense. Typically in comics, or at least modern comics, Superman has like a certain amount of time he can hold his breath.
Well, that's what I would think of it, because he has the super breath.
It's big lung capacity, so he can hold his breath for like an hour or 5 hours or whatever it is. But he wouldn't be able to go all the way to, like, you know, another solar system or something.
Well, he wouldn't be breathing in space, Robert. He has a huge lung capacity. He could just hold his breath.
Well, yeah, but you said breathing in space.
What? Yeah. Whatever.
I'm just saying, you started this by saying, I like it when Superman can breathe in space, and I'm like, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. I mean, what is he breathing?
No, I mean, I guess just more like he can function, like, in the atmosphere and in space.
Dagon Spear, they probably hadn't decided Zod would be a Cockney British man, which he is in season 9. That's true. He is. I forgot that he has a British accent when he comes back and they completely reinvent that character. But I would just kind of assume he would have a British accent because Jor-El does.
Yeah, and I mean, season 9 is such a reinvention of that character.
Yeah, and Jor-El. I mean, they're just completely different people. And they're already trying to veer toward that a little bit this season, where they start walking back the is Zod or is Jor-El a conqueror or not thing. In the reverse psychology thing that Brainiac does, where Clark's like, oh, you said, you know, Jor-El was this horrible despot, but you were actually talking about Zod all along, and you flipped them. And so that means that Jor-El is, you know, perfect and good. even though he kidnapped that girl and put her in a cave wall that one time, etc., etc.
Well, it also feels like the showrunners' only idea of Kryptonians were they were all insane people. Because, like, every Kryptonian we meet is either crazy or has a god complex.
Well, and we go pretty extreme with how Krypton is destroyed and how it's tied to Jor-El and Zod in this season. I had forgotten about that, where we come right out and say that, and I think this is supposed to actually be what really happens and not like an unreliable narrator thing, where Zod actually destroys the planet.
Yeah. Well, because that's the whole thing with 9 is why Clark doesn't trust Zod, is he knows what happens. How are you going to explain this one, Clark?
There's a lot of that this season. And he just, I mean, we've always made fun of him just brushing stuff off, but there's a place later where he's across town and shows up within seconds. And Lex or Lana or someone is like, how did you get here so fast? And he just doesn't even say anything. And they just move on.
He came back from the dead and looks like he's been in an oven, but it's fine.
Yep. No reason to dwell on this. Gee, I wonder what's going to happen. Oh, now that he has his powers back, their relationship is going to get rocky. And then it's going to be truly baffling when they break up, and then suddenly they're together, and then they break up again. Do you remember that?
No, I just remember their breakup.
My head exploded. Okay, but riddle me this. Where does the breakup happen?
The breakup happens at the end of the time travel episode.
Okay, you think that too, right? Because the show decides that's not what happened. Where a couple episodes later, they're just together again, even though she says at the end of 100, I think we need space. And yes, you could say it's not a real breakup, except she was just being nice and letting him down easy, because when she goes to see Lex at the end of that episode, she says, Clark and I just had our last fight. It is a breakup for her. And then a couple episodes later, she's like, hey, Clark, we can have my apartment all to myself, which is a repeated scene from earlier in the season. Let's go have sex. And then he's like, oh no, I'm afraid I'm going to hurt you with my superpowers. Then she's like, okay, I can't deal with this anymore. And then she breaks up with him. Again! But I'm getting way ahead of myself.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it plays. Dagonsphere, I will give you Rhea and Lara, but I don't like their Kara, which is unfortunate.
Ooh, we might fight about that. But I also might decide that I'm wrong and I don't like her either, because it's been a while since I've seen that, but I always liked her.
And I did too, but then I rewatched it, and they're trying to do the Buffy, like she's a cool, like, quippy character, but she just comes off as so, like, whiny.
So Lana is obnoxious for just being in denial and avoiding big, weird elephants in the room like this. Like, Lex's heart is not in the right place here. He clearly is suggesting that she shouldn't date Clark, not because he wants what's best for her, but because he is into her and he is, having issues with Clark. But he says, but he's right, of course, when he says normal people don't come back from the dead, like you just said. And then she just gives him this look like, hey, you don't get to bring that up. It's not a big deal. I love this guy. I'm just glad that he's alive. No, you have to figure that out.
Okay. Now I remember, because I had this, Catherine's Paul's reading on it sounds kind of familiar. She didn't end up breaking up with him officially because of his dad dying, but then she hits her limit a few episodes later.
Wait, what now?
I'll have to see how. Catherine Hall says, I can believe that the first breakup happened in the 100th episode. Right after that, his dad died, so she stayed with him and broke him up again a few.
That's not how it played to me, though. It was like she's there for him, but and like spending time with him. But it didn't feel like they actually got back together. It feels like there's a scene or an episode missing, where like maybe they were planning better connective tissue with it, because there's nothing suggesting that they still actually have that kind of relationship until all of a sudden she's trying to get him to sleep with her again.
Robert Wilde, they were on a break.
Dagon Spear, I'm saying it's obnoxious because it's just a bad idea not to question these kinds of like impossible things, especially when you've been so upset for seasons and seasons that he won't tell you what his secret is. And you're like, oh, he's back from the dead. I'm not even going to ask him about that. Gee, I wonder what's going to happen.
I got the reference, Robert.
Leo, I still can't believe we're 5 seasons into the show and they're still doing the will they won't they with Lon and Clark, to the point where the show starts commenting on it really hard. Where like they'll put it in that terms, in those terms, and it starts to feel like the characters are frustrated that the writers keep putting them in scenes and making them do the same things over and over again. It gets unintentionally hilarious, particularly when Lana walks up the stairs in the loft at one point and says, I feel like I've done this so many times.
It even gets more annoying because I'm pretty sure at this point we have everyone telling him to tell Lana, and he's just like, no.
Yeah, and again, it doesn't feel like it comes from a character place. And, like, I get all the excuses the show makes. I'm not buying it, is the thing. Like, I'm sure folks in the comments will say, but he's afraid that he's going to hurt her with a secret, and just all the excuses he always makes. But like once the writers decide to get him to the obligatory place where he's able to do that, then they'll make an excuse where he's able to do that. It doesn't feel naturally arrived to.
Well, and it's funny because they end up finally just saying, screw it, we'll have her find out. The same way Chloe does is he is tricked into using his powers in front of them.
And the thing is, what gets really frustrating about it this season is she ends up in just as much or more danger not knowing or because she doesn't know, where it becomes completely arbitrary and not at all a moral decision or even a calculated decision. The thing that they never have, like, I'm not upset with Clark, I'm upset with the writers, you know what I mean? Like, I get to a place where I can't even take the decisions he's making seriously. I'm not thinking about it like, how this character keeps backtracking, or like he's not learning anything, character regression. No, I see it as the writers throwing him under the bus to keep a status quo going, until they arbitrarily decide not to. What are you gonna say?
So, his final words there are retroactively really funny. Why didn't I listen to Jor-El? Keep that in mind in 20 episodes, Clark.
Yeah, and why didn't Jor-El tell you more things?
I feel like Loki in that clip of Thor. Tell me! That was an episode.
It was. Yeah, like, the missile thing was kind of cool, but the antagonist in that episode is just, like, real thrown together, and I'm not finding especially believable, and...
This episode lives and dies on whether or not you're into the novelty of seeing Clark die for the first time in this show, and like how characters react to that. And I am so over that novelty in shows.
Yeah, and also we've gotten so close in other episodes that it feels like a repeat.
Yeah.
You know, like when he got shot by Kryptonite. Is that the same episode where like Chloe reads him the letter when he's unconscious or whatever? Like, I feel like it's kind of retread with that. So yeah, they take it farther. But, you know, if there was very much novelty with that, we kind of wasted it already, I think.
And it's not the show's fault, but I'm just also over the death of Superman. Like, he can never die again. I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to look at it. There's no more death of Superman.
Yeah, well, it just doesn't mean anything anymore. Like, it's one of those things that we keep doing because it's popular, and we've A, kind of forgotten what the point of that was, and B, even if we get it right, yeah, kind of over it. And that's coming from somebody that, you know, grew up with that, and that was my big in for Superman. But I still have enough nostalgia for Death of Superman, and I still love that original stuff enough that I'll probably still get the bloody ass tattoo at some point. I still really want that.
That's what Superman Legacy will be. It'll just start with the death of Superman.
Just to get it out of the way. Well, BVS did. BVS did it.
And, you know, and I love BVS, but that movie falls apart for me once you get to Doomsday.
How are you flipping your sign on this episode? Is it red?
This is a red.
I think it's red. Yeah. We're in agreement so far.
Yeah. Only, what, 17... 18 episodes to go? I don't know. What's math? Robert Watt says, get that tattoo on your chest, Cap.
No, I'm not doing that. Okay, let's take a quick quiz.
Nick, I don't think Death of Superman is impossible to adapt. Snyder's mistake was making it his second movie in his shared universe and shoving it at the end of an already stuffed movie. And everything else that does it doesn't like, you have to have a Superman that you're connected to. You can't just throw out Death of Superman. You have to build to it. What's up, Austin?
Yeah, and like you have to obviously, you know, really like that guy and buy him as Superman. And I mean, you and I have different opinions on that, but on that movie. But like throughout that film, I feel so distanced from that Superman, and I can't tell what his values are. And also, he hasn't been around long enough. So, like, the point of Death of Superman is actually the world without a Superman thing, where it's all about the ways that he's inspired the world already. You do it that early in his career, and, like, who cares? And then, retroactively, they pretend like he's been around longer than he has and has inspired people more than he possibly could have, even if he had exactly the comic book value system, which I don't really see on display.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, Nick, all of those new 52 animated movies suck. And unfortunately, that new universe they're doing is going right down that path.
I have heard that.
I haven't liked the last few.
And I haven't watched the last few, so... Okay.
Here's hoping the Infinite Crisis 3-parter is good.
Let's take a quick quiz. Actually, did we do this one already? Did we do the like full-on season 4 quiz last time?
I think so.
Maybe we did that. Okay. Let's not do that again. I was going to do a season 4 one, but I think we already did that. Oh, you know what? We could take one on the last episode of that season. Because we haven't gotten anything in 5 yet that I'm seeing a quiz on. So we'll just take this real fast, John.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're looking at a quiz about commencement. Who does Isabel kill in this episode? Oh, Isabel is it the witch? Genevieve, which by the way, Lex just really easily sweeps that under the rug in the first episode of this season, where there's just a note that says, "I took care of this for you. You don't have to worry about anybody coming after you for murder." Which of these is not at graduation? Lex, Clark, Chloe, or Lois? Probably sorry, did I say Lex? Lana, Clark, Chloe, or Lois? I don't think Lois is there.
No, because she's not in. She's only in school with them for like a couple episodes.
Oh, but remember, like, Lana is missing, so it must be that. Maybe Lois is there and I'm forgetting. Because remember, there's the thing with the guy reading the names. She's like, Lana Lang, and like she's not there.
Oh yeah, Bueller.
In seasons 1 through 4, how many meteor showers have actually hit Smallville? With 2,
4.
right? Every season we have a meteor shower. True or false? Both Jason and Genevieve are already dead before the meteor shower hits.
That is false.
It is. I think. Which person or persons have the stones at the end of the episode? Clark.
Is this the
What?
finale or the episode before?
This is the episode before. This is commencement.
So it would be Clark, Lana, and Lionel. Those things move around so much. I don't know how anybody's supposed to keep track.
Didn't they all come together though?
I don't think he does that until the finale.
But commencement is the finale.
Oh, you said it was the episode before the finale.
No, I'm saying it's the episode before the first episode of this season. I thought that's what you were asking.
No. So then it would
No,
be
it should just be Clark, yeah.
Clark!
Sorry. Clark! Why did Chloe tell Lex she was in the mansion?
To get to the other side.
Steal a stone, help Clark talk to Lionel, or find Lana.
To help Clark.
Yeah. What did Lana find in the crater? A ship!
Bodies.
Where did Lex take Chloe at the end of the episode? The caves.
Like he just takes her to high school.
She has to go back to high school like she did like the previous episode. Remember like the kid with the warehouse that froze everybody?
Yeah.
Who did Jason...
I was frozen today.
Who did Jason take hostage in this episode? Jonathan and Martha, right?
Why did you say that name?
Why did you say Jonathan? Where is Chloe at the end of the episode?
She's with Clark.
Yeah, with Clark. That's the place that she is. Okay, let's see if we missed anything to find Lana. Who cares? We don't know for sure. Oh, I guess that's true. I guess if you're just watching that episode, we don't know for sure. That's a trick question.
Screw you, quiz.
Okay, let's go ahead and watch the 4th episode. There was some point I was trying to make earlier, but a few minutes ago that I never finished that hopefully I'll get back to. Anyway, episode 4 is Aqua.
Aqua.
So let me get that written in real quick. Okay, John, I feel like we probably have already missed a lot of things we should have counted.
You know what? At this point, I firmly blame Robert because he's supposed to keep us on track.
Come on, Robert. You gotta do the counting thing. We'll just retroactively read his book at the end of this and then get them all in there. All right, guys, here we go. We've still got a nice crowd here. Thanks for hanging out with us into the late night as we get into the 4th episode of Season 5 and see the original Dude Bro Aquaman. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now.
You know why this Aquaman isn't as good as Jason Momoa's?
Because he doesn't go, woo!
No, because he doesn't go, my man!
My man! Okay, but I was in the ballpark. I knew it was about yelling.
So this episode does start up something that is kind of annoying, where Lois unintentionally just happens to fall for only superheroes.
Yeah, you don't like that.
I don't mind it once, but by the time she gets to falling for Clark, it's the third time.
Yeah, so it's that repeat thing of nothing can be original with the mythology. It has,
And
it
that
has
is
to be...
where they will do the precolitis that you were complaining about with the journalism, where she doesn't know if she could share somebody with the world.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the flip of that is she has already developed a type at this point, and after a lot of failed relationships. So, like, I like that they're using her interest in, like, men with integrity as a way to show that she's grown as a person.
I would buy that except for it's this version of Aquaman and the facade that Oliver Queen is putting on.
That's a good point. But I haven't seen that stuff in so long.
And don't get me wrong, I love their Oliver Queen. I think it's still the best Green Arrow we've had. Not that there's a high bar, but still.
Dagon Spear says, not true, she is into Lex's brother's clone. I mean, I don't remember any of that anymore.
Oh, that's right. Because Lex's brother's clone is not Jimmy Olsen from BVS.
So speaking of contrived situations, she ended up getting hurt and almost drowning here. Why? Like, she just dives off the board and then is in this weird position in the water and is drowning. Like, did she hit her head? I have no idea what happened.
It showed her she hit her head on something.
Well, that sucks. What's weird about it, though, so I mean, like, it makes sense if this happens, and it's really sad. Like, I don't mean to downplay that, but, like, if she's never been here before, and she just didn't know where everything was right when she dived, like, that's entirely possible. But it's weird that Aquaman makes fun of her through the whole episode for not knowing how to swim. It's like, no, it's not that she can't swim, it's that she hit her head. It's a weird thing to make fun of a person about, even if you're just making fun of them. When, you know, she would have died if you weren't there.
Robert jokes about Jason Voorhees pulling her under. This does kind of look like the lake from the end of the first Friday the 13th movie.
They did that on purpose with that Crater Lake sign.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if you saw it at the beginning, but I was immediately, oh, they were trying to make it look like that lake, like that sign.
I didn't notice that.
I could be wrong because I've never actually sat through that movie. Like, I've just seen clips, but I'm pretty sure it looks similar to that sign.
I'd have to look at it again. I love Friday the 13th.
There's something just inherently silly about Aquaman in Kansas to me. Like, I had to try really hard to contrive some situation for him to be here.
It's also kind of funny that it's... so we've met two superheroes at this point, and they boil their superpowers down to they're faster than Clark at this one particular thing.
We got to talk about that because it's, in this particular case, it's even stupider than it ever has been. So I got to count some things here, because that's going to be a friend. Well, I can't say kidnapped or almost killed though. Because weren't we just doing in danger? That's not what I have written,
you
though.
wrote it down, friends.
Yeah, I wrote it down as kidnapped or almost killed, so I'm not going to count that. But we will go ahead and do the blatant Superman references. And that's at 75 now, which is the issue number where Superman dies.
Huh? I'm assuming that's like they've rebooted the book a couple times.
Yeah, that's... So, yeah, Superman 75, that's Volume 2. That's from the John Byrne we start after Crisis.
Oh, okay.
And now we've got our first look at Milton Fine. And wouldn't it be cool if this was his actual introduction? But no, we already know that he is an alien computer thing.
You're right. He is playing this a lot like a more serious Spike.
Yeah. And like a lot of people, I was really distracted by the American accent because I had never seen him with an American accent. And I think a lot of people just assumed the actor was British because he did such a good British accent, but he's not.
And then he went on to play Piccolo in that god-awful Dragon Ball movie.
Oh God, really?
Yeah.
So the he can swim faster than me thing is just preposterous because of how fast Clark moves, whether he's underwater or not.
Is it though?
What's that now?
Is it though?
Is what?
Like, this is a legitimate question. Is Aquaman super fast underwater normally?
I mean, I think relative to, other swimmers, but I don't think it's like flash fast. I don't think it's super speed.
Okay.
But even if it is, think about how fast Clark can move. Like he can get from the end of one room to another, or sometimes because they play real fast and loose with it, right? Even like from one end of a town to another in the blink of an eye, and you never see him move. Like, can Aquaman do that underwater? Because I don't think the water is getting in Clark's way.
Yeah, I mean that's what I was curious about. Because I mean, like in a universe that has the Flash, and they keep it with him being faster than Clark. I don't think it's outside of the realm of possibility that Aquaman is faster underwater, but I also don't know if Aquaman in like the comics is supposed to be super fast.
I think it's absolutely preposterous. AMC, do you all count Mercy Reef as canon or no? No, I mean it was never intended to be. It's not. It wasn't a spinoff.
I don't know what that is.
That's the pilot that didn't go to series with what's his face who played Green Arrow. You know about that, right?
Oh, I know of it. I just didn't know I didn't know that was what it's called.
So
and I've never seen it.
It's not when they released it, because it wasn't a thing that just leaked. Like they actually released it and let people watch it. They just called it Aquaman, but the working title when it was going to go to series was Mercy Reef. And honestly, I think that's probably what they would have called it.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't count that as canon. It's a pilot that didn't go to series.
Well, and I could see the question, whether or not it should be canon if it was intended as a spin-off because they released it, but it wasn't in this continuity. Now, I think they talked about it like...
He's wearing orange and green.
I think they talked about it like it could have become that if it took off and was successful because they hadn't introduced this Aquaman yet. Am I right about that? That came before this, right?
I would assume it'd have to be.
And then they introduced Justin Hartley very soon after that. To put this into perspective time-wise, folks, this is 06. Is this 06 into 07? No, it's 05 into 6. And DC is trying to make it like a giant Superman year because Superman Returns comes out right after this. So you have the Smallville season that finally introduces Zod the same year that you get Superman Returns.
So why didn't that show ever get picked up? I'm not sure I know about that.
I don't know. I really don't know the story there. They had the pilot and the CW just didn't pick it up.
Well, and something else I forgot to mention that we haven't brought up. This is the last season to be on the WB before it becomes the CW.
Oh, wow. I did not think about that. So the reason I kind of compared this a little bit to Bane earlier is because, especially if you somehow forget that we already saw this guy come out of that ship. He's got what seems like a potentially interesting worldview in, trying to take down Lex, who he thinks is a fascist, and working with Clark to do it and all of that. And, then it just turns out that all of that is a ruse. And I mean, I guess it was always going to be to some degree, but it might have been interesting if he believed anything he was saying.
Yeah.
If you had some way to give him a perspective with all of this. Because he's saying a lot of truthful things about Lex and who he's likely to turn into.
I think it was kind of smart for them to keep this Arthur Curtis backstory so vague. So if you want to bring him back, you can do the Atlantean stuff, and it's not really a retcon.
No, I agree with that. It's just very odd to make Aquaman the second big DC superhero that you introduce in this show, because it takes place in Kansas.
Well, I'm sure every person that lives in Kansas just loves to go to the lake.
Taken Spur, I just mean that by the end of, I don't want to get into Rises right now, but he says, where does Bane say he doesn't think what he says? I don't know, all of the platitudes he's throwing out about the takeover with Gotham and all that seems like just kind of a front ultimately. It's not really about a worldview so much as just working for Talia and doing what she's after. Maybe he buys some of it, I don't know.
Tom sends in a $2 super chat. Are you ready for All American Girl, Cap?
I don't know what that means.
I don't either.
But yeah, all that revolution stuff in Rises, I don't know, does it's not really even with Talia so much about what her father was trying to do in Begins as it is just getting revenge on Bruce. So it's not as interesting as it looks in the first place, is all I'm saying.
Yeah. But Cap, are you ready? For something that you don't know what it is.
I don't know. Nicholas Bodo says Bane has no ideology. That's how it always watched to me.
This is the 135th instance of a character screaming while hearing a weird noise.
And that's why I compared Brainiac to that, because Brainiac doesn't really have an ideology either. He's just a programmed computer trying to bring Zod back so that he can create Krypton, because he's programmed to want that. I gotta play sound.
I think my favorite stuff from season 7 is...
Can you read my mind?
Sorry, what was that?
No, I can't read your mind. I think my favorite stuff from season 7 is when they end up bringing him back for a little bit.
I totally forgot they did that.
Yeah, he teams up with Brainiac. With Bizarro.
Wow. I want to say it's all coming back to me, but it's not.
It's sort of coming back to me.
I'm remembering now that happened, but I don't remember at all what it looked like. You think that's why they thought to cast Laura Vandervoort as a female Brainiac and Supergirl?
I think it was just fan service to remember Smallville.
Well, no, I know, but they might have specifically been thinking about Brainiac if they had Brainiac on that season, because that's her season.
Maybe. They also bring Lois Lane back as Kara's mom.
That's right. Robert says, not a single Lex playing pool scene so far this season. We'll get them later. There are some this season.
Which then becomes awkward, right? Because then you do the mandatory Smallville is in this multiverse. So apparently, in the DC multiverse, Lois Lane looks like another universe's Kara's mom, whatever her name is. But I also like to pretend that didn't happen because, yeah. You know, I will say their Aquaman is cast well.
I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah?
I don't like him. I don't think the man can act.
Oh, I mean, I don't mean act
like you might
from a looks perspective.
You think
like,
physically?
He looks like I would imagine.
Okay.
Physically, he looks like how I'd imagine.
I think he looks like a typical CW
Aquaman.
pretty boy, and they hired a guy that can swim, and like he's got the right build, I guess. I don't know,
but like at least from what I've seen of it, traditional Aquaman, not like the Peter David like long hair, beard, hooking.
He's got nothing going on behind his eyes. See, AMC, yeah, that's why I wasn't confident. I couldn't remember which came first. He claims that this actually came before that Aquaman pilot. I could not remember.
Sounds right.
If you can believe it, they were going to recast Alan Richardson in the spinoff and all future Smallville Aquaman appearances. He always splits his comments up, so I'll read the rest of it when he gets the rest of it out. I don't know why he does that. Do they only give you so many characters, I guess?
Yeah, they do.
Oh, okay.
There's a 200 character limit. Oh, he's Hawk on Titans?
Oh, okay.
I didn't even recognize him in that.
I still haven't seen past the pilot because I hated that pilot.
I remember liking season 1, but I have to rewatch it.
Oh my God, John. How can you watch that show?
I don't know. I just have a high tolerance for that stuff. Like,
well, compared to Austin, I apparently do too.
I mean, Austin has no tolerance.
Austin is intolerant. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, and you know, that's not necessarily a bad thing.
You hear that? You hear that, Austin? He says you're intolerant.
There's probably an argument to be made that he's smarter than us for not watching bad TV, but like, I don't know. You can take the good with the bad.
Well, and you know, there's sometimes something to be said for the fun of dumb entertainment you know is dumb.
I mean, I am a big fan of dumb entertainment.
So, I'm going to say something really stupid. For the cinematography in this show, you know how I'm always complaining that we have the giant headshots? We push the camera in too close to people's faces. This guy playing Aquaman, they cast a guy with too long of a head, like too tall of a head. Like, they're not backing off the camera, so they can't even get his whole head in the shot!
AMC Comics.
It's amazing.
Pilot fell through. They figured the original was good enough for just future Smallville appearances, and then Hartley got Green Arrow.
It's an interesting
and then
pilot.
Hartley would go on to be Superman in that awful Injustice movie.
Oh my God. I don't want to talk about that anymore. That was painful.
It was. As somebody who's a big fan of that first Injustice game and the storyline that they set up there.
Yeah.
That was
Robert says stop making fun of the man's head. I'm making fun of the cinematography. If a person's head doesn't fit in the shot, move the camera. It's ridiculous.
Why are you gonna put the camera there?
It's also kind of weird.
Suddenly we're in Power Rangers Turbo.
Well, I'll talk about Power Rangers later on the season. It's also kind of it's also kind of weird that this is just a guest star character, but we still feel the need to do the stupid CW thing that we do with a lot of like main characters in shows like this, where we gotta futz around with his name for no reason. He can't just go by Arthur. He has to be AC.
Robert Wildcat, person walking away angry, count it.
Oh, thank you. Although I guess
didn't even ask. He was just like, count it.
Yeah, no, he's just demanding it now. We made that his job, so now he's turning into our boss when it comes to the count. Who was it? Was it Lois?
Oh no, I think it's Clark because like Oh. Wait. Because Clark did the rude super speed exit.
Oh, I'll count that too. Yeah, I didn't notice a walking away angry, but there's also a lot of rude super speed exit this season, and I'm hoping we catch some of them because I've only got 14 right now. There's got to be more than that.
I think it is Lois because this is also another episode where Clark is like, "Hey, something seems off about that guy," and one of the women characters who is crushing on the guy that Clark is suspicious is like, "No, you're just trying to be overprotective and like get in the way." For like the millionth time.
So that's a power this Aquaman has.
That's kind of creative with his powers for their budget.
He can shoot like a water shockwave ball thing.
Well, it's the Flash thing, right? Like you make enough motion to stir up enough energy and then launch it out.
Oh, Robert says
this is very
it
Dragon
was
Ball Z.
Yeah, I guess it kind of is. But yeah, I think the AC thing is irritating. I don't even understand where that comes from. It's like, does Arthur sound like too outdated of a name? Like, are they doing it because I don't think this is why, but is it like sometimes characters like Jimmy Olsen will call Clark CK? Like, is that why they're doing it? I have no idea why they're doing that.
So, I mean, I'm also not a fan of it. However, with their take on Aquaman, the dude bro thing, I can see him not wanting to go by Arthur since he's immature and reckless at this point in his life. So he just goes by AC.
Yeah, maybe so. I don't know why you can't at least give us some kind of background for it, but
and to be fair,
it's not as bad as
calls him Arthur.
It's not as bad as Dinah Laurel Lance.
Nothing is as bad as the way they handle the whole Laurel and Dinah. And
it's the worst. And then they have an unrelated Black Canary later who happens to be named Dinah.
Yeah.
Okay, so in case I don't get to it in scene, I'm going to bring this up now. The weirdest line reading, and he's got a few, where it's like, no, we need another take, like, these are words that this actor is not comfortable speaking and doesn't know what to do with them. He just said Leviathan correctly here. Later on, he will be screaming at Lex and say Leviathan. You know, like a marathon. And it's embarrassing.
Leviathan is a cool name for a project.
Okay, am I wrong about this?
Oh yeah, that was cringy.
John, is there a line of sight issue happening in this scene? Because he is looking up at Clark like Clark is that much taller than him? But I think he's taller than Clark? And then when they're in the scene together, it's right. But like in his close-ups, he's looking up. It's weird.
It is definitely a perspective thing because when the camera is behind Clark looks taller. But then when it's like side to side, they look about the same height.
It's weird.
He called Clark Superboy, and Robert Wild pointed out that's a DC reference.
But with the Laurel thing, Dang and Spear, what I'm talking about is that she has to be named Laurel. Like, just arbitrarily for no reason.
They also
will use her
handle
middle
that
name.
character well.
No. But, like, I liked her fine in the first season, and then it all goes downhill from there.
I even like her in that second season where she's, like, self-destructing.
I'm not speaking to that because I just don't remember what's done with her there, and I can't remember when I start hating her, but I know I liked her fine first season.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to watch that again, which I don't want to, but it's season 3 that just everything goes down.
I really enjoy condescending Lex this season. Okay, we should be counting that. The times that he says the days of you barging into my office. He just said it, John!
Well, you know, he's no David Tennant going, well.
Well. But man, that bit where he goes, we're like, AC is yelling at him, and he goes, I'm sorry, who are you again?
That's one
excellent,
of Rosenbaum's
excellent line reading.
Killer line readings, yeah.
Yeah, I love that. And it also works on me because I don't like this Aquaman. So I'm kind of right there with him. Now, I will say I like his relationship with Clark here okay. Like, I don't know, I buy into all of that just fine, where Clark, like, doesn't trust him in the first place and thinks that he's a terrorist. And, like, he sort of is, but, like, his heart's in the right place and he's right about, what Lex is doing to the environment. Like, it's a decent way to do the typical heroes fighting and then a team up at the end.
Yeah.
I do kind of think Clark should maybe come down on him more about the way he's handling it, maybe. Because it does border on, like, actual terrorism. Where it's like, why don't we go to the authorities? I'm not sure why that's never brought up.
That one little dart took out Aquaman.
Well, it had his equivalent of kryptonite in it.
Sand?
And then this becomes a big motif whenever we'll introduce a new DC superhero where Lex has to kidnap them.
Or reintroduce, because we do that with Bart in
Yeah.
his comeback episode.
Yep. But both of them this season, Aquaman and Cyborg, Lex is there doing stuff. Now, Cyborg is a somewhat different situation. But he's still got him restrained, and he's doing things to him that he's not going to like. And in that case, almost, like, tries to take his identity from him, which is pretty messed up.
So, I know I said earlier I like that they keep it vague. One thing I do wish they talked about is just maybe a little bit more of, like, how he got his abilities, since we don't establish Atlantis or anything, which we will do later. But it's like, in the context of this episode, is he a Kryptofreak? Is he a mutant?
I think they established that he's definitely not a Kryptofreak. Because they do that with... They're really careful about that with all of the Justice League characters. And they make a point that he's never been to Smallville. So he definitely...
I know he's definitely not one. I couldn't think of anything else to compare it to.
No, but they come out and talk about it. Because I think Bart Allen gets invoked by Clark. Where he's like, well, I've actually met somebody else that has powers, but didn't get them from Kryptonite. Even though you might have met other people that didn't get them from Kryptonite, but you just assume they were Kryptofreaks, like Ryan. Like, we still never knew if Ryan was a Kryptofreak. And it seems like his ability just came from a tumor.
I get them mixed up. Ryan's the psychic kid, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And we'll get a...
Isn't it the brain tumor that gives him that ability?
That's what I was saying, is I think ultimately it's the brain, but I don't think it's like a... It's vague where it could be a Kryptonite enhanced thing with the tumor, but I think it's just a tumor. It's just kind of weird that does that when almost everything else is Kryptonite infected. There's also a little girl at the end of this season that they play as kind of like the female Ryan. That's handled pretty well. I forgot about that episode.
One thing I do like about this, at least in plotting, is this show's very like silver golden age, right? Like we got to team up to stop Lex from attacking the environment.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. On a very special episode of Smallville. So, how often does Aquaman have to be in contact with water? How much water does he have to have on him at any given time?
42.
Because the way they play this is like he's kept away from water too, like he's denied water. Did something like suck water out of him, or was he just not near water for a long time?
I would assume it's just he hasn't been in the water for a long time.
Because it seems like he can go for quite a while without having to be submerged in water. It's probably for the best they didn't try to build a whole TV show around that idea.
And is that even an Aquaman thing? Like, is it the point
No.
that he can be on land or?
I don't think it
water?
is. That's my point. Is that seems like not a great idea to have to build a whole show around. Like, how tedious would that be if that was his weakness?
Oh, Matthew Bass just point out Lex has another great line delivery. The wow, you convinced me.
It's so good. No, Lex, you gotta stop your evil ways. Wow, you've convinced me. He's wonderfully sarcastic this episode.
We need more sarcastic Lex.
It just really works when he's going up against a new heroic character that I'm finding really lame. And it's not the whole Aquaman is lame thing. It's just, I find this Aquaman lame.
Well, it's because we took Aquaman, and like, yeah, we'll give them the stuff later, but like, they took all the Aquaman out of Aquaman.
Could we maybe have a little bit of Aquaman in our Aquaman?
That's why the episode is just called Aqua. It's missing the man part.
So how well do you think they toe the line this season between Lex is not full on, evil or down the path of evil yet, but also has like evil villain plots?
I think this is the perfect. I think this is where they hit their stride with it being perfect. This like, just going off of memory in like this episode, where he's doing something bad, but you can see why he's doing it. Like he has good intentions. Next season is where they really start to dip their toes in. No, he's just doing bad things for selfish.
Yeah, he just becomes megalomaniacal.
And then in season 7, he's just a psychopath.
Well, and interestingly, he and Clark are both manipulated by Fine with a reverse psychology plot where Brainiac gets him at the end to develop a bioweapon that he thinks where he thinks he's developing a cure for like every possible illness that you could get infected with. He actually I think makes a antivirus thing, but in the process of doing that, he helps Brainiac build this virus that somehow helps him bring Zod to Earth.
No, it wasn't that it brings Zod to Earth. It makes him. It basically turns Lex into a Kryptonian, because now we remember that Kryptonian powers are genetic, not a light switch. So that he can better host.
So that when Zod possesses him, he won't just be a mere mortal. Okay, I was not quite understanding what that whole thing was. Like, I got that he got Kryptonian powers, but I didn't really know what the bioweapon was. Okay. A lot of really weird choices.
20 episodes later, we remember that Kryptonian powers are genetic.
So we're starting to develop a little bit of a formula here, a pattern where we bring in a superhero character that Clark doesn't believe in at first, who seems to be on kind of the wrong path. Clark kind of helps set them on the right path, or in this case, Clark turns out to be somewhat incorrect about him, and then they become friends. I like that we break that when we get to the Cyborg episode, where they don't have any animosity period at all. They're just friends from the beginning, or pretty close to the beginning anyway.
But well, yes, but that's also because Cyborg is more of a victim than either Flash or
Yeah.
Aquaman.
But I just like that it's a different story.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, Diagon Sphere, I don't really want to argue about it, but he goes on a murderous rampage over something that he learned 2 minutes ago.
I also don't like this Aquaman because his teeth are just too damn white. Like, I don't trust a man whose teeth are that white.
I just don't trust an Aquaman that doesn't go, my man.
You gotta have that.
Yeah. Or does the stupid, like, high-pitched squeal?
Oh yeah, we missed the stupid JLA reference. I gotta write that down. You remember that?
No.
It says we should they repeat the Flash thing where Flash is like we should start a league or something, and then their Aquaman says we should start a junior lifeguard association, and then Clark says I'm not ready for the JLA yet. Yeah, that's pretty egregious example of that.
I'm so ready for Gunn to just do the connected universe that DC has been trying to do since the 90s on film.
Do you wish they were just starting with another Justice League?
Honestly, yes. Like, the problem with Snyder's universe wasn't that he just jumped straight to Justice League. It was that they were inconsistent about it. They wanted to start with, we'll start with Superman because he's the first superhero. But then they got impatient and jumped into Justice League. They should have just started with Justice League and let him make his movie.
That's what I've always said, yeah. Sorry, Brainiac has this, or Fine has this kind of funny line where he's telling Clark what his expectations are for him as an assistant. And he's like, I expect my assistants to be smart. I'm like, well, I mean, you're hiring him. Yeah, he's either smart or he's not. So he's like, be smart and do all these other things. Clark should have been like, I mean, I'll do the best I can. Yeah.
And it's also funny because compared to Brainiac, everyone on Earth is an idiot.
Well, that's true.
Austin hates Skrulls, Cap hates guys with white teeth, the more you know. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. Like, people keep saying that DCAU is the best shared universe, and it is, but that's also not fair because it was a bunch of TV shows. Like,
so was the Arrowverse, and it sucked.
Yeah.
Eventually. Or not eventually enough. I mean, what's your point?
I don't know. Like, you can't compare. I don't know. Like, when I say I want this DC shared universe, I want a DC movie universe. Like,
yeah.
That gets to do some of these characters.
But just because you're more limited in time and what you can put on screen with budgets doesn't mean that there aren't lessons a movie universe could learn from what DCAU did.
Yeah. Hopefully Gunn should make his first Batman movie just a Phantasm remake.
And the biggest lesson to learn from that is
we've never tried that,
go for all kinds of different tones that barely feel like they could fit in the same universe, and then do your best to cross them and see if you can make us believe them. I mean, that's what DCAU did so well.
Yeah.
Is none of that should fit together, and I buy all of it by JLU.
The only thing that doesn't fit for me is from the end of Superman to the beginning of Justice League. Like, there's stuff missing.
That's fair, but it's not a tonal problem.
No. And I mean, I like Justice League is, I think, the best. Justice League and Justice League Unlimited, like, they're titled separately, but they're one show. I don't care.
Yeah, well, they did
stuff.
such a good job, like, developing those characters and creating a cool team dynamic and giving, like, really fleshing out everybody. It was the right number of characters.
No, AMC, I did not see that.
Hey, look, it's Clark and Lois in the loft.
That is one thing that Gunn is doing that I'm really excited for, is like, Because one of the things, and it still feels novel to me, just because I guess I've lived through so much of the early days where it's like you just had a character and like you couldn't really bring in other characters. Is I'm excited to see like Guy Gardner show up in a Superman movie, or someone else. Like I want to see those dynamics on screen. Give me all the crossovers.
So we're doing the Christopher Reeve Foundation ad again, and it's kind of awkward and kind of sad having it with Annette O'Toole because she didn't get to be on screen with him in the show.
It's kind of weird that it's on the home video releases too, right? Like,
yeah, it wasn't. It's weird that one is, because that was something that he insisted on as part of his contract to be in the show. So the 2 episodes that he's in, even on the home video releases, I totally get why that's there, because he insisted on it on the show. And it's possible that like the releases would have been in the contract too. Yeah. But I don't know why it's there. But it lets the show make, more of an acknowledgement of his passing. But I mean, they did that last season too, so.
Yeah.
And then I don't remember which episode it is, but you'll get a memorial at the end of an episode for Dana Reeve, who dies the following year.
Is that his wife?
Yeah. Yeah,
okay.
she passed the year after he did, which was this year.
The only thing I know about Christopher Reeve is that he was Superman, and he was in the John Carpenter remake of Children of the Damned. That movie also has Mark Hamill. Like, that movie has just an insane cast.
I mean, I know Christopher Reeve didn't have a huge movie career outside of Superman, but, like, you've got a little bit of a gap in your knowledge there, right? You don't know about, like, Somewhere in Time? Or...
I don't know what that is.
That's a movie he was in. This time travel thing. I've never seen it.
This next episode we're about to watch is going to be rough.
What is our next one? Thirst.
It's
God. It's the vampire episode, yeah. So are we both going green on this one?
I am going green on this one. I like this episode.
I don't like that Aquaman, but I think the episode is fine. The Lex stuff is hilarious. It's different.
Changed my mind.
It's different enough from the Flash episode. There's a lot of really corny stuff that makes me laugh. Like, I don't know, just having him second and forcing him in Kansas. It's really funny.
Well, I mean, Cap, you live in Kansas. Don't you see Aquaman like every day?
I don't see a lot of people like Aquaman. No.
Is that really a shared... Like, when does a TV show become a shared universe? Like, with the first spinoff?
I would say so, just by definition.
Okay.
I mean, you could say Toon is not a shared universe make, but I mean, it's shared in that there's more than one thing in the same continuity. We typically mean...
Breaking Bad is his favorite shared universe.
Yeah, like I think when people say that now, they typically mean there's several things that are intentionally trying to make a giant franchise out of it. But like, Buffy and Angel was technically a shared universe. Hercules and Xena was technically a shared universe.
Those would be fun streams, Hercules and Xena. I've not seen any of Hercules.
Oh my god, it would be hilarious.
I want to watch it. It's just like not anywhere.
Yeah, it's really cheap and easy to get on disc, and they were both streaming really readily not too long ago. Do you know that Xena was one of the first things that Netflix had streaming?
I did not.
And they haven't had it in a long time, but early on when you could only stream like 10 hours a month on Netflix when it was mostly a disc service, Xena was one of the few shows you could stream.
So, funnily enough, with that whole shared universe, the only thing I've seen from that is that animated Hercules and Xena crossover that they did.
Oh, that's painful.
I loved it as a kid.
Did you? Where all the gods turn into animals?
I don't remember that. I just remember like the Titans like all rise up and attack Olympus.
That animation was real rough. Yeah, that whole thing is bad.
Yeah, but I mean, when you're a kid, you don't care. It's cool monsters.
Sure. Yeah, I don't have a perspective on it. I was too old when it came out. Like, I wasn't a little kid, but... Well, let's go ahead and take another break real quick. Everybody set up for the 5th episode of Season 5. It's Thirst. We can't wait. It's the obligatory vampire episode because, look, we got the guy that played Spike. So we have to do
in this episode.
Yeah, he is.
That I remember.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, is he?
Yep. He doesn't play a huge part, but he has to show up so that we can have a joke about how he can't believe there's vampires in this universe.
That's not the only cringy joke in this episode either.
Oh no, no, it gets bad. Well, anyway, we'll talk about it. We'll see you in just a couple of minutes, everybody. All right, folks, we're about to watch what might be the worst episode of the season, or is up there. So get excited about it. It's episode 5. It's called Thirst. I know John can't wait because we get vampires. John, we can't hear you, man.
This episode is so bad, I decided to grab this can of Monster so I can try this new flavor that I got.
Gotta have something positive in your life right now.
Yeah, so I've always looked at the coffee flavored ones, but I was like, what if I don't like it? And I finally decided screw it. So I got this Mean Bean, and then there's a mocha one for later.
Oh, Mean Bean.
Yeah, apparently this one's vanilla, and then the mocha one is obviously chocolate.
Was it made by Dr. Robotnik?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Speaking of Sonic, so I picked up a Steam Deck, which
Yeah.
is like the Steam's answer to the Switch.
Right.
Super cool, by the way. But I have Sonic Adventure 2 on Steam, so I want to try to play it on there. It'd be so cool on a handheld.
Yeah. Have you tried anything on it yet?
Yeah, I finished. So I started this game called Yakuza 0. And ended up playing for like 50 hours. I got super sucked.
I've got a friend that's obsessed with that game.
It's so good.
He's been trying to get me to play that for a couple of years.
I don't know if you'd like it, but
I don't know if I would either. That does not seem like my thing, but
I mean, it's more of like a story-driven brawler.
I want to support Sega. They just keep making the kind of games that I'm not into.
Well, and the thing that's cool with Yakuza is it's like a massive ongoing storyline. I think they're on like their 8th game now.
Yeah, well, my friend wanted me to start with that because he said it was real standalone and you didn't have to play anything else. But
most people recommend to start with 0.
Okay, we got to get started here. So everybody get to timestamp 0, episode 5. And here we go. Everybody, please press play at your own risk. Right now. So now we have some of the weirdest stunt casting in the show. Because it's Carrie Fisher. That has nothing to do with Superman, but it feels like stunt casting somehow. I don't even understand it.
Yeah, I mean, everybody knows her from her most famous role in Scream 3.
Would that have been before this?
Yeah, that's 2001.
Oh, okay. I don't know the Scream timeline at all, so
I think it's 01. I know it's like early 2000s.
But she's good here. I buy her as a Daily Planet editor. It's a fun idea.
Yeah. She's fun in Scream 3.
I want to say she shows up maybe one more time. Am I wrong?
I'm up to season 8, so unless it's in season 9 or 10, she hasn't shown up.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like maybe the next season or something, but yeah, she doesn't stay as the editor.
No, because they do that whole thing where Lex buys the paper and like puts his own people in charge.
So that's interesting. Her name is Pauline Kahn, and I'm wondering if that's a play on of Pauline Kael, who was a really famous movie critic who Roger Ebert looked up to real hard.
I'm a little disappointed that that's where you went. I was sure you were going to go. That's obviously a Star Trek reference.
No. But, I mean, that might be why they went with Khan, because it's like, well, you know, we'll make her sound evil. We'll take Pauline Kael and make it Khan. But I bet that's not a coincidence, though. I bet she's named after Pauline Kael.
Probably. This scene would be better if Chloe just went, Todd!
Yeah.
This is better than regular Monster, by the way.
Is it?
I see why people drink these.
Journalism is a dish best served cold.
I thought that was that other dish.
Oh. What do you call it? Revenge?
No, hope.
Oh, hope. Hope is best served cold. I don't think that's how that goes. Okay, so The first thing that's really awkward about this episode is the conceit for the voiceover. Because I don't know from what time period she is recounting the story. And at first you figure it's probably the story she's going to be writing at the end, right? That, like, she's writing a story for Pauline Kahn to try to get a job at the Daily Planet. She turns it in at the end. She gets that job, and we've been hearing her recounting it in the article that will go in the newspaper. But that's not what it is. It's like, it must be years or maybe even decades after that, because she basically references Superman at the end of this, because she'll say future superheroes, as in she knows that Clark becomes Superman. So it's like way retroactive. It's very strange.
I will have to see, because I didn't pick up on that.
Especially because, like, we hardly ever do this in the show, where you'll have that kind of framing device.
I recognize that this is probably an appropriate song for this scene, but the song sucks.
Sometimes it just, if you really hate a song, it kills it, even if it's, you know, technically the right thing.
Rubber Wild, Carrie Fisher wasn't in the DCAU, but Mark Hamill was. Maybe that's the weird loose connection.
No, what it feels like is we keep doing stunt casting from the Donner Superman movie and, like, those movies, and the Star Wars movies were around the same time.
Maybe, yeah.
Like, I don't know what the
that
actual...
does feel like a scene from a different show.
I don't know what the actual reason is that they did that. I'm just saying that, like, as I'm watching the episode, it feels like period stunt casting somehow. Robert, you almost have to give the show credit for not doing a lesbian vampire episode until season 5. I mean, they're not lesbians. Unless you think you're picking up some kind of subtle subtext, but they're not.
They weren't going to do lesbians. Joss Whedon could barely get away with it just a few years prior.
Yeah. Robert says it definitely it feels like a part you would have given Margot Kidder if she hadn't shown up already. Yeah, exactly.
Remember Star Wars?
So this, I think, yeah, this is where we're going to find out that Lana is also going to start going to college, but not because she wants an education or has a path that she's trying to make for herself, but because she wants to study the ship, so, and like, try to figure out everything she can about extraterrestrials, so she's going to study astronomy. And that never pays off in any way. She doesn't learn anything from those classes that help her figure out anything or get her closer to Clark's secret. Some missed opportunities there, I think, if you're going to go that way. Where wouldn't it be cool if she became, like, you know, a decent investigator with some of this stuff? But it's just, once again, something for her to do. And more importantly, a way for her to keep a big secret from Clark. Because we got to have those dramatic situations in this show.
Clark!
Clark! Yeah, we haven't got to spin the wheel again since the beginning. Maybe we'll do it after a while just for the heck of it, John. Especially if you start to fall asleep and we gotta wake you up. Although, I think we should be more worried about me than you right now.
Man, I wish I'd bought more of those Mean Bean ones. That was good.
John, I already hate this.
I was with it until they do the Buffy joke.
Yeah, well, and it really feels like that's the exclusive reason for the framing device. Is just so that we get it right here. So she says Buffy Sanders, and then she says all the names have been changed. because they feel like
Yeah.
even they think that joke is a bridge too far, so they go, that's not really her name. Chloe just named her that in this writing she's doing retroactively as probably an intentional Buffy joke to her, but then people will have, oh, Stephen DeKnight wrote this episode. Weird.
His name was on the last one, too.
I feel like he's usually a little bit better than this script, but then again, he's kind of saddled with a really bad idea.
Yeah.
So we've got some foreshadowing here for what we'll find out about later with Krypton. And again, it's like everything he's saying is opposite. So he's like, he's talking about evil men that destroy their worlds, and lumping Lex in with people like Hitler and Stalin. And then, oh, it turns out that he's actually working for one of those. Okay.
If we have to do a more, like, toned-down Brainiac, I like the idea of him being a teacher.
Yeah, I like the idea a lot. It's just a giant missed opportunity.
Well, I don't know if you knew this, but that's actually the subtitle for the show.
Is it?
Yeah, it's Smallville, The Missed Opportunity.
Oh.
That sounds like a YouTube essay.
You know, it does. Somebody's written that. That is 4 hours long. You know, you said something earlier that I thought was really funny that I never addressed. I'm gonna mention it now. When you went, some of the complaints I had about this, you said it was kind of growing pains that they come out of, which is hilarious because it's season 5 in a show that I always felt like should have only had 5 seasons in the first place. So you're looking at it from the perspective of a 10-season show that was never weird to you that it went that long because you didn't even come into it until way later. And for me, it's like, this show is already and I haven't said this stream yet, so I feel like I should probably bring this up. But like, part of the reason I felt the need to go back and rewatch all of this is because I was kind of done with the show by now. Like, I was watching it as it came out, but much more passively than I had before. And by 7, I'm not even paying attention to every episode week to week anymore. Like, this had already gone past the show I wanted.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. Hammer horror movies rock, Robert.
And I partly bring that up just to say that you and I have such a different perspective on this, where you come into it like as a superhero show in the first place. And what I liked about it was that it wasn't exactly that.
Yeah, for sure. And that's been the big thing I've discovered with this is, like, as a kid, I was just like, because I am very much a person, if I start a show, I have to watch it in order. I can't skip, like, ahead.
Yeah.
So it's like, as a kid, when I go to rewatch the DVDs, I gotta sit through the first 4 seasons to get to when it gets good. But I much, as I get older, I much appreciate the earlier seasons.
For me, I rewatched 1 through 3 like over and over and over again, and then by 4, I'm like, this is not the show I signed up for anymore.
I also just hate these, like, typical sorority girls that we do in, like, everything.
Yeah, it's just a giant irritating stereotype. And I guess it's supposed to be funny here because the spin is they're actually immortal vampires.
That could be a cool movie, but I don't know. Not with these characterizations.
Well, and I know the word of the night for me has been contrived, but like this whole situation is like forced to the point of I don't know why we even bothered with it, because it all just screams we know this does not fit in this world that we've got. We have to come up with a way to do vampires through kryptonite, which is weird because you're also in a world where you just had straight up witches in the first place. So like, why not just do vampires if you're gonna do vampires?
And it's DC. There has to be vampires.
Yeah. I mean, Batman has vampires.
Oh, I guess they are making out with her in this scene.
Oh, I guess I missed that. Well, only sort
the
of. But
shadow.
they're not. Yeah, but it's the whole. Well, I think they probably put that in shadow so that it didn't look too lesbian for the censors, right? Because it's not that they're making out sexually, it's that in order for her to become a vampire, she has to drink their blood, because that's the rules for vampirism. So that's all that's happening
Sometimes.
there. Yeah, but I mean, that's the Buffy rules, and they're ripping that off for this, because they're doing like a bad Buffy homage in this episode.
I think that's why this episode, I don't want to say offends me, but like,
It does.
was
You're
the
offended.
worst part of this season because I'm such a Buffy fan.
You're so mad you're going to leave me by myself. I don't even have Austin anymore.
Yeah, I'm going to pull an Austin.
Robert says, come on, how is that not subtext? I mean, it is in the sense that you can't look at that without thinking sex, but the characters themselves are probably not lesbians. Oh, there's Pool. There's your Pool there, Robert.
But it's not Lex playing.
He will, though. I'm pretty sure he picks up a cue in this scene. I like that line.
This is Robert's favorite episode now.
Brainiac just said he's using his brain.
It's a shame James Mercer does not have a bigger career.
It really is.
He's also a decent voice actor.
Yep.
He's like a huge Dragon Ball fan, which is why he took the role of Piccolo in that god-awful movie. But then he would get to go on and voice a villain in the Super anime.
Oh, that's cool.
Under a pseudonym, I believe.
So on first watch, scenes like this feel potentially intriguing and mysterious, and you're curious as to where it's all going. And then on a second viewing, you're like, I don't know how much of all of this was really necessary. And I get Brainiac being in some place where he can kind of watch Clark. I don't get how he knew for sure that Clark was going to take his class. Like, I don't know how he manipulated that to happen.
Well, he's a history teacher, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know much about this college, but you have a pretty good chance of getting him in your class if you're teaching like a core class like that, right?
Yeah, but like, and I know it's just a community college, but you know how many teachers are teaching the same class?
Oh, there's a wall of weird.
Oh yeah, thank you. That is a wall of weird. There's one. I'm not sure what episode it's in or if we missed it already. There's one that's like a digital wall of weird.
I don't think
Where she has it on her computer.
Two-headed monkey goes ape. I get it.
But like usually, no matter what your major is, you'll have certain cores that you have to take eventually. But there are very few classes that must be taken in a specific semester. I mean, really none, right? So, like, how can you be sure he'll take history for a semester?
Yeah. So, speaking on how contrived this episode is,
Yeah.
this is Lana Lang, who decided she was done being a cheerleader because she was tired of being the popular girl.
Yeah.
Why did she go out for a sorority?
So she explains it, and like it's kind of flimsy, but the explanation is she decided to go to college late, and there is no housing available, and so a sorority is like the easiest place for her to go live.
Does she have to live on campus?
No, she said I could go live with Chloe, but I think I'll try out the sorority instead. That's all you get. Dagan Spear keeps putting this in, so I guess I'll read it. He says, in the commentary, I think writers talk about how the Chloe framing device was added afterward because they realized it didn't work as it was.
Yeah, that saved the episode. That's what this episode really needed, was a framing device.
Did you need that framing device just so that the Buffy thing didn't seem like as cringe-inducing of a joke? Like, is that why that's there? And it's still baffling with that you get the sense that she wrote it, like, you know, years and years later. Robert, it's almost like it's just a conceit for this premise to happen. Well, there's a lot of that. Hey, look, somebody who's not themselves.
True.
Because she's a vampire, but she's...
I've also watched a bunch of Dracula movies since the last time I watched this episode.
How lucky is she that this is a reversible condition? And, you know, we talk about plot armor a lot, but our main characters have, like, Kryptofreak armor. You know what I mean? Where, like, they can become Kryptofreaks. By the way, this counts, because it is Kryptonite enhanced vampirism. Or created vampirism. So is she technically our first Kryptofreak? And actually, how am I even going to count this? Because we have all of those sorority Kryptofreaks. I think we'll just count, like, the main one, right?
Yeah.
And just say
the main one, and then Lana not being
Lana
herself.
and her, we'll just call it two. I think we gotta say, though, John, that we're lucky that we didn't end up with, like, a bunch of our main characters as vampires this episode, because that could have happened, especially after the stupid, like, triple witch thing last season, which was awful.
Well, although, correct me if I'm wrong, because I didn't pay the closest attention to this episode.
He's killing a guy
Doesn't
again.
Chloe also become a vampire?
No.
Oh.
I don't think. I just watched this. I don't think that happens.
Well, I mean, you know, this episode is super memorable.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, wait, I mean memeable.
Say, I could be wrong. And then we have so much comedic mileage from Lana being a vampire.
You know what the dumbest thing about this framing device is?
Do tell.
So Chloe is writing this to get a job at the Daily Planet, right?
Yes.
It's supposed to be this highly respected newspaper. And she thinks she's going to get a job with a story about vampires.
So they deal with that because she will show it to Princess Leia at the end of the episode. And Carrie Fisher is like, you know, we're not the Inquisitor, we're not a rag, you know, obviously I can't print this. And then she has, and she still doesn't print it, but Chloe gets the job because she's able to prove that everything happened. She comes with a bunch of information.
Yeah.
So they do deal with that. Take that for what it is, but that they do address that. That's the thing, is there's a lot of stupid things that happen all throughout the season where they address it in, I think, kind of a flimsy and sometimes dumb way, but like it's addressed so they think that they've covered their bases. Especially,
season, she'll lose her job and not care.
Especially all the places where Clark refuses to tell Lana his secret, and it feels like he's only doing it because the script needs him to. And Chloe will call him on it and be like, "Well, why not now? This seems like the right time to do it." And he'll have some excuse.
Robert Wild says that's a throw.
Oh, thanks.
This really is a crappy, like, 90s horror film. I feel like I went to, like, Blockbuster and was just, like, looking for something to watch.
It's very boring.
And like, this had a really cool cover, but then you get it home and you put it in the VHS tape player and you're like, oh.
Robert, does this count as another Lana death? It's borderline, but like, I think they're getting a condition before they're being brought back from the dead. So like, it apparently comes with mortality, but I don't think they're technically killed in the process.
I don't think it counts because she's still alive at the end. That was funny. Clark scaring the crap out of her.
It was a rude super speed entrance.
That's true, Robert. This also has more blood than Morbius. I'd rather watch this than Morbius.
I don't know if I can go that far.
This is only an hour.
Can I split the middle? I was gonna say, can I split the middle and say I'd rather watch 45 minutes of Morbius than the full 45 minutes of this, but maybe not all of it. Brian Singleton, they are called the undead. Well, yes, vampires are undead. Do they say that in this episode? I don't really know what he means by that.
They also think they're real vampires.
Yeah, and then we find out later on through Chloe's research that they're not exactly that. I don't understand why Clark is so enamored with this girl in the scene. It's like there's just this, hot vampire chick, and he's
wearing a bunny costume.
He's totally speechless. And it's not playing. Like, I don't get it. I don't know why specifically this girl is doing that, damn. It's weird. For a second, it almost looked like they weren't even in the same scene together. And then he walked by her, and I was legitimately surprised.
Robert, are we counting? Well, no.
No.
We're only doing DC references.
No, we're not. He's just so count happy. He's looking for every excuse.
How many entries in his book will just have one?
He's like the producers of this show. Just every excuse to make a thing happen they really need help. Like, I don't want to see how he does jigsaw puzzles.
I want to see
just
him
filled with pieces that don't fit together.
He wants to play a game.
No, that's later.
Oh.
That's like you're getting ahead of us.
It's because I want to play a game.
This is boring. That's my review.
This episode sucks.
One of these that gets really funny is when the subtitles randomly decide to put song lyrics up, and you just feel like, these are some weird random words. There's like something about Swiss cheese in that song. I don't know what's happening.
Hulu is pretty consistent with putting the song lyrics in the subtitles. But yeah, I love when songs are just nonsense because I don't care about lyrics in songs.
No, it's a really bad TV show.
Yeah, see, she's gonna become a vampire. Also, I'm so tired of the, well, I bet you didn't see that coming. Their traditional weakness isn't really their weakness.
But yeah, she gets saved, I think.
I'm sorry, but Kristen Keurig is awful in this episode.
Yeah, she really is.
She doesn't have any menace.
Well, and it's so unfortunate watching Smallville kind of try to do Buffy, because most of what this show is lacking in, Buffy does a lot better. You know, like, it's an obvious comparison with the teen, you know, like somewhat horror thing, because Smallville also does that for whatever reason. And we've compared these a lot on this series, so I won't go back through everything. But just as one example, like, they do Freak of the Week a lot better, and they have a better conceit in the first place for it. But like, those characters tend to be a little bit more sympathetic and come from more of an interesting character plays, and there's not just an easy, like, almost Power Rangers level formula. And so when you see this show aping Buffy, you're like, oh yeah, they really don't get why that's a better show than their show. Or at least that's how it watches.
No, yeah, which is surprising that because Tonight is usually pretty good, at least on Buffy. At least I think so.
Brian Singleton says, thank God they didn't do a musical episode. Yeah, I second that. Amen.
I will third that.
So yeah, it's ironic because Spike is like, I don't believe in vampires.
I like that.
Okay, so John, let me take a step back here with the overarching Brainiac plot again and ask you this question. What is Brainiac's strategy? Oh, by the way, there's like 3 different characters through the season that make the 20 questions line. It's like, I don't have time for 20 questions, or you want to just stand here and play. Everybody likes to say 20 questions this season. Anyway, why do you think that Brainiac has this strategy of come down so hard on Lex Luthor and pretend like he's writing a book about him and all of that? Like, is it just to make Clark think that he is, like, really on the righteous side and super against, again, fascism? Like, is that all it is? So that he'll believe him later when he says Zod was the hero of the people?
I think so, yeah.
Because that's quite the long con.
She's aping comparisons. They're doing vampires, and they're. I mean, there's plenty, like, I don't know. It's a high school / college show that's doing vampires, and they make a Buffy reference. Like, they're clearly looking at Buffy.
And what I'm saying when I say that it's not doing what Buffy does as well, Buffy does such a good job of balancing the humor with the actual horror. And I don't mean that it's like that I find a lot in that show like legitimately scary, but the horror components are handled in a really good dramatic way much of the time. And this, I can't decide how much of it is supposed to be scary or funny. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know when I'm supposed to be laughing and when I'm supposed to actually find it, like, kind of creepy. So, like, is it just a straight-on parody? Or is it trying to do that balance like Buffy does that balance?
Stalactite.
Can I just see Rosenbaum in his trailer, like, rehearsing this dialogue over and over again? Recitus Pretendus.
I just like to imagine him looking at the script as a horror guy and being like, what?
Well, he makes it clear in their podcast that he only ever read their scenes and did not read scripts cover to cover. So I guarantee you, especially episodes like this that he's not in a ton of, that's a Kryptonite steak. I just want to throw out that that's a Kryptonite steak.
Yeah.
So that happened. But I guarantee you that there are horrible episodes he's in and does not know how bad they are.
She's dressed like Blood Rain.
She just did a superhero landing.
That was really bad wire work.
And I was gonna say, like, she hovers like a bat. Yes, I noticed the THX 1138 thing too. But I'm glad you guys mentioned it because I forgot to comment on it.
I owned that movie on VHS tape, and I've still never seen it.
Oh, thanks, Robert. That was Convenient Unconsciousness. And we're going to have a bunch more of that this season, too.
Her facial expressions in this are so bad.
She's just not menacing at all. And I don't know why you would have her do this right after the witch thing last season, when you know the audience did not respond to that.
Now she needs to be a zombie and a demon. just go through all the supernatural.
Make her a werewolf. Make her the invisible Lana. What else could we do with it?
They do that in season 8 when she leaves.
She's not invisible, though. She has an invisible thing around her.
No, the joke was because she's gone.
Oh, I did not understand your hilarious. She could be the Lana from the Black Lagoon. From 4 on, this should have just been a tradition.
Lana's monster.
Robert says this episode is trying to be schlocky fun more than it's trying to be scary. Yeah.
It's not fun.
I think it's just not fun. And so...
And I love schlock. Like, what?
It's generic in the same way that some of the superhero stuff they try to shoot feels kind of generic.
If
There's
you're gonna
places they do that
can we
fine.
at least get the cool dusting effect?
Yeah.
Why are you running like that?
Well, because they're airheads. That's how airheads run. Didn't you know that? When you're prissy and dainty and there's nothing behind your eyes, you have to put your hands like this when you run. It's very important.
Why does she have...
She's got
Why
weird...
does she have, like, eye corners drawn on?
That's what happens when you turn into a vampire.
Oh.
Now, I think it's like Nicodemus, where she's just wearing weird stuff because she's not herself.
They should have just gone all the way and had her, like, draw on a full mask.
She should have just been a fan of some football team and, like, put the colors on her face.
Yeah. Robert Wilde really wants them to be lesbians. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I can't decide if I'm just, like, not picking up on things they're laying down, or if he's just doubling down on something that is not there.
Oh, do you get it? He stabbed her in the heart with something sharp.
Oh. Well, it's too bad he didn't use that stake and get rid of this character I don't like.
We're gonna have amnesia here in a minute.
Oh, are we?
Yeah, because she's not gonna remember that he has powers.
Yeah, and I think this time they're selective about it, where there's, like, things about it she remembers. But not most of it.
Yeah, nothing coherent.
Bits and pieces. I just don't remember that time that I got turned into a
Robert, you
vampire.
were really hung up on this. That's a movie somebody should make. That time I got turned into a vampire.
And see, we're continuing to go for this, like, Clark is, like, naturally born good all over.
This
thing.
is some of her dialogue is getting close to Natalie Portman in the prequels.
Yeah, where it's just really generic and sappy and sounds like it comes out of a romance novel.
And I say that as someone that likes the prequels. Well, I like the first and third one. I don't like the middle one.
Well, I watched George Lucas movies. And
I like to think that they cast Carrie Fisher after they came up with the 1138 thing, so they're just like, yeah, we'll just put Star Wars references in our vampire episode. Let's keep throwing the darts.
we'll just put random George Lucas things in our movie that doesn't even have anything to do with Star Wars.
They should have done an episode where Lex Luthor is like, I'm going to build a space station, but then they think it's the moon, and the person in charge of it is Carrie Fisher, and they could have called it Space Station 1138.
Sure. They should have done that. What a great idea. Why didn't you write on the show?
Because I was like 12.
Oh. Well, you would have done a better job, clearly.
No, I don't think you're right about this being in the future. That might be the most egregious of them.
Yeah, well, and
I
again,
forgot about that.
and again, remember, she changed the names, apparently, which means we're not seeing what really happened here. This is unreliable.
No, I know, but Carrie Fisher just said we don't publish stories about slaying Buffy the Vampire.
Yeah, no, I know.
Oh, I hate it.
Yeah, I brought that up at the beginning, but you missed that. Yeah, it's very egregious. But the point I'm making is it's definitely not the article that we heard her saying. And when she says future superheroes, it has to be in the future. It has to be like well in the future. It's after Superman. And they do this like music sting. It's like, ooh, isn't this cool? Like,
Okay, now that I see what you're saying. Sorry, because this is like a second voiceover.
yeah, we weren't done yet. And then she says up and away. Like it's the future.
Okay, so this is not what the show was going.
That's
for.
not an interpretation. That has to be what it is.
No, I get you. I thought she meant the stuff she was writing on the laptop during the most of the episode. But
Oh no,
I forgot about this.
no, but I think all of the voiceover is supposed to be whatever she was writing in the future. That's not explained, and it's not like a specific conceit.
So this is not what it is, and they obviously didn't anticipate it at the time. But retroactively, that does kind of work, because I don't know if you remember from the finale, but the finale is that like Smallville was a story that she was telling her kid.
Yeah, Dagon Spear brought that up earlier too.
That could not be what they're anticipating, for obvious reasons. But
No, that's a happy
retroactively, it's
accident.
like, yeah, it's like retroactively. Oh, that's kind of cool.
But yeah, it tracks fine if you want to say that's what it is. But it's a 10-season show, and we have that happen twice in it. You know what I mean? It's just kind of silly. Like, why would the only other time we would get a voiceover like that, where she's talking to somebody in like well into the future, be the crappy vampire episode?
I just like to think she tells that to terrorize her kids at night. Better be careful, or the vampires will get you.
Now, don't get me wrong. I'm glad this isn't like How I Met Your Mother, and like she's explaining to somebody every episode, like, oh, someday there's gonna be Superman. It would be like Krypton, where we can't have a Superman prequel without immediately invoking the like Superman from the future and have time travel and stuff.
I've still never seen that show.
I want to do that for the 5 people that will watch it with us.
That'd be easy too. It's only 2 seasons.
It's 2 seasons, and they're short. but it's insane. I mean, it's literally the most bizarre superhero adaptation I've seen, I think.
It's on everyone's favorite streaming service, Tubi.
Is it? I thought it was still on Max.
Google says it's on Tubi.
Well, that doesn't mean that's the only place it is.
Google will usually tell me like if wherever it's at.
Well, I'm glad to know that you have this this tight relationship with Google, where you can really trust it. Do you tell Google all your secrets? Like, if you had superpowers, would you tell Google about them?
I do. I told Google about this one time that I ran into a vampire sorority. It was really weird.
But you waited until like 20 years after it happened?
Yeah.
I don't know why you did that.
I don't either. No, I do unironically love Tubi, though. Like, it's a great place to find, like, 70s and 80s B movies.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And some obscure TV and stuff, too. So, I don't know, it goes without saying, right?
Nah. This episode sucks.
So, we're back and forth so far. It's red, green, red, green, red.
And I really don't know how I'm going to flip on this next episode.
I don't right away remember what happens in this.
It's where they bring in the other Duke of Hazzard.
Oh, that's right. That's right. And where we get the politics subplot started.
Yeah.
When I said the show doesn't deal with politics, I meant I don't know what anybody thinks politically. It deals with people running for political office. That happens.
Well, you see, in the Smallville universe, they got rid of the political parties, and now everyone runs under one amorphous thing.
What was this called again? I already forgot. Oh, exposed. Exposed. Episode 6. Okay, make sure to rig up the 6th episode of Season 5. And let's jump right into it. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now.
I had a Dukes of Hazzard game back on the PS1 that I played.
Oh, really? I
Religiously.
didn't know they ever made a video game of that.
I have no idea why now, like, looking back at it. Because that would have been in the 90s, like 20 years after that show went off the air.
Yeah. And why did you have it?
Because my mom was a big fan of Dukes of Hazzard.
Oh, okay. That's cool. I've never seen an episode of that.
So, I mean, this is embarrassing, but I've not either, but I saw the movie in theaters.
I think my dad
Sean
made me.
William Scott.
I think my dad made me sit down and watch that movie. I don't really remember it, but I think I actually have seen that. But I never saw the show.
Yeah, it's not good.
Oh, see, it's ironic because she's gonna marry him someday.
I don't mind that though, because I feel like that's a normal small like Superman thing, right? Like she's not really interested in him at first.
That's fair. It's just kind of weird because he doesn't have a secret identity.
True.
So it's hard for me to appreciate it on that level, but you're right. That is what we're doing there. Look, it's a phone booth. I'm not gonna count that as a reference. Because it's not like Superman. It's not like Clark in a phone booth. It's just a phone booth.
Well, yeah, discussing topics. I mean, that was the trend at that time, is you just take these, like, TV shows that were popular and fit them into a generic formula.
Probably.
There was another 70s show that they did.
Yeah, it's brand recognition, but also probably, like, cheap licenses or licenses that a company, like, already had access to.
Yeah. Do you know that movie got a prequel movie?
No. Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's very strange. So yeah, that's a bad day. Chloe is always... Chloe Clark, really all of our main characters, they're always in the right place at the right time, or the wrong place at the wrong time, however you want to look at it. They just happen to be there when the craziest, most horrible things happen. It especially feels contrived when it's related to superpowers, because it's like literally nobody knows about Kryptofreaks. Even at this point, it seems like most people are either just in denial about it and don't talk about it, or like it's not the public knowledge it ought to be. And most of the people that end up with superpowers, Clark has to deal with in some way or another.
Yeah, so in 2007, Warner Brothers released a made-for-television movie called The Dukes of Hazzard: The Beginning.
And it was related to that movie?
Yeah.
Ah, it's so weird. 6 people total have seen that. That's how many people have seen that.
That's just like the most like throw a dart at a dartboard, right? Made for TV, called Dukes of Hazzard: The Beginning.
They should have called it Dukes of Hazzard Begins.
Or just Hazard Begins.
Dukes. It's just called Dukes.
That'll be the 2025 gritty reboot.
Absolutely. But yeah, so this whole thing, I don't know, it feels obligatory on the level of how did we not do it like seasons before? Because they've had random references to that show here and there, of course. Like there's an episode where Jonathan's listening to the theme song on his radio.
I was obsessed with that theme song as a kid.
Were you really? That's funny.
So my grandpa was a big country guy, and I mean like to more degree than I have ever seen anyone. He would 90% of his movie taste was westerns. He only listened to country. So like I'm just used to that stuff, and like that's one of the few country songs that he would play that I like.
Hey, real quick, and I'm asking Robert this specifically. Have we missed any bad guy deaths yet? Because I feel like I know the guy with the tattoos in the farmhouse survived. Did the twins survive? Did they all make it? And
they all made it, but we did miss because Lana kills the head vampire lady.
Oh, okay. Let me get that real quick. Thank you.
I'm surprised Warner Brothers hasn't tried to do something with Dukes of Hazzard again.
You're surprised by what?
That Warner Brothers hasn't tried to bring back Dukes of Hazzard.
I'm not, because there would be so much controversy over the car.
That's true.
Like, there's no way that they'd put the flag on it, and then...
This cop is a DC reference.
Any direction. Yeah, but I'm not going to count it every time she shows up. I mean, this isn't her first appearance.
It isn't?
No. We get Maggie Sawyer in the first season.
Oh.
She goes back to the first time we go to Metropolis.
Okay.
Yep. No,
about that.
She's recurring. It's cool we've hung on to that actress. We've seen her like 3 or 4 times now. You are right that that's a reference, though.
It's funny because I only know that because of Supergirl. And like the 5 minutes that they handled that story well.
And again, I wish we did more with her too. Like, the cops just get the short shrift in the show, man.
Yeah.
They feel like they show up because we have to occasionally remind the audience that there is in fact police, but they're a real nuisance. We don't want to deal with them too much. Discussing Topic says this might be her last appearance. God, that's awful if that's the case. Like, really, you moved the whole show to Metropolis and you got rid of the named Metropolis cop that you had from Supergirl? Stop it.
I feel like that's a problem with most superhero adaptations.
Did we do Dan
right?
Turpin in the show? I don't think we did. I'm sorry, John.
No, you're good. Are they talking about Smallville or the Dukes of Hazzard?
About what?
Because they're talking about all these wild escapades that they had, but it just sounds like they're describing episodes of Dukes of Hazzard.
Oh, I thought you meant people in the comments. I was like, no, it's relatively quiet in the comment box right now. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's like it's their past life. So, Dukes of Hazzard was a prequel to Smallville, is what we're learning. Oh, Turpin is in this show, says Discussing Topics. In 8 or 9. I didn't even remember that. Dan Turpin is a cop. He's the one character that they kill on screen in the Superman animated series.
Oh, okay.
But he's like the other cop that you'd recognize the name of in Superman.
I think there is an interesting video to be made there about like how poorly a lot of superhero movies and TV shows handle the police side of things.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, because again, it's just a nuisance for that kind of storytelling. Where you have to either make them really involved and come up with a reason other than incompetence for why superheroes are necessary in a world, or make them really incompetent, or your third option is just conveniently never have them show up.
Personally, in 90% of stories, I'm perfectly okay with them just not showing up.
Really? I just feel like if the situation is, like, big enough and not secluded, it's hard to create a internal logic where I buy that.
I think it also depends on the superhero. Someone like Spider-Man, I'm more okay with the cops showing up because he is like dealing with those street level things that they deal with. Or of course, you know, Batman is a big part of his world is the cops. Well, like I don't know, I don't need the cops in like Avengers.
Yeah. Well, and it works easier in something like Avengers or FF or even sometimes Superman, where if they've got a relationship with the police and they're dealing with, and they're dealing with like big cosmic threats and things of that nature, like the police will step aside and basically treat them like a branch of the police. Like that's their job. That's what they're supposed to do. So they don't show up because it's not their jurisdiction.
Yeah. And honestly, I think that's what a lot of these, mostly team-up movies, I think that's what team-up movies should be doing. Like, just say, hey, you know, the cops pulled out because this is an Avengers threat. Let the Avengers deal with it.
So on paper, I get Lex running for senator. Just the kind of general idea of his, you know, wanting power, wanting glory, wanting all of that. But he's got his hands in so many different pies this season. Like, it's just kind of crazy to imagine that he would even have the like time or even think to run for office while he's in the middle of running the company by himself and trying to find or trying to figure out everything he can about the extraterrestrial stuff, and then he's building a I was gonna say bioweapon, but I guess the anti whatever. I'm getting tired now. He's just so busy, John.
Well, you know, he's Lex Luthor. He's a man of many talents.
That's true. He's like Batman. He's got like 36 hours in his day. Antidote. Antidote's the word I was looking for. So we've got two subplots that will converge. I can't decide if it's too convenient that Chloe and Lois are investigating this woman's murder. That's who turns out to be this girl that the senator has been with, who just went to the Kent farm.
I mean, it's probably a little convenient.
I guess it's just a little bit easy that they were the ones that were there when that phone call happened.
Yeah, that's the convenient part, I think.
Yeah.
Chloe just threw Lois under the bus there.
Yeah. Yeah, she did.
And it's funny because I can also see, like, in the script writing process, who would look better in a thong on the stage, Chloe or Lois?
Oh, God. And then that ends up being her shot in the intro for a while.
Yeah.
Or maybe all the way to the end. I'm not sure.
We have once again regressed Jonathan Kent to forget about all the progress he ever made with Lex Luthor.
Dagan says, I remember an old theory that Lex was trying to gain political clout because he wanted leverage for his alien project, but I think that's never really developed.
I mean, he wants power. I mean, I'm sure that's part of it.
Well, and he says that it's a stepping stone, and he's alluding to wanting to eventually be president and all of that. But I guess I have a little bit of a why now question. I'm not really sure why he hasn't run for anything before this.
Because we couldn't get Tom Wopat until this episode.
The real reason is it's juicy to have him run against Jonathan, and we like this idea of Jonathan's gonna, and I think this is all probably planned out from the start. Jonathan's going to run for senator and win and die the night he wins. I think they probably have that mapped out from the beginning of the season.
Lex just called them good old boys.
That's right, because he's seen that TV show.
Yeah.
That they used to be on.
I'm not one to think about those kind of things like too hard when they reference things. But does like the Dukes of Hazzard exist in this universe?
That's a fair question.
Does Clark just watch that show and be like, Dad?
I get really caught up in that kind of thing, and I try not to overthink it. But I've always had a tough time, and there's no way around it. I mean, it's a conceit, but I've always had a tough time with just the idea of this world existing, looking as much like ours does, but Superman never existed in it as a fiction.
Don't talk to me. Gosh.
Her line reading that is pretty funny.
No, she's naturally really funny in this show.
We're talking about
Chloe
what Chloe
has
says.
the kind of like attitude that
God bless America. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. Chloe has the kind of attitude in this show that I wish more characters would have. It's almost like she's in on how ridiculous this stuff is.
So I was reminded, and John, you won't know about this, but I was, when this first aired, reminded of the really early episode of Lois and Clark when Lois in that show has some reason where she's investigating something and has to go on a stage like this and sing, and it's not like a strip joint, it's like a classier thing than that, but she sings a jazz number, and that was in the intro with that show for Lois, I think all the way through the run or through a lot of it, and I don't know if this was an intentional homage to that, but it always reminded me of it.
Tom says All-American Girl. So is this what you meant when you sent in that super chat a few hours ago?
Tom just couldn't wait to get to this scene.
Apparently.
Okay, Tom. Yeah, I don't know what to say about this. This is one of those situations that is, supposed to be funny. Because Clark isn't interested in her sexually, and it's awkward for them to make eye contact when this happens, and like I get what's supposed to be funny about it, but like it doesn't do anything for me.
I like that they're dealing with kind of the seedy underbelly of Metropolis, but
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, this isn't my kind of humor.
And this is one of those things, kind of to their credit, where, you know, they're trying to have something for everybody in a show, so they kind of, you know, come up with excuses to have scantily clad women every now and again in scenes like this. We've done it with Lana several times, even if it's not Kristen Kirk's actual body, and now we're doing it with Lois for the first time. But to their credit, trying to do it in such a way that makes some kind of sense for the character to be in the situation.
Well, this isn't the first time, because you also have those really gratuitous shots in the Aquaman episode.
Oh, that's true.
I'm also, like, part of me is also now...
Yeah, at least here it's because she's investigating, and it's kind of early investigative reporting, or at least being part of investigative reporting. So, I mean, that's cool. Like, it's not unusual for comic book Lois Lane to be in sort of a situation like this.
I got so sick of this song so quickly.
I don't think I ever heard this outside of this show. I don't know.
I feel like I heard it all the time, and I was never a pop music fan to begin with, but I was like, you know, whatever, and then it just I feel like I heard it a million times. It also was memed a lot when I was a kid.
Oh, no, I guess it took me a minute to realize what that song was. Yeah, you're right. No, that was everywhere. It was irritating.
I was going to say,
and it was in
I've never heard it out of the side of this
And it was in a Weird Al polka, which is really funny. But yeah, obviously,
that's Gretchen Wilson on the
obviously
on the song,
Durance is a great actress, and she's always putting her all in it, whatever it is she's having to do. So I like that she starts off really awkward and then sort of gets into it.
Yeah.
And just sort of loses herself in it to try to sell it. So you actually buy that the patrons aren't looking through that and suspicious.
The song playing now was my mom's favorite song when it came out. That is Gretchen Wilson. This is at least somewhat funny, because it's characters that you like, and
yeah, and
that feels like a Clark and Lois moment.
I never gave the show enough credit, I guess, for gradually getting this Clark and Lois to a place where they would actually fall in love with each other. And I don't know how much I'm buying it when we get into 9 and 10 and they're actually in that relationship. But as much as I don't love them initially not standing each other, because it's just the ironic everything's got to be opposite thing, the actors play it really well, and they do gradually, become friends and respect each other. And so it's executed better than I gave it credit for before, but I've never liked that initial idea.
From what I remember, there is some switch stuff, because we immediately jump to her feeling jealous when Lana comes back for that 2-parter to finally write Lana out of the show.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Whereas before that,
credit where it's due, they get them. I'm buying everything they're doing with those characters through 4 and 5, at the very least.
Yeah. And we'll have to see. And I might feel differently when I get there, because I'm not there yet on this rewatch.
Some of that obvious, future setting up subtext or ironic stuff I don't care for, but every now and again they'll do it in a clever, classy enough way that I really appreciate it. Toward the end of the season, she's got this line when it's really over with Clark and Lana, where she says maybe Lana was riding a bike and what you're really waiting for is a Harley, and of course she doesn't realize it, but she's talking about herself. I kind of like that. Yeah,
Disgusting Comics, I know that's the episode I'm talking about. That's where we finally just like they just decide that Lois is jealous because Lana comes back.
Investigating.
What?
Well, now these strippers are finally talking to Chloe so that she can find out who killed this woman.
Don't talk to me.
This whole plot is a little bit dull.
Yeah.
Correct that whip.
It's that famous character, Felicia Hardy.
Oh no, that's not who that is, John.
Oh.
Although toward the end of the season, you will get the Chameleon. There's a character that calls himself the Chameleon.
Oh. Who killed Laura Palmer? You did, Robert. You killed Laura Palmer.
What is he talking about?
Unless I've got the last name mixed up because it's 4:15 in the morning. That's a Twin Peaks reference.
Oh, okay. I know what he's talking about now. But I didn't think that was her name or her last name. But I don't know that show.
I could be wrong about the last name. I've only seen that show once.
Because when I hear Palmer, I just immediately go to 24. Yeah, you tell him, Maggie Sawyer.
Wait.
No, you oughta become a cop, Clark, for her.
Okay, so hold on. She said do it in somebody else's precinct.
I know, I had that thought too. It's like,
but isn't precinct just the building they work in?
oh, I wasn't even thinking about that. I was just thinking like, that's not a great attitude to have as a cop. Where it's like, as long as it's not around where I have to work, I don't care. Just go take it to somebody else. Be somebody else's problem.
I mean, that's also true, but I'm pretty sure she also used the wrong word.
Yeah, no, I think that might be right, actually.
Don't do it in the office building that I work in, which this is not. Okay, yeah, it is Laura Palmer. I knew her first name was Laura, but I couldn't remember her.
And see, at this point, I'm just like, yeah, I get it. These guys were in Dukes of Hazzard, like...
No, this is just excessive.
Yeah.
Like, unless you're the very small niche of people that loved both Dukes of Hazzard and Smallville.
And they're just doing everything in a row, where it's like, we gotta come in through the door without opening it, which I'm sure they did in that show. And then you gotta peel out.
Yeah, no, that was the whole thing with that show.
You gotta do the shot where they're jumping and the...
I'm surprised they didn't have somebody in like those jean shorts to reference Daisy Duke. Well, yeah, but I mean, AMC, that's different times, different writers.
What are you talking about?
Oh, AMC says in Supergirl Season 2, on the other hand, they specify that the female alien president is Democrat and have Supergirl and Cat Grant say how proud they are that they voted for her. Well,
I think he's just comparing times where he's like, now they're patting themselves on the back for like a specific kind of politics, and then here they're avoiding it entirely.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to come out and say it in case somebody got offended, like took issue with it, but I mean, yeah, that Supergirl stuff is just them pandering to what they think their demographic is.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what your politics are. That's just what it's doing. I think.
Oh, and they've got the like sad country twang in the background.
Yeah, you got to do that whole thing.
Stop it. Stop dancing.
I like his relationship with his friend, and I like the consequences for the mistakes he's made. and that he does the right thing, and he leaves at the end. Some of these like one-off guest star episodes like this with like a family member or an old friend that comes in that you never see again are better than others. I like this one because, and it's easier, I guess, because it's setting up a major new status quo and like a huge plot point for the season, but like it doesn't immediately forget about it. It's like a one-off that's not a one-off, and that's one of the things this episode or this season does really well. So, I like his argument at the end for why Jonathan should run for office and why he's not really qualified for it anymore. And he's lost what made him good for the job in the first place and his integrity. And it's kind of sad. He's kind of in like a middle place between Jonathan and at least where Lex will be like by Lexmas, where he's not so far gone that he knows what his principles used to be and he just can't hold to them anymore. He just can't bring himself to be to make the right choices, but he at least gets out when it's time to get out.
This is literally a cartoon character's closet. Like, it's just the same dress, copy and pasted.
Well, that's because this guy is a psychopathic serial killer who's making all these girls wear that dress. John has no idea what's happening.
No, I mean, I just thought that was kind of funny.
Well, it's supposed to be creepy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm very creeped out.
No, like I said, it's kind of a dull plot.
Hey, she had her shocking revelation.
Ooh, I get it. I understood that joke.
Do you hear that, Cap? It's definitely not Smallville.
Oh. No, it's Dukes of Hazzard.
They should have just called this episode Duke.
They should have called it Hazard.
Make sure you spell it like
that works for literally
add a third Z.
That works. See, I'm not going to call that a rude super speed exit because she knew he was leaving.
No, I don't think it's ever really rude with Chloe going forward because she knows that is.
There's rude super speed entrances where she's like, "Hey, you knocked all my crap everywhere. Stop it."
Stop it. Get some help.
And then there's one later where he super speeds in and just knocks on the door. And at first I thought he was just being polite because she was sick of him rustling her papers everywhere. But it was because he was avoiding Lana.
Brian
that happens.
O'Neill Singleton asks, Times Clark inadvertently caused the death of someone. Just the once, I think.
Yeah, I think more often it's he does something to in self-defense or to defend somebody else, and he doesn't actually cause the death that somebody did technically. You know, where they like fall on a sharp object or something.
So,
but if that's what he's talking about, that happens all the time. It's just we can argue how much he's responsible for it, but like that happens all the time.
So this whole thing is like human trafficking, right?
That is bullet time. Yes.
That is bullet time. How often do human traffickers do you think come to Kansas?
Okay, do we have to go around on this again, John? But you know what I'm going to say, right?
No.
We're not in Kansas. Metropolis cannot be Kansas. It's right outside of it, and it seems to be its own principality or whatever, but it can't be Kansas.
So just because this is also something we always complain about.
Yeah.
How he yanks the helicopter down, rips the door open, and she's just like, "Hey, Smallville."
So I've never liked the Smallville thing in the show, like Lois calling him that, and we've talked about that before. But it gets especially silly. Again, I'm getting ahead of myself, but there's an episode later this season where they're looking for Clark, and they're in the town of Smallville, and she's yelling out for him and calling him Smallville in the town of. How crazy does that make you to anybody else that happens to hear you? Like, why is this girl, while we're in Smallville, just saying the name of the town?
Yeah, I mean, that's a point where because I don't mind the Smallville nickname, but that's a point where you should be using the real name.
Yeah, I just don't think you would even think to give someone that nickname unless they were out of that town and they personified that small town thing for you. And like, you could call anybody else in the town that.
I mean, I could buy that he kind of personifies Smallville to her, even if they're both in Smallville.
No, me too. But being inside, I just think it's really weird and kind of awkward. And obviously, the only reason she really does that is because that's a Lois Lane thing.
AMC Comics Cap G, how many human traffickers do you think operate your state, John?
I'm gonna go with 5. No, in the city, it's possible that's a problem. I don't know. But I will say it'd be on the Missouri side, so it doesn't count. Because the real metropolitan part, I mean, Kansas City is split into 2 cities technically. In Kansas City, Missouri, that's the metro part. That's where the real crimes happen.
Hey, look, they're talking about the Bible.
Oh, that's true. Look, religion.
So, because I've always been
This is a good
confused
allegory here,
about
by the
this
way.
at the end. Tom Wolpat's really only sin was just sleeping with a prostitute, right? Or like with a stripper? Like, he wasn't involved in the human trafficking.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, because Clark is acting like he was.
Was he? I think he was. I thought he was just disappointed that the guy didn't have the moral fiber that he thought he did.
Well, yeah, I mean, he says, I can't believe I looked up to him, but, like, all the guy did was go to a strip club. I don't know, maybe
He didn't just go to a strip club. He was sleeping with that girl.
Oh, is he married?
I assume so, although I don't know how clear they make that. Maybe they come out and say that. This one doesn't stick with me the best. Because it kind of just feels like a stepping stone to get us to the Jonathan Kent running for office plot.
And obviously they're writing Clark, has those more traditional values, except for when he doesn't. And sometimes that goes over my head a little bit because I'm not thinking from that perspective.
But I think some of it is also just he's covering things up.
Oh, discussing topics says he does say he's married. He said he was married. I missed it.
Yeah. So it's just a scandal that would make it hard for him to win. So he swept it under the rug, and now he's going to quit over it. I do think that the thing where you're dating somebody half your age like that is looked at as, like, even creepier and more weird now than it was at that time.
Oh, okay. Probably, yeah.
This plays it like a standard thing that a lot of politicians just do because their job is so stressful. There's so much pressure. Because I think that's what he's getting at when he says to Jonathan, there's no way you can understand this. But now I think people get a lot more cynical about it and assume that if you date somebody that much younger than you, that, like, something else is going on. I just feel like we hear that assumption from people all the time now. Not to get too in the weeds with that, but
yeah, we make that. I see that kind of assumption made for any kind of, like, relationship with an age gap. Doesn't matter how big or small it is. Robert Wild, we are not counting new things. You can count whatever you want.
Yeah. I'll buy your book when it's published, okay? And then I'll steal your numbers. Okay, once again, this man's head does not fit in this shot. Back the camera off.
Neither of their heads do.
That's true. So back the camera off.
You know, it is kind of impressive that 20 years after their show ended, they still have this good a chemistry.
Yeah. No, they're really good together. And again, I've never seen them in that show, but you can tell that they've worked together.
Yeah.
Or they're both just that good, even if they hadn't.
And then in the remake, you get Sean William Scott and Johnny Knoxville.
Okay, so I don't want to overthink this because obviously either they haven't thought about this or different writers think differently about what Metropolis is, but I've never had this thought before. I always go to Perry when I talk about how Metropolis can't be in Kansas because Metropolis doesn't have Kansas plates and because Perry lives in Metropolis but makes fun of Kansans and calls them Kansasians. You wouldn't do that if you lived in Kansas, etc., etc. But Lex... Well, I guess Lex lives in Smallville, though, right?
Yeah.
I was just thinking, like, does it make sense that he would be... Because Luthor Corp being stationed in Metropolis, does it make sense that he's running for Kansas senator? But I guess he's lived in Metropolis, or in Smallville for, like, several years now. So...
5 years exactly.
Yeah, so I guess that tracks fine. She did manage to get a byline like very, very early. Like she's building this career a little bit too quickly. I actually buy how she gets in at the planet okay.
To be fair though, they're playing it more like it's kind of buried.
No, it is, but Khan wasn't even gonna let her publish anything when she it was all, you know, you have to work your way up like I did. And
that was 3 episodes ago, Cap. Come on, Khan has disappeared.
That's true. I don't know if we'll ever see her again.
We've had 4 new editor-in-chiefs and 6 showrunners.
That's a good point. I like this thing where Lois doesn't like to own up to needing help from anybody. Like, that's classic Lois Lane. But she's not a jerk, so she's going to couch it but still thank him for helping her.
Erica Duran's really does bring out a different side of Tom Welling in this show.
Well, again, it's this Lois that you're seeing, like, in the middle of evolving.
You say that like she's a Pokemon.
No, but what I mean is you can tell that she was probably a lot more immature, like even right before we met her.
She's finally reached level 12. She can evolve into her final
She's
form.
not a Pokemon. That's not what I meant.
I mean, Digimon is better anyways.
I saw a few episodes of that when I was in high school, and I never watched Pokemon, so until I had kids.
Those first 3 seasons of Digimon are really good. Like, it actually has, like, character motivations and change and storylines. Pokemon is just the same thing over and over.
Yeah. Yeah, what I've seen of that, it seems kind of stolid, but... Or static, I guess I should say.
That'll be the next 12-hour stream, or 24-hour stream. We'll just watch 24 hours of Pokemon.
Jason's been trying to get me to stream Pokemon episodes forever. Okay, we're going to go ahead and take another break. I've got to change discs out. And, John, I'm fading a little bit. I'm hoping I get a second win pretty soon.
I believe in you.
Oh, that's so nice of you to say. Because I'm gonna need all the help I can get, John. I need encouragement.
I am going to surprise myself. I think I'm going to go a light red on that episode.
Are you really?
There's too many just chunks of that episode where I'm like, I don't care.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was with it too.
And I don't quite understand the morality at the end of the day. Like, if it is just their old-fashioned values, they don't talk about it enough that I caught anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's not okay to cheat on your wife.
It's not, but I also feel like they act like he was part of, like he did like something inhumane when he just cheated.
Yeah, I mean, did something about him sleeping with her have anything to do with why she was killed? Because I didn't get the impression it did.
I don't think so.
We're both still in agreement across the board here. I mean, I think I enjoyed that episode more when I was watching it on my own, but I was a little bored here, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, like, it's not a bad episode by any means.
It's not.
There's big chunks that were just boring.
But it does feel, by the end, like it's kind of just there to facilitate this big plot point we want to do. I don't know, I feel like my signs are not going to necessarily reflect the fun I had with it this last time, because watching through this past week, I thought more of my sign flips would be green.
Yeah,
wow, it's kind of like just
Cyborg is that late
as we're talking critically about these, they're not holding up as well, but like it's still more fun to look at than last season, I think.
It's more consistent, whereas 4, I think, has higher highs and way lower lows.
Yeah, exactly. So it might be the kind of thing where, like, I don't know, tonally it's a lot better and more consistent, but we're talking a lot about story stuff, and the scripts just aren't great.
I think they finally settled on a Superman tone.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Now they just need the writing.
Well, when are we gonna get that, John? A few episodes of 8, and that's it? Is that?
What's maybe in episode 8, Solitude, because I don't remember what that is offhand.
Oh, I do. That's a big episode. That's when we kill Brainiac the first time around.
Oh yeah.
We kill him in 8. We bring him back in 15 or 16. He's gone for 8 episodes. Anyway, we'll go ahead and take a break, and we'll be right back in just a few minutes, folks.
We'll be back.
everybody, I'm back. It is time for the 7th episode of Season 5. It's Splinter. And we're going to do that here in just a minute when John gets back. If you're just joining us, I want to mention that I'm doing a giveaway at the very, very end of this stream, which will be, or I should say the end of these two streams, because I have to split it up in two, which will be 6 or 7 o'clock Central tomorrow, or I guess it's today now, in the PM, though. But anyway, giving away a few art prints drawn by Ty Overall, and if you win, you can pick between any of these 3 prints that he graciously drew for the channel. The Spawnville cover, the parody cover of Todd McFarlane's Spawn #1, and the newly revealed today, or I guess yesterday now, Spawn Year 10th anniversary poster, and the teaser poster for the Superhero Rewind movie, which I am making next year. And all you have to do is send in an email to me, CaptainLogan1989 @gmail.com, and that email address is in the description, and I will randomly pick from the list of people that send me an email, and you'll have a really good chance at getting one of those prints in the mail. Hello, John. John, I can't hear you, man.
Whoops. Hello there. So out of curiosity, while
Yes,
we were
sir.
on break, because my DVDs of the show are right behind me, I grabbed the little book that comes with the DVD, and they talk about how they were really down by being moved to Thursday nights at 8.
Yeah.
And then say that they ended up having a ratings renaissance with this season, and that they think it's their best season yet.
Well, I mean, say again.
Not your best season.
No, it is absolutely not. But I can see why they were on a high with it, because they were finally getting some of the superhero stuff. They had a really good guest star in Marsters. There was a lot of anticipation for the 100th episode. They were really, really proud of that. I think it's super gimmicky the way that's handled, and the teasing that we get the whole season, really starting with this episode we're about to watch, of, oh man, who's the character we're going to kill off this season. But I get why they were happy with that for the show, I guess.
It has been so long since I followed like a TV show that airs weekly on TV that I forgot how long they had to stretch the season out.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is it feels stretched kind of thin. Especially with Brainiac, because when we finally bring him back, it's like, I'm not sure why we waited quite this long, and then he kind of just stands around and doesn't do very much for the next few episodes. And that's a pattern that we've talked about, really from 2 on, maybe the whole show, where you have this, and this season handles it maybe a little bit better, because like I said, even the one-off kind of filler episodes feel like, whether it's artificial or not, like they've at least got major important scenes that you have to see to appreciate what happens the rest of the season. But there's still a lot of, couple of big episodes at the beginning, maybe more 2 on, and then season 2 on, and then a couple of big episodes at the end that get back to what we were doing with those episodes, and then a big stretch of stuff in the middle that isn't always furthering enough of that stuff.
Yeah, it always makes me laugh when they come on the podcast, and like Rosenbaum does this too, where like, yeah, well, it's not like today where you had just 12 episode seasons. I'm like, no, but I've also seen 22 episode seasons do more.
Yeah, and at the same time as he's taking up for it and always saying when you have this many episodes, you're going to have some duds and some really good ones, he dislikes a lot more than he likes right now, and that's just in 3. I can't imagine what he's going to say through 4.
Yeah. They got the shot of Clark protecting Chloe from the cold on the back.
Yeah. I kind of missed the DVDs and regret a little bit getting rid of those because I like those booklets.
Yeah, I still need to get that Blu-ray set.
Yeah, I just wanted to save space because I've got so much on my superhero shelf back here, so I went ahead and sold the DVDs after I got the Blu-rays. But
and yes, Catherine, I think it would have benefited from shorter seasons.
oh yeah, absolutely. Well, and just the premise of this show, it really wants to be. We've talked about this, but it really wants to be a more serialized thing in the first place, and not do the Freak of the Week thing.
Yeah. Well, and like I don't know, this is kind of hindsight, but I don't miss the 22 episode seasons thing.
I don't either. No, it's kind of a chore now. Like when I go back to some of these old shows where I kind of just want to watch the key episodes, and I'm not as inspired to watch through a whole season, at least of more serialized things. So I don't know, if you're going to have 20 or 22 episodes, I want you to be either anthology or like a Star Trek or something where it's just about telling cool stories with a cast, and they're all individual stories. And then it doesn't matter how many episodes you have a season. Like the season thing doesn't even matter at that point because it's just short stories with the same cast.
I definitely do that with Buffy. Like when I showed my buddy that show, both Buffy and Angel, I was like, okay, I can skip this episode, this episode, this episode, and like I won't miss anything.
Let's go ahead and get into this next one, and then we'll take another quiz right after this, maybe, because we still owe somebody one of those.
I think it's the same person that sent in two $10 super chats.
Yeah, right at the beginning. He's probably not here anymore, but hopefully he can come back later and take a look. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and watch Splinter, which is kind of a big episode for this season, and kind of two big ones in a row, because we sort of do the big Brainiac stuff and take him out for a while. Spoilers. Okay, everybody ready? Here we go. Get the timestamp 0 and get ready to press play. I'm just about to do it. Everybody please press play right now.
And you know, it's funny you mentioned with like a shorter episode count or anthology.
Yeah.
Britain really had us beat with that. Like the new Who is like 12 episodes. And 90% of those are standalone.
Well, and that's, I think, kind of always been their model, and we finally embraced that during the streaming era.
Yeah.
Okay, so right away, I got to talk about this this silver kryptonite thing. So I was talking about the weirdness of this plot retroactively. With why does Milton Fine even send him this rock? It's really convoluted. It's like I guess he decides that this is an excuse for him to reveal that he's ostensibly Kryptonian and save Clark from something so he'll trust him, and then lead him to a reverse psychology plot where Clark will believe that Zod is the hero of Krypton, right? And the first question I have is, how does he know that Clark is going to prick himself with this rock? Because if he just holds it, it doesn't do anything. It's got to get in him.
Well, counterpoint though, it scratched him and he just touched it.
Okay, that's fair. And I guess, you know, he spends enough time with Lana that he figures if he sends it to Lana, Clark will at some point wind up picking it up, I guess.
Yeah. Now, so because I don't know.
Sorry, go
Superman
ahead.
Comics.
Because I have more questions about it, but go ahead.
Is Silver Kryptonite a thing in the comics?
Yeah, it's just every color under the sun. And don't ask me what they all do, because I don't know. But I know that red, more or less, in the comics does what it does in this show. Black, I think they messed around with for the double X thing. I don't know if that's in the comics the same way. And silver, I have no idea what that does in the comics. But there definitely is silver kryptonite. But then there's the question of how would Milton Fine know what any color of kryptonite, save green maybe, would do to Kryptonians on Earth when you don't have any history? There's no sample set.
I mean, I've always had that question with kryptonite in general. Because, like, we kind of play with the idea that Kryptonians know about it. But how?
Yeah, how? You're right. I mean, I guess they've just kind of made that a conceit now. But even the thing later on with Martha having this Kryptonian virus, and she has to hold Meteor Rock in order to stave off the horrible effects of it. It's like, how would you know that that works? Like, what is Kryptonite on Krypton? It's just Earth. It's just rock. It wouldn't have the same properties.
Yeah. I also have questions about like all of this, because like we know that all of this is in hallucinations brought on by the Kryptonite.
Oh yeah,
so,
okay.
Like,
sorry, after you finish that thought, I have to complain about this. Go ahead, good.
How did he flip the truck? Because nobody was chasing him.
I guess that whole thing was a hallucination, wasn't it? Because, and this is the thing this episode does really well, where it's kind of fun to guess at how much of it is actually true. Because sometimes it's a full-on hallucination, and sometimes it's a partial hallucination. And when you get to the end, there's certain bits of it that you can never fully know that's ambiguous. Like the first scene he has with Milton Fine, who claims later on in the episode that he hasn't seen him in a week and didn't have that conversation with him. But given that it's Brainiac and he's manipulating him, that scene might have happened. There's no telling.
Yeah.
So I like that.
Yeah,
But
I think some of this stuff works, but other things like that, I'm more questioning.
Maybe
like,
if he thought he got hit, he could jerk the wheel to the point where it would flip the truck over? Like, is that what happened? Oh, that's a car crash, by the way. We can count that. So that's
and this is going to be an episode with characters acting out of character.
not themselves, yeah. And that's car crash. Okay, so I have a song complaint. So that song that was playing while he was in the truck is by a band called Stereophonics, which I just got from the subtitles, and it's called Superman. So, of course, immediately I'm going, oh, great, we've got another song inspired by Superman in a show where Clark Kent exists, but there's not Superman yet. But if they never say it in the lyrics or anything, and especially if it's just background music, it's maybe whatever. Like, I don't love that they did that Superman song in the first season. We talked about that when we did that. But here it gets really weird because he's listening to it in his truck, and it becomes the soundtrack music and not just incidental at some point. But hear me out, because there's a lyric that just cannot possibly exist in this universe. And the only way it works is if the song he's hearing in the radio is different than the song that we're hearing once it's off the radio and in the soundtrack. Because there's a line not just about Superman, but about Lois Lane, who is a character in the show. The line is Superman on an aeroplane sitting next to Lois Lane. And they start to fade it out, but it's in there? I can't even deal with that.
So I looked it up because I was curious about Silver Kryptonite. So this version is made up for the show. And apparently the idea is that Milton Fine created it, so that's why he knows what it does.
Oh.
Apparently the first Silver Kryptonite was actually a joke that Jimmy Olsen played on Superman back in the 60s.
Well, that sounds like it was in good taste. Okay, so are we counting this as Clark being on Green K because he's hallucinating that he's on Green K, but he's not actually on Green K? But we're seeing it happen.
What?
So I guess we'll count it. Well, I'm saying,
I think that counts.
does it count as him being on Green K? Because he's not actually on Green K, but we're seeing him on Green K.
Yeah, no, I was just joking because of how convoluted that sounds. But no, I don't think that counts.
I'm sorry. I don't know how well I'm explaining myself today. But there's a lot of confusing things in this episode, John.
There is.
Yeah, I guess I didn't put that together. The Silver Kryptonite does come back into his body at some point. Like, we see that happen. So yeah, I guess it's part of him, or he made it and can go in and out. Yeah. So I guess that makes enough sense. I don't know why he had to mail it. I feel like there was maybe some easier way to be certain that Clark would end up with it, but...
I don't know. I can't... I mean, maybe it's just because I'm tired.
Probably.
But I can't think of any other way that he could do it without it connecting to him.
That's fair.
I'm counting, Senior.
It strikes me as a peculiar plot point, but I guess it works as well as I just... The bigger issue is, I just think it's a really weird way to try to get in somebody's, I was gonna say good graces, but I guess just to like make them trust you, get them on your side. Like, how do you even come up? How do you even come up with that plot? Like, I'm gonna make somebody super paranoid and then save them from paranoia, and then tell them that their dad was an evil dictator man. Like, did he have to go through all of that? Couldn't he just show up to him at some point and be like, okay, I've got a level with you. Let me prove to you these powers I have. I'm Kryptonian. Your dad was evil. We need to kill the Fortress version of him.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, Brainiac is an intellect of the fifth dimension. You can't possibly begin to understand how he thinks.
No, he's not. He's not Mixelplick.
Oh, no, what is it that he said? There's one where he says something like that. I don't know.
Oh, that's interesting. He's on the phone with a character named Griff right now in the 7th episode, who will be the guy that he pays to find dirt on Jonathan Kent in Lexmas. They're already setting that up. And I didn't realize it. That's cool.
I figured that the red kryptonite was a thing, because we bring that back in Supergirl.
Yeah, and I mean that goes way back in even TV media.
Oh, okay.
I think Lois and Clark does a red kryptonite. No, I know it does, and in the first season, no less. I do believe
Gold kryptonite.
Yeah, and I think season 9 or 10 has like a blue kryptonite. But yeah, Fine's whole thing just feels really convoluted to me because we get 2 of these plots in a row where he's being like really deceptive like this and playing his 6-dimensional chess. And I'm like, one or the other at least. Like, do you need to do this and then make Clark think that his... Or like, give Clark's mother a virus where she's dying? Couldn't you have started with that?
No.
No? Okay. I don't know why you need this intermediary step where you couldn't just come in and, again, be like, look at me, I've got Kryptonian powers. Robert says we should be using red and green kryptonite for ratings instead of sign flips. I wish I'd thought of that. But I don't know. I'm lazy and I just already had this laying around. I should get some red kryptonite. The thing is, so I've got this green kryptonite rock here, but I don't know if they make a red kryptonite rock. Because I usually only find that in rings. And I've never bought one of those rings. So, another question I have about something that'll happen a little bit later in the season is whether, and I don't know if they know, but whether Lionel Luthor is fully aware of Clark's powers and everything right now. Like, he's got that connection with the crystal and he's been writing symbols down, but again, he doesn't know what a lot of that means. Later in the season, we're going to find out that a lot of things that he'll be doing throughout this is because he knows Clark's secret and he's actually trying to help him. But I don't know how much he knows right now. And we'll get that thing later where he helps Martha with this problem where somebody tries to blackmail her with footage of Clark using his powers. And I never figured out, maybe I'll see it this time around and have a better sense of it, but I never got whether he like was manipulating Martha and sent that in the first place or if somebody else did it. I gotta look for that now because I could not figure that out. But I like the way this is written and shot, where parts of this conversation are really happening, but parts of it aren't. And what's really interesting is how this foreshadows the way Jonathan will die at the end of episode 100. Because here Clark is seeing Lionel like blackmail Jonathan with that information that he's got powers, but that's of course not what Lionel's actually saying right now, and that's what will cause Jonathan's heart attack when that conversation actually really happens.
There's so many layers.
I'm sorry I've dominated here.
Oh, you're good.
That's what everybody does. Everybody tries to protect Lana. You notice how people are always trying to kill her, no matter what you guys do? Like, you should probably just lead with the truth and go from there, I think. It's probably better to do that than make her think she's crazy.
Is 8 episodes the longest we've gone without somebody trying to kill Lana?
Boy, we must be at a record here. And that's not counting however long we might have gone at the end of last season, which was probably like 1 episode, but still.
No, yeah, it was definitely like maybe 1 episode if that, just because she gets possessed.
I mean, you could kind of count the Kryptonians for a minute. I guess they were trying to kill her for a second.
Yeah, but that was her own fault.
You brought that on yourself, Lana.
Yeah, she's like, I'll lead the aliens to the mineral that I think might kill them. Oh, it didn't work.
Yeah, but it should have worked better than it did. I didn't talk about that part of it, but this show cannot decide how much, like, we cheat with it all the time, how much kryptonite affects you from how far and how much you need to incapacitate you in, how much. Because they get hit with the kryptonite, right? And then the man Kryptonian runs away from the kryptonite and is not weakened enough where he can't still pick up like a 500-pound door and push it up against the door frame.
I like the way Welling plays this.
Yeah, he does a great job on Silver Kryptonite. Absolutely.
That's both somebody being thrown and a parent knocked out.
We are counting that. Well, we're counting parents and friends kidnapped and almost killed, but that's not almost killed.
Jonathan is almost killed here.
And it's not convenient. Oh, okay, yeah. No, I'll count that.
Now this is Clark on Green K.
It sure is. We haven't had much of that yet.
There's so many things to count all of a sudden.
I know. That was driving me crazy when I watched this last week, where I was like, oh wow, we're gonna have to really pay attention to all the counting this episode.
How can he run away when he's under Green K? Like,
that's what I'm saying. That's the same thing with the Kryptonians in that first episode. How do you lift that door when you're on Green K?
Oh, see you, Robert.
Oh, bye, Robert.
You got tired of us not counting.
Well, now we're in real trouble. I mean, if we don't have Robert for counting, I don't know what we're going to do. Especially when I'm already feeling like half delirious, John.
I think you just need some coffee.
There is a Voyager episode that this reminds me a lot of called the Voyager Conspiracy, where 7 of 9 has this whole thing where she thinks that that various people on the ship are conspiring against other people on the ship.
You know,
And it's
good
not
on
played as
Chloe for
creepy as
figuring
this,
it out.
but it's similar. So what?
I said, good on Chloe for figuring it out.
Yeah, that was some good deductive reasoning there.
Doesn't it always surprise you when a character in Smallville uses deductive reasoning?
Yeah. Anytime they're smarter than a Power Ranger, I applaud the show.
Well, you know what this show needs?
More cowbell?
Ivan Ooze.
Oh, well, yeah, absolutely. And the next
It needs more
episode,
morphological beings.
Brainiac's plot there with Clark's mom getting sick really feels like a Power Rangers plot.
One of my favorite things about the Power Rangers movie is when Kimberly just walks up to a random security guard and's like, have you seen any morphological beings around here?
And then he's like, what's a morphological being? Oh, that's great. Who says that? There's a video in that. We should just go up to people on the street and ask them about morphological beings.
I mean, there's a whole TikTok subgenre doing that stuff. That kind of
Oh,
stuff.
really? You know, I'm
And
immediately...
more realistic, like, would you do this for $1 million? Or
Oh. You know, after you told me that, I was immediately less interested in doing it.
Sorry.
No, I don't care anymore, John. No, it's fine. I got plenty of other projects to do. I'm good. I don't need to do the Ivan Ooze TikTok.
All of the things I've missed.
I'm going to assume that we brought Silver Kryptonite back at least one time, but I don't actually know that.
You know, I was just thinking about that.
Although if
'cause I
it's
know in
connected
7
to-
we do blue and gold.
If it's connected to Brainiac, then maybe not. I don't know.
I don't think we do. I also don't think we do another red Kryptonite episode.
Oh, surely that comes back at least once or twice more.
I'm trying to think.
Because we really
Since-
relied on that for a while when we just wanted Clark out of character for some reason.
Yeah. I know in 7 we do blue Kryptonite and gold Kryptonite.
So yeah, this is where Fine claims that conversation they had earlier, where he says, I've also been being chased by guys in a black truck, where he claims that never happened. I don't know if it did or not. What I want to think is that he's lying about it, and he really was there with Clark and claimed that he was always also being chased just to further the paranoia.
I think that conversation really did happen. I'm not sure if that one that we just saw happened.
Oh.
Because now he's hallucinating again.
That's true. It's hard to say.
So that whole thing could have been a hallucination.
I watched this with my son Jason, and he spent the whole time going, what is happening?
You should have just been like, and he's gone.
Catherine Hall says we do red again in 6. I was going to say, I'd be shocked if the last time we see it is 4.
Oh, that's right. Because
Is that
we
with
do the episode
Bizarro?
Where Lois gets because that's the episode where Lois puts on the lipstick that has red kryptonite and infects Clark with it, and he crashes the Lana and Lex like rehearsal or whatever. I always forget.
I know
about
this
that
is a hallucinating voiceover, but Rosenbaum's line reading of Vanguard was kind of weird. He is the villain of the story, John.
He is the one that knocks. You know, if we're not going to get Bryan Cranston to play live action Lex Luthor, can he like voice him in something just once? I just want to see it.
Yeah, that'd be good. That's a good line reading. He's just so sarcastic this season. Lana,
He's just over everyone's crap.
What are you talking about? Yeah, while at the same time spewing a lot of crap of his own. And because he's Lex, I'm not minding that double standard. Like, it's on purpose, and there are consequences for it.
And the funniest thing is, at least in this scene, he's right.
Yeah. But Lana, just so you know, I am going to lie to you about other things later, and then I'm going to claim that I would never lie to you. Not from this point on, just like... Just forget about that time I lied to you, like, 3 days ago. Okay, are you surprised this episode isn't called Paranoid? Just with the sheer number of times it's being said in dialogue?
Kind of, but I also think this is one where the title actually makes sense.
No, I like the title. I'm not saying it shouldn't be. It's just usually when we can't get away from a theme, that's the name of the episode.
Everybody should have just said, he got a splinter. That's just the theme of the episode, Splinter.
Yeah, well, and it's borderline a double entendre title. Because it's like his mind is splintering.
Do you think this is foreshadowing for next season when they're going to get married?
Well, I think it's foreshadowing for the end of this season where they're going to get together before they get married, which I always forget about. I always think that doesn't even happen till 6. But no, they full-on start dating in the last, like, 3 episodes this season. So, yes, it is absolutely foreshadowing. They know for sure they're doing all that.
It's set up and payoff.
Yeah, and I mean, like, again, credit where it's due. Like, I want to applaud them when they do decent setup and payoff. It's just that sometimes it's kind of forced stuff, like I said earlier, where they just really want, certain plot points or subplots, whether they can naturally get us to those things or not.
Somebody hurts Clark, and I'm going to send them to Siberia.
Yes. That's a great line.
Also, just to follow up on what we said, I think 2 episodes ago now.
Yeah.
Kristen Krieg sucks at evil faces.
Yes.
Because there's that scene where she's supposed to be looking at Clark, like, taunting him, and it just looks really goofy.
Yeah, she's just not menacing.
Remember when they cast her as the lead in a Street Fighter movie?
Yeah, because she's got the edge for that.
I never saw that movie, but I'm sure she was perfect for the role.
And that's nothing against Kristen Krieg. Like, you don't have to be perfectly versatile and great at everything at an actress, but the writing and the directing should be playing to the strength of the actress.
Well, and it seems like we kept
just don't have her do that stuff.
Yeah, it feels like we kept casting her in stuff where she needed to be like a tough girl. She was cast in that, and then she was cast in that weird reboot of Beauty and the Beast, or whatever that show was called. Beastly, or...
I think it was just called Beauty and the Beast, was it not?
I have no idea. I never even heard of that show until they rebooted it.
I just counted Love Triangle Face because I think that counts with Clark with that hallucination. And Senior Sticks says Evil Triangle Face, which is pretty good.
They did a really good job at making him look run down.
The makeup is awesome. Like, this is one of the best looking episodes this season. I love the production on this one.
Well, you know why this looks good? Because they tried.
They tried, Lillian. They tried. I'm so glad you remember that. Now I'm not going to be able to stop doing it. Try, Lillian. Try. Talkville just reviewed that one last week.
They should have got John Glover on there just to say, try, Lillian, try.
I think they actually had him for a few minutes on that one.
Every time he shows up on screen, I just like hear in my head the RoboCop commercial he does.
You know, Lex had a really good chance at learning Clark's secret right there.
Is that a strike?
That's a throw. What's that?
I think that's a strike.
I said almost the same thing when I watched this a few days ago.
But no, that is a throw, and Lex is knocked out.
Oh, there's just so much to count this episode. This is a record, I think. And it's also really unusual to have this much to count in a relatively good episode.
Yeah.
Because my rule is always, the more you count, the worse the episode is. And I don't know that that's actually been overall true with our viewings.
I love this stuff. This is like slasher movie. And like using his powers as the villain, as like a slasher villain, so good.
Yeah, and you're sympathetic to him. Like, usually these person that's not themselves episodes are kind of a waste. But this one, like, the way in which he's the victim is kind of, you know, kind of compelling, kind of sad.
It's very 80s giallo Italian horror.
Okay.
And a lot of the times with those, because those will be like murder mysteries. But in a few of those, you'll get a killer where it's like, yeah, he's kind of also a victim.
I think they're just really creative with the situations. Like, I'm not going to say that, you know, I'm learning a ton more about this character and his fears, what he's worried about and stuff, but we're pretty clever about the situations and whether, and just trying to make the audience guess at whether what we're seeing is real. And that's something of, I don't want to say like an episode formula, but something of a regular, like once a year thing we've been doing too, in different ways, where we'll have an episode where we have some unreliable narrator, and you'll have sometimes like several scenes from different perspectives, and you have to guess which one is real. This is in the ballpark of that.
Oh, I didn't know James Marsters played Lex in DCUO.
He played Lex in Superman Doomsday.
Yeah, AMC is saying he also played him in DC Universe Online.
Oh, weird. No, I'm sorry, I didn't know that either.
Yeah, I didn't either. Huh.
I like his Lex voice fine, but that script gives him some very awkward things to say. And bullet time!
I just remember that movie sucking.
It sucks. We just reviewed it again a couple months ago. Or a few months ago. It's bad.
Yeah, I remember you guys did a double feature of that. I made it through the first one, but I got really tired like halfway through Doomsday, so I just went to bed.
And you didn't take a nap and plan for even a 4-hour stream, much less a 24-hour stream?
I did not. I think I was also drinking, which didn't help. Okay, so he's a machine. Okay, I know I'm sounding like a broken record, but he is a machine.
Yes.
How does he have Kryptonian powers?
Yeah. I don't know.
They are genetic.
Yeah. I
He
guess
has no genes.
but keep in mind that the spaceship had the same weakness that Kryptonians have. For no reason I can understand.
He was killed by his own glider. I like how Lex is like, "What have you done?" He just knocked her out. Like,
the splinter that pierced your body came from Brainiac.
I want to see James Marsters trying to deliver that line, but like say everything except the line.
There's some really heavy, I almost want to say like zombie-esque makeup work this season with characters that are like so sick they look like they're gonna die, and we do it with like half the cast. You know, we do it with Clark this episode with Splinter, and we do it with with Martha next episode. We do it with Lana in the Flatlanders episode.
This is the most I have ever felt bad for Clark when it comes to the Lana situation.
Yeah, I agree. Because, I mean, you know, it's one thing to get hit with something that makes you just, like, act almost like a different person, where you lose all your inhibitions, and it's something else entirely to think that things are happening that aren't. You know, like, you can't control yourself in either situation, but somehow the second one is more sympathetic to me than the first.
I think it's because the first one you're acting out of self-interest, the second one you're acting out of self-preservation.
And yeah, and fear, and, like, you know, we counted this as not yourself, and it technically is that, but, you know, how much of that is you're doing whatever you would do in that situation anyway, or, like, you know, it's pushing you to this edge where it's really difficult to do the right thing. Because you get so
the dark side. It does.
You get so desperate, and
they should have just played the song "Paranoid" as he was going paranoid.
It's by Garbage?
No, by Black Sabbath.
Oh, I thought you meant Garbage is paranoid. He thinks he's paranoid.
No, I'm in a good song.
Oh, well, that was the first thing that came to my mind.
I don't think I've heard that song, but
I like Garbage.
The band is named Garbage. It can't be that good.
No, Garbage is great, and they have one of the best Bond songs.
Oh, really? Which one?
I knew you were gonna ask me that. It's not a good movie, but it's a good song. It'll come to me. I'm tired. Quit asking me questions, John. I'm having a hard enough time just responding to images on a screen. The world is not enough. The world is not enough. That song's great.
Is that them?
Yeah, that's Garbage.
That was my first Bond movie.
Wow, I'm sorry.
I unapologetically love that movie.
My first Bond movie was probably not GoldenEye, but it's the first one I remember seeing. You know, because I was already 12 when that came out, so I'm sure I saw others before that. But that was certainly the first one I saw in the theater.
So not only was that my first Bond movie, that was also my first Bond game.
It was also your first movie. You'd never seen a film before that.
No, I love The World Is Not Enough.
I mean, you don't still love it, right?
I haven't went back to it, but I mean, Bronson is my favorite Bond.
Oh, yeah, fair enough.
I have...
God, the makeup work this season. So good.
It is. A couple years ago, I bought this big Bond box set, and it has, like, all of them on Blu-ray. I am 3 or 4 movies deep into, who's the second Bond?
I just can't think of it right now.
Whatever his name is, the guy that takes over for Sean Connery. I'm like 2 or 3 movies.
Like, I know what it is, but it's not in my head right now.
Where's Austin when we need?
Well, he couldn't stand Smallville. He's starting to wonder why he's even on the channel.
Oh, and I'm not gonna let him live that one down either. He couldn't make it past 1 episode.
Well, he said he just couldn't. He just didn't have anything to say about it.
I know, but it's Austin. He gives me enough crap. I need all the ammo I can get.
Phil says his first Bond movie was Thunderball. I like Thunderball a lot. I didn't see it until I was an adult.
Yeah, I didn't see any of the older Bonds until just last year.
So yeah, they're seeding this Lex really wants to be with Lana thing already, and they've been making it clearer and clearer as this goes along. But Lexmas does not come out of nowhere.
Yeah. Roger Moore, that's his name. Thank you, AMC.
But yeah, it's interesting that some of the stuff that he's paranoid about feels like far-fetched and exaggerated, but it's not that far from some of the really crazy stuff that happens later this season.
They have Hillbro's coffee in their cabinet back there, and if I read that right, I'm like 89% sure that that's the same coffee I have in my cabinet.
Oh, cool. That's some odd product placement there. There's a couple of
we'll give
really...
you money to put our product out of focus so nobody can see it.
Yeah, so that might not have been product placement. But there's a couple of really blatant, egregious examples of product placement this season. I'll try to point them out when we see them.
Just gonna see Clark playing on his PlayStation.
Clark,
get off the PlayStation.
Clark doesn't have a PlayStation. He doesn't have hobbies. What are you talking about?
Well, that's not true. There's that one episode where he's on Red Kryptonite and he like steals an Xbox or something.
Yeah, but he doesn't regularly play with one.
You people just keep popping up.
Yeah, I know that one's great. I thought I was the last
that should
one.
Have been his first red flag. A
That's
superior race is often hard to erase.
That's kind of a fun commentary on the state of Superman in comics and extra media in the 90s versus right here. Because during the 90s, they had this whole kind of embargo with Superman where he had to literally be the last son of Krypton, and DC did not like other Kryptonians being around at all, and we've really lifted that by this point.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's intentional, but it really reads to me like the show coming out and commenting on, yay, we get to do this now.
I am very much of the mindset that I like him being the last Kryptonian.
I do too.
With the exception of maybe like Zod is just a powerhouse for him to go up against.
But I don't like... Yeah, I don't like the Jedi thing where, like, he's ostensibly supposed to be the last one, but there's other ones everywhere.
Yeah.
You kind of have with Luke Skywalker now.
And not to keep bringing it up, but to compare it to Dragon Ball, because obviously Saiyans are very Kryptonian in concept.
Sure.
Dragon Ball has that problem, too. It's like, oh, all the Saiyans were killed, before the show started, but here's all these Saiyans that keep popping up.
But yeah, do you see what I'm saying? Like, explain to me why he needs the Silver Kryptonite plot to go to Clark and have most of this conversation. Like, does it really help Clark trust him that much more?
I'm just going to choose to believe that he likes messing with him. Because this Clark's an idiot. So he's just like, he never figured it out. I dosed him.
Or if he has to set up some kind of ruse or setup thing, I just think there's simpler ways to go about that.
Yeah, I don't really know what this does for him in the grand scheme of the season.
Yeah, I don't mean to keep harping on that. I'm just so confused by it. And that feels like a thing they've not really thought through. They just they came up with the Silver Kryptonite thing, and they kind of forced a way to get it in there.
The World Is Not Enough game on, at least the version I played on PS1, which is totally different than the N64 version, was awesome. Apparently the N64 version is just like GoldenEye again, but the PS1 version is completely different since there was no PS1 GoldenEye.
I think it's funny how dramatic that is, where, like, it ends on a shot of a rock that used to have kryptonite in it.
It's a metaphor for how this Clark has rocks for brains.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, it's actually brilliant filmmaking. I'm sorry that you don't get it.
You know, I guess I didn't. Maybe it's supposed to be a metaphor for how he's going to eradicate everyone off the planet.
No, it's actually a metaphor for how our brains are right now watching 9 hours of Smallville in a row.
Yeah, sure. Let's not try to be deep or insightful. That's a bad idea. Let's not try to be poignant. John, that might be my like second or third favorite episode this season.
It's up there. I'm definitely giving this a strong green. It's your second or third favorite episode, but we've only had 2 that you liked.
And all I did that whole time was ask what in the world Brainiac is doing and why. But like, I don't know, for the grander scheme, it's just a strange, you know, mass manipulation plot. But I really like the production side of it, and I like Marsters in it a lot. Like, you have that by itself, and you do that kind of like Spawn McFarlane thing where you just assume it fits in the sequence right and makes sense, and it's great.
They should have done a musical episode this season, but only have James Marster sing.
Oh, that would be great. He's just like singing color commentary over the episode and telling you what's happening.
Yeah.
What would he sing about? Like his spaceship?
He could just sing Paranoid by Black Sabbath.
And then follow it up with Paranoid by Garbage.
Yeah. That'll take up a whole like 5 minutes of the episode.
Yeah, we gotta find other songs called Paranoid.
No, because James Marsters is actually a really good singer.
He is. And then he can sing about how he's a creep and he's a weirdo.
Yeah. And then he can sing about brains, because he's Brainiac.
Oh, I thought you were going with like a zombie thing for a second, and I feel stupid.
That comes later.
Yeah, but Lana doesn't turn into a zombie, but she should.
That's because she's invisible at that point.
No, she's not. Okay. Solitude is the next episode. Hey, we got to take a quiz real quick. Let's find one. Got to find us a Smallville quiz. Let's see what there is here. Hold on, everybody. Okay, John, we're gonna take this episode match quiz, and I'm not gonna read each of these, or it will take forever. But if you can just skim through these and help me out with it, I think we'll be able to do this pretty quickly.
Okay.
Okay. So I don't know if this is all season 1, or if is this all 1? Because I don't want to just do 1. No, hang on. Too much of that's 1. Hang on, let's see what else we can find here. Sorry, that wasn't as interesting as I thought it was going to be. Maybe I should have had some of these at the ready here.
Your armory, we're grateful for.
Okay, here's a quiz about season 5 episodes 1 through 6, which we just watched. That'll be good.
Who?
Okay. What? I mean, this might be a terrible quiz, But we're going to take it anyway. Here we go. What shakes on Chloe's table as Clark leaves the hospital for Smallville in Arrival?
Chloe's Jello.
I believe that is correct. What was... It's like Jurassic Park. What was Lionel using to carve symbols into Lex's floor? Was it a pocket knife?
No,
Or
it was a
corkscrew. Corkscrew, there you go. What does Clark do that makes him yell out in pain after he gets out of bed the morning Lana was there? Oh, who cares?
That's a loaded question.
Does he... is it the lamp?
I think he stubs his toe.
Maybe so. What was... Who gives a crap? What was the intersection that the woman told Chloe to meet her in Exposed? Was it... I think it was Edgemont.
Maybe, yeah.
I'm actually not sure.
AMC says try... Oh, he deleted it. Sporkle or something.
Yeah, somebody mentioned Sporkle earlier. I have not
idea.
looked at the Smallville quizzes on that site, so I don't know if they're any good. In a touching moment between Lana and Clark, when she realized he was alive and hidden, what song was playing?
Don't you?
No, that's a different episode.
No, because it goes, don't you wish your boyfriend was alive like me?
That's not that episode.
Yeah, I know. I changed because I changed the lyrics for the joke. I don't actually.
Okay,
know
I don't know what song that was. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm too tired. I don't know what's happening. Has Lex told Lana he retrieved the spaceship that he saw in the cornfield after the meteor shower? Yes or no? No. Well, I mean, he does.
No, because that
at some point.
That doesn't happen until 8.
I don't think it's happened yet. What was the name of the new product Lex was testing in Aqua? Leviathan. What was the name of the sorority that Lana joined in Thirst? Tri-Psi. I remember that.
Yeah.
What was the name of the 1138? We talked about that. Yep. On what page of the Daily Planet was the article that Chloe wrote about the stripper kidnapping? 37. It was late.
It was 25.
Okay, I'll go with yours. In Aqua, what did AC say he and Clark should form? JLA, of course. Does the man who was kidnapping the strippers and Exposed get arrested?
No.
Oh. Does he die?
He has diplomatic immunity.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Because that's Maggie Sawyer making a big deal out of how, things aren't, squeaky clean and easy in Metropolis. But I like that because it gives you the sense that Metropolis really needs Superman.
Yeah. Hello, Austin.
Oh, hi, Austin.
Back.
We weren't talking about you earlier at all. What subject did Lana say Met You offered the Central Kansas State didn't? Astronomy. Because that's the only reason she's going to college.
Yeah. You just skipped
I know, I wanted to make sure it wasn't 20 questions long. What did Lex write to Lana on the newspaper that showed the obituary for Jason and Genevieve Teague in Arrival? You owe me one.
Yeah. Great cover-up, right?
Aren't you glad you're not in prison? In Arrival, when Chloe was... that thing cracked me up so hard. When Chloe was telling Clark about what she found... about when she found out his secret... God, I'm losing it. To what did she compare the car she had witnessed him catching? A volleyball, I want to say. Or was it a beach ball?
A volleyball.
Was it a beach ball?
No, I think it was a beach ball.
Okay, we've second-guessed ourselves, which is never a good idea. Okay, let's see how we did here. Glass Force Juice, you were wrong, sir! It was not like Jurassic Park.
That's okay, I blame Austin.
Oh, Collide. I just didn't remember where that was, but yeah, I remember that song was in there somewhere. 37, that's what I was going to say, dang it. I thought I had that right. It says he did get arrested. Oh.
Oh, that's a cop-out. What?
That was a trick question. When this question says later on, is it in that same episode?
It's probably at the typical like debrief at the end of the episode. Yeah.
Oh, I missed that. Okay. Well,
Right.
we got 11. That's all right.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, John. Let's watch Solitude.
Are we gonna watch it in solitude?
Well, I mean, I'm doing this with you, but there's nobody else in this physical room. Okay, folks. It's episode 8. This is a big one. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now. Oh, Austin's offering to come back.
Oh, I mean, you're more than welcome to.
Would this be one for him to come back on? Because I think it gets a little bit duller after this.
I mean, that's up to you.
Oh, no. Or we get... Well, sorry. The one right after this is Lexmas.
Yeah. You want to come on for the next one, Austin?
You totally can. Sorry, I didn't see that until we just started one. It's weird they make a big deal out of that guy having diplomatic immunity and then they walk it back right away. Almost like we can't have a bad guy get away with something, even though that was the point. Oh yeah, this is a really odd opening. Where Martha gets knocked out and there's this big bright light that Clark sees but nobody else sees it.
Oh, that's really bright.
Don't tell me it didn't happen. I saw it. Look how bright it was.
The power of the sun in her face.
In the palm of my face. I can't remember how we resolved the flash of light thing. Like why he sees it and nobody else, including Martha, sees it. I just can't even remember now. It's weird if that never comes up again.
It's because he's Kryptonian, just like everything else in the show.
Oh, is that all it is? Okay. Is that
I
supposed to
don't
be his
actually know.
tell that like something's off because it's about Krypton? You saw a weird light with a sound. We should get somebody to edit an opening for our show, John. That's got the same transitions as this, but it's just me and you over and over and over again.
And all the dumb stuff we say over the course of 22
Yeah.
episodes.
But there's still like a helicopter flying behind one of us. And then you're just like flying toward the Earth.
They love that shot of him flying towards the Earth.
You know, I said that was the first time we saw Clark in space. I guess it's not, if you count that.
True.
Oh, you know, there's something I meant to bring up in the very first episode this season, John. It's kind of cool, and I don't know if this was intended, but it probably was, that you've got this, like, mirror thing from the premiere of Season 4 to the premiere of Season 5. I was just reminded of this because of that, that Clark flying at the Earth thing. Because that's when he is calling himself Kal-El and has been like reprogrammed by Jor-El, and he meets Lois that way. And then in the first episode of this season, when he's missing, but she runs into the Kryptonians that are looking for Kal-El, there's kind of a mirror thing there. And like they're both in the hospital.
Yeah, maybe. And this is another reason why I think that Silver episode, while it's good, is ultimately pointless, because you already have that fear of like Jor-El's gonna kill someone.
Yeah. And that's another thing that really makes this season kind of feel like it drags. Because, again, it feels like that should be like a ticking time bomb or just this tension thing where we're constantly waiting for it to happen. But it's so kind of random and arbitrary, where it's like, well, it can happen at any time. The time it's going to happen is when it's a big, important episode. It's like a Todd McFarlane comic.
Yeah.
And again, it couldn't feel more the writer's prints are all over it, because it's like, does Jor-El decide who it is? Or is he just reporting fate? I don't know. You don't know.
The writers don't know. Nero doesn't know.
Lex's tie is awesome. It's a really good tie. Now we can't see it because half of his head is off the screen again. Now I'm starting to think it's not even a
version of Lex. He is over everyone's crap.
He sure is. Do you have banana blueberry today? I love that. And he calls her a muffin peddler.
Yeah. College dropout.
He just talks way down to her. And I want to think that she gets more ambitious and decides she's going to make more of her life just because Lex called her a muffin peddler. It's really what it feels like. But no, but really answer the question. How did you know about that? Because I get he's Brainiac and he's a computer program thing, but like, and he's been spying on Clark, I guess. Like, he got this job so he could get closer to Clark, but he's knowing things that just being there with him at the school would not tell him. So like, where's the surveillance? How's he been following Clark? Like, how does he know what he knows? How does he know about the deal Jor-El made with Clark? Hell, how does he know about the fortress?
Well, like I said, Cap, he's an intellect from the fifth dimension that just knows things. I don't know if you know this, but the fifth dimension is actually full of Smallville scripts.
Oh.
So he's able to read them.
Wow. It's got all the Smallville scripts, even the ones that haven't been written yet.
Yeah. He actually wrote those scripts. That's how smart he is.
See, he'll just do the Spike face.
Yeah.
Like, you're not Spike, but you're still pursing your lips together like that.
He's looking for Buffy. Not the Buffy from that episode. The actual Buffy.
Yeah, this season is like a weird mashup between Buffy's 5 and 6.
Yeah, and never as good as either of those.
No. But, well, I mean, I don't like Buffy 5, but, I mean, writing-wise, it's still technically better than this, I guess. But anyway, I'd rather watch this, I think. But Buffy Season 5 has also a big episode where a parent dies. It's in the 5th season. It's almost in exactly the same place sequentially. It's like 4 episodes away from this. And then we have the, like, unhealthy forbidden love thing with Buffy and Spike in 6 and with Lex and Lana at the end of 5 into 6.
Austin, muffins are not that good. Sorry.
You know, I used to really like muffins, and then I got just sick of them. I just ate too many muffins at one point. It's like almost every day for several months, I was eating muffins for breakfast, and then to this day, cannot get excited about muffins.
I have that with stuffing now. My mom makes homemade stuffing every Thanksgiving, and I've lost my taste for it.
Doesn't that suck too when it's something you really like, but it's like you've had your fill of it?
Yeah.
Okay, so can we just comment on how crappy of a year Martha Kent is having? She was in the hospital. It looked like she was almost going to die at the beginning. And then, I can't remember what, but she gets, in just the second episode, she and Jonathan are in a hostage situation. Then now she's got a Kryptonian virus that's going to kill her. Later in the season, she's going to lose her husband. There's gonna be that whole Saw thing, with, like the Jigsaw guy, where she gets kidnapped and put in a tank and almost drowned to death. Like, she has a really bad year.
Now I remember that episode.
Yeah, it starts with Hangman.
And ends with Saw.
Well, I mean, it starts with Saw, but the game that he starts with is Hangman.
Yeah, and then they end by playing a game called Saw.
Oh.
Cap John, AMC, Cap John, do you think Brainiac saying he is a Kryptonian is a reference to Superman TS, or he's the Kryptonian Grand Intelligence? I think it's a reference to him being a Kryptonian.
No, but I'm not sure if TAS is the first or only place that, well, it's probably not the only at this point, but like, besides Smallville, but I don't know if it's the first place that makes Brainiac Kryptonian, but traditionally he's not from Krypton. So if that's the first place that does it, then this is looking at that. This is either looking at that or just independently decides to make him from Krypton, because this show makes every extraterrestrial thing nearly from Krypton. Like, this starts the Doomsday from Krypton thing, which was not a thing before the show.
Oh, I didn't know that either. I always assumed Brainiac was Kryptonian, because that just makes sense to me.
Not traditionally.
Then Austin's quoting something, but I don't know what the Prince of Foods is.
Yeah. I don't either. You're over our heads and it's 5 in the morning for me. So stop it. Oh man, Lionel has figured out that Milton Fine is Kryptonian, even though he's not actually a Kryptonian. And so she's worried that he's figured out Clark's secret. And then he's like, it's Milton Fine.
He's gonna start selling her Magnavolt.
Okay, there's a beat missing there. I'm pretty sure that up until this point, the scene is supposed to play really tense. Like, she thinks that he's figured out Clark's secret. And when he says the person's name and pauses like it's going to be a big reveal, Milton Fine, we don't have a shot back to her there for any kind of reaction. That
Would
seems
she
like
even have a reaction?
she doesn't. That seems like a mistake to me.
Yeah, but she doesn't even know who that is.
No, but her reaction should be relief because he didn't say Clark.
He should have said Clark.
Clark! But isn't it weird that she has no reaction?
No, that is weird.
When the scene before that is suspense that Lionel knows, especially when it will turn out later Lionel does know, even if he doesn't know right now, but he will.
Is this supposed to be commentary on how we've portrayed Jor-El so far? Because I know that he's actually talking about Zod, but like lying to say Jor-El. But like, it also kind of describes the Jor-El that we've known so far.
Yeah, so they're so back and forth and kind of having their cake with this because not only does he do that here, where the audience, well, if we didn't know he was Brainiac and killing people, because we shouldn't know that, we might kind of trust him on this because the reimagining of this has felt like maybe Jor-El is despotic, right? But even after we find out that Zod is definitely, worse than Jor-El, and Jor-El was supposed to be the savior of Krypton or whatever, when you get to, which just feels retconny, or potentially retconny, I don't know, like, I guess it's possible that Jor-El the person was different than the AI for whatever reason. Like, it could have gotten corrupted or something. Like, there were different plot points you could have come up with to explain why Jor-El has acted this way and still not thrown Jor-El the man under the bus. But anyway, then Clark is going to have a line later in the series where he talks about just how horrible Jor-El is. So they're still playing it like Jor-El has been a bad guy. This Jor-El. Matthew Bass, it frustrates me how gullible Clark is here. Yeah, like I said, it's just a kind of easy reverse psychology thing where it's like...
I will give it the benefit of the doubt here, because when your parent is sick like that, you're not going to be thinking straight. You're going to want the simplest solution, the quickest.
Okay, that's fair.
Where I draw the line is later on in the fortress, where Jor-El's just like, no, stop, wait.
Ease her pain. It just really sucks to be Martha Kent this year.
It sucks to be Martha Kent in most of these seasons when they decide to do something with her, because it's usually something that like is to cause her immense pain.
Yeah, it's just massively traumatic. Okay, so...
Oh, you lost a kid. Oh, your husband's in a coma. Oh, your husband's dead. Oh, you're dying.
Oh, there's a hole in your house. Don't worry, we'll fix that. That's not a big deal. So, this is going to be the umpteenth time where Clark, who has learned nothing and keeps kind of regressing character, doesn't tell his father something because he didn't want him to worry. And it's significant because we're playing him this season like he's really grown up from where he was at the beginning, and like he doesn't need his father anymore, even though he thinks he does. Like, he'll be able to move on and be his own man. Meanwhile, he's being not proactive enough much of the time because the scripts need him not to be, in the way he deals with the Lana situation and all of that. And simultaneously, while you have characters saying, Clark, seriously, either tell her or move on, some of the same characters are also like, look how grown up you are now.
See, this is what's irritating, because he's saying, I didn't do anything to your mother, but he's also talking like, no, I didn't do this. You did this to her. But like, we know it wasn't Jor-El. Why isn't Jor-El just like, I didn't do this. We saw something like this on Krypton. There's this guy called Zod.
Yeah. Give him some information.
No wonder this Clark is a mess. Like, nobody's honest with him. Like, oh yeah, I want you to fight this guy. I think he's called Zod. I'm not gonna tell you anything about it. Just figure it out, you know.
But here's all this unrelated information I'm going to download into your brain, and if you take off for 5 minutes, or if you leave for a while and don't come back at exactly the time I told you to, I'm going to take your powers away, and then even when I give you your powers back, I'm never going to give you that information ever. But it's vital to save the planet. They're plotting that stuff episode to episode, and they're completely forgetting what they wrote. I think. Like, what was the education?
Try this again.
Just these crazy giant plot holes. Like, what was the education? Why was it important to save the world?
Listen, we don't ask questions, okay?
Oh, that drives me crazy.
I'm gonna be honest, this episode kind of sucks so far.
I don't know why
Real
Milton's
conspicuous,
fine.
Chloe.
I don't know why yeah, with the trench coat?
She didn't even commit. It's like half a trench coat.
It doesn't even go with the pants. Why is Milton Fine going through the motions of, like, you know, being a teacher, walking across campus? I mean, does he just have to... I don't know. I don't understand most of what he does. Like, does he have to keep up appearances just for Clark's sake? Is he afraid Clark's gonna look like real deep into him and be like, oh, he's not at some of his classes, or...
This makeup is great, by the way.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's like kind of horrifying. It looks like she's rotting.
Yeah, it's hard to look at. It's impressive. I don't mean to split hairs with the Milton Fine thing. I just don't get some of what he's doing in the first place, so it makes me question all of it.
I mean, he's arguably... Because this season, more than any other season, does the Buffy thing where it kind of sets up a big bad and then swerves at the last moment. And you're like, it's supposed to be like, oh my God, he wasn't the big bad. He's the path to the big bad. Like Spike to Angelus. But his motivation doesn't make sense, so it kind of falters with the whole plot of the season.
Well, and for me with this, it's method before it's motivation. Like, that's clear from the beginning. It's very simple. He has a master. He's trying to unleash his master. Okay. But if he knows so much about... Like, I don't even know how he knows Clark has a fortress. And, like, yeah, maybe he's following around and hearing him talk about those things and stuff, but we never see him follow him.
Well, they kind of make the fortress seem like it's a standard Kryptonian thing.
Yeah. I don't know what the fortress is on Krypton, though.
Well, that's just their like garage. That's where they keep the cryptomobiles.
I mean, I would buy that he needs Clark to, take out the right crystal or whatever, because it's probably protected where he wouldn't be able to just walk in there and touch it or whatever. But I feel like it can't be as hard and take as long as they're making it for him to get Clark to take him to the fortress.
Well, and that's the confusing thing, right? Because I think that's how this episode ends. But then all you really needed is this episode. You don't need the silver kryptonite.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I also don't even totally know if he needs the runes with his mother. I mean, like it probably helps because it makes him desperate.
No, I can buy him using the mom because you want Clark desperate, not thinking straight. Hey, I don't think you were that far off with her wanting to change her life because Lex called her a muffin peddler.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think she might be moving in a positive direction just because she got her feelings hurt by Lex. But yeah, I'll concede the, hurting his mom thing because it might be harder for him to convince Clark to, destroy the fort, to kill Jor-El in the fortress. Or I guess he says destroy the fortress.
I mean, Jor-El also acts like a crazy person in season 2.
Catherine Hall, if Clark had trusted Jor-El from season 2 onwards, Brainiac wouldn't be able to deceive him. Although if Clark trusted Jor-El, we would have no story. And Jor-El's stupid and gives him not enough of a reason to trust him.
Hey, Clark, I know you've never met me, but let me absorb you into this cave.
Yeah. And, I'm essentially going to replace your mind with a program for a while. And also, here's this girl that I kidnapped off the street back in 1989.
Does that mean this is in the same universe as Batman 1989? Because he kidnapped that girl in 1989?
Oh. Well, and the meteor shower happened in 1989.
Yeah, it's all connected.
I'm pretty sure they said it was the same thing. It might not have been 89, but I thought it was. I just don't remember right now.
you thought it was Henry Cavill that gets killed by Zod in the Flash, but it was actually Tom Welling.
Oh my goodness.
It's the SDCCU.
Are you saying Super?
DC universe.
Are you saying Supergirl in that movie was Adrienne Palacki? It just didn't look at all like her.
Yeah, well, cause see, when the Flash came back in time to change timelines, he erased Tom Welling, and morphed Adrienne Palacki into whatever that girl's name is.
She was on Welling's podcast this week. I haven't listened to that yet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm sure they won't talk about Smallville. Because she's been in 100 shows with much larger roles.
That's an actress that I on paper like a lot, like what I've seen her in, but she's rarely in things that I want to watch.
Yeah, and she shows up in all kinds of stuff I watch. And I like her fine. So there's the tentacle thing again. What do you think of the effect on oily, goopy Brainiac?
I think it looks better from a distance.
Keep shooting it from between fan blades at a distance, and it looks great.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely like ambitious.
No, Catherine, I know
Okay.
the meteor shower was 89. The detail I'm trying to remember is if she got picked up at exactly the same time, but I thought they said that. It's just been a while.
So now you're gonna go tell Clark that you saw his teacher dissolve into black goop, right? Right?
I'm pretty sure she does. Chloe
I
doesn't...
don't think she does, because if she did, then what's gonna happen wouldn't happen.
Oh, well, maybe she just doesn't get the chance. Like, maybe she doesn't find him before he goes to the fortress. Because this is the
Yeah.
moment where Brainiac says, we need to go destroy the fortress.
Yeah. I don't know. And this stuff, like, obviously, I've said this before, I'm not in any way attached to the Superman mythos. Like, you can do whatever you want to it. But this just isn't interesting.
No, I mean, it's clear to the audience where all this is going. And I know I'm a broken record, but it's at least a tad more surprising and engaging if we don't know that this guy came from the spaceship.
Well, and I've seen this done better. Like, with is the parents really evil? This is the Telltale Batman thing. Just on a more sci-fi, grander scale.
Yeah, that's a really good thing to compare it to.
And I don't like it there either.
It's better than this.
No, it is better than... I fundamentally disagree with the idea of any version of Thomas Wayne actually being corrupt.
Yeah.
But that's also in the peak of, like, Telltale was just grabbing as many IPs as they could get their hands on.
I'm more open to it because of just the sheer amount of Batman that we've had. And, like, that fundamentally changes that character, and they know it, and they do kind of interesting things with it.
Yeah.
So I look at that as, like, a cool alternate, you know, kind of more cynical Batman story.
I mean, I still like that story. I actually have the comic that they did that's between 1 and 2.
Yeah,
It's just-
I bought some of that.
I didn't even know it was released as, like, issues. I just have the little trade.
Yeah, he's really gullible. But as you said, like, the desperation makes it more easy to swallow.
Yeah.
But once again, the thing we're
I
dancing
wonder
around
what
is...
would break first, your mind or your body?
But the thing I'm dancing around is, again, is that, like, a half-decent excuse where the story just really wants him to go this direction, and we could maybe buy it on paper, or like is it are we actually seeing this as a good character choice?
I buy this as a good character choice if it wasn't telegraphed a mile away. Get it? He's smarter.
Yeah. And again, how contrived is it, like you said earlier, that he's got powers just to prove that he's Kryptonian? But we don't even get why he has that? You know, it's like they outlined it and then went back through the roadmap and went, oh wait, how's he gonna convince Clark that he's Kryptonian? I guess he has powers.
I don't know if you're having this on the discs or not.
Yeah.
But on the shots where it's zoomed in on Brainiac, the black on his suit is artifacting really bad.
Oh, that's not happening on the Blu-rays.
Okay, it must be Hulu. It must be Hulu then.
The DVD is. Are you watching it on Hulu?
I'm watching it on Hulu.
Okay, the DVDs had an interlacing problem, but.
Oh, interesting. I'd like to get the Blu-ray set. Maybe by the next time we do leave.
Yeah, it looks really good here.
They're finally putting Aliens out on 4K. I'm excited for that. I think the Batman is a good middle ground between Telltale and comic book Batman with that stuff.
Yeah, because he's not flat out corrupt. He's put in a really difficult position.
Yeah.
It becomes an impossible ethical conundrum before it's anything. And it's just realistic, you know, when you're in that kind of position of power, things are not black and white. And
that's a really unfortunate position to be stuck in. The way he goes flying. That was a choice.
Yeah, this action is all real goofy. But yeah, I like that pink filter they had for a while there. Was that Brainiac in Bullet Time?
It was.
Okay.
Because he has all of Clark's powers for some reason.
Yeah, and he's still using them. And he's not using any of his not Kryptonian powers, if he has any of those. But I guess he can be
that's a
impaled.
Death. Are you going to count that as a villain death?
And then it's like the Disney magic thing, where if you kill the evil entity, then magically anything it affected just goes back to normal. Even though we're going to have a bunch of Brainiacs that all come out of the ship. So I also don't understand why killing this one saves Martha, if he's not really dead.
Yeah, no one's ever really gone.
Apparently not. Like, okay, so his dying makes the ship disappear. And then several episodes after this, we'll just have the ship rematerialize somewhere with extra Brainiacs. And
I just want season 7's villain to be an army of James Marsters.
yeah, because he's just doing like the Agent Smith thing.
Yeah, you're in the Matrix now, Clark.
This is one of those things where I'm worried that there's like pieces I'm missing somehow, and that this whole thing actually does track a little bit better than I'm giving it credit for, and I'm just not paying close enough attention to it. But I don't think that's what's happening.
Well, tell me it didn't happen. I saw it happen.
I think it's kind of just plotted episode to episode, and then they've got.
Oh, good on them for remembering they have a dog.
Yeah, because it was Crypto for a minute.
Now it's
Do I count
Something
that
else.
as a bad guy death?
That's what I was asking. Are you gonna count that?
I guess I will. I mean, we saw it happen.
Tell me it didn't happen.
Even though he's gonna come back.
And he's gonna come back in season 7. Oh, yeah, because in season 7 he infects Chloe with something.
Yeah, you've got to stop going to the fortress with that, because she had a good excuse the first time around, because she didn't know where she was going to go, but she knows how cold it is there, and she didn't dress for success, John.
She didn't.
Why
Was
did she do that?
stupid?
But yeah, see, find
Remember
scenes-
Star Wars?
You got this character with an actor that's doing a lot of things to make it feel layered, and then at the end of the day, he's just a cartoon villain. He's like, oh, humans are inferior. We need to replace them and make a new Krypton because I'm a computer, and General Zod wants that to happen.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. This is probably gonna be a hot take in the comments, but like, the whole Zod thing, Man of Steel did that better.
Man of Steel's a whole other ball of wax, but yeah.
Well, I just mean because their Zods have the same motivation.
Yeah.
And Snyder kept bringing Smallville actors into his movies.
Yeah, I mean, that part of it is better. The whole thing with the codex is real convoluted and weird.
Yeah, I just mean Zod's motivations are better thought out.
Well, their Zod, when he's first introduced in Smallville, is like Voldemort.
Is he?
Yeah, because he's like, you know, practically incorporeal, and he's got to get like in a vessel, and then a couple seasons later, he'll actually have his own body again.
Oh, you mean this Zod? Okay.
This Zod, yeah.
No, sorry. When you said their Zod, I thought. You
No,
meant
I just
Man
mean
of
here.
Steel
This
for a second.
Zod
I
is
was
like Voldemort.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird? He's like the Kryptonian that shall not be named.
Well, I mean, that was his nickname in high school.
Oh. Didn't really fit on a t-shirt, though.
No, it was really unfortunate because on the front it had the Kryptonian who must, and then on the back it just said not named. So everybody thought his last name was not named.
This is a weird choice from Glover here. He just presses keys on the piano. I don't know what he thinks it means. Like, he's like, oh, there's a piano here. I'm an actor. I'm gonna do things.
You know, I kind of like that it's Lex Luthor running for president, or for
Senator.
not president, senator. That makes Lois Lane go, maybe I should do something with my life.
Yeah, it's kind of great.
And then he called her a muffin peddler.
John, I was really enjoying this while I was watching it, not talking over it.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this episode. I don't think I ever have been. Like I said, season 5, the problem with season 5 is whether you like the superhero stuff or not in 6 through 10, this is the awkward middle ground between the family drama of 1 through 4 and the superhero stuff of 6 through 10.
Yeah, no, that's it. I'm gonna call that a DC reference.
Yeah.
I mean, I know we've had the Daily Planet this whole time, but it's Lois going, I'm gonna work here. So, I guess we'll count that. But yeah, I don't know if it's just that it... Well, I was gonna say if it's that it doesn't binge as well, but I mean, when I was watching this in preparation, I was also binging it. Not in 24 hours, but, you know, I watched several episodes in a row.
Imagine having to binge this 3 times over a day. Or 2 days.
Why do I have to imagine that? Why?
You have to imagine the fire.
Why do you want me to think of that? Is that because... Were you there yesterday on the Captain Logan show when somebody was like, do a 72-hour stream?
I was.
Is that what you're referring to? And I was like, on what? Like, that was the suggestion. Just do this, but 3 times longer.
I mean, I get what you're saying, AMC, but like, I don't know. I never thought that the Batman was going to tie into anything else that DC was doing.
Yeah.
I also am just not interested in a corrupt Thomas Wayne. And I don't remember the Children of Arkham's motivation, but I thought the Riddler had a really good reason for hating Thomas Wayne and the rich.
That's a good Jonathan Kent speech at the end there, and it feels like we are, you know, pretty clearly seeding his death while we're at the same time teasing other people it could maybe be. Like, I think the Martha thing in this episode is supposed to make you go, oh, maybe they're going to kill somebody here, even though while this was on, they were making already, I think, a huge deal out of episode 100 is going to kill off some character. So you don't want to tease that other places because you know nobody else is going to die. And then I think they get, like, really overly teasy with it in 100. Like, the Lois Lane thing is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, they're clearly teasing it here because they craft Zod's responses, or Jor-El's responses, to make it sound like, oh, I didn't do something to Martha. Clark, you did this. You brought this on yourself and onto her. But she, you know, she is the person that's going to die because of his choice. But, oh, no, she's not. Just kidding.
Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah, because, I mean, just talking over his dialogue there, I don't remember exactly what he says, but did that play like she is indeed the person that's replacing you, and you brought this on yourself? Like,
not so much that she is the person, but he does specifically word it, and he even says, I didn't do anything to Martha Kent, and then goes on to say, no, you did this yourself. But we know now that he's not talking about Martha, but it's the way it plays, yeah. Because we got to keep him vague.
He's just so cryptic for no good reason.
He's the crypt keeper.
But it makes it easier on the writers because they don't know what he is either. Well, John, are you actually flipping red on that episode?
I am flipping red, yep.
I have to say, I certainly coming into this wouldn't have thought I'd be considering that, but it didn't watch great as we were talking about it.
It is not very good.
Yeah. You know, there's a part of me that wishes that his... hi, Austin. Oh, Austin's wearing a silly mask.
What's up?
And now he's not.
No one cared who he was until he put on the mask.
How's it going?
Hi, Austin. It's good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, good to see you guys.
Welcome back.
How delirious are you folks?
Kind of. Yeah, sorry, you came in just as I was going to go ahead and take us on a break, actually.
Oh.
But I'm trying to decide if I want to flip this red or green. So far, I've lined up with John on all of this. Like that.
I was popping in and out, and you guys sounded real miserable.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say red.
a little bit. Like I like the Lois stuff that episode. I like the Jonathan speech at the end. But what I was gonna say, John, just real quick, is there's a part of me now that kind of wishes that the attempting to kill Jor-El or destroy the fortress thing happened at the end of Splinter. Where like he gets him to do it like through paranoia somehow.
I would have bought that.
Because like that might
All
seem
he'd have
kind
to do
of
is get
cheap,
into the-
but it makes Clark at least not an idiot.
Yeah, and I mean, all you have to do is just get him to the fortress and let the silver kryptonite do the rest.
Yeah, and again, like you were saying earlier, like he is certainly vulnerable and worried about his mom and all of that, but he still just seems a little stupid, even with that, I think.
Yeah. Well, it's a mix of he's desperate, he's dumb, and Jor-El is like not telling him anything.
And other D words that mean basically the same thing.
Yeah. I just blame
Couple of
Austin.
4-letter
Works in
D
a
words.
pinch.
I guess I'm going red. I'm just a follower today. I'm just following whatever John says until he says something stupid.
Like green.
I don't know. This is not how I thought this was going to go. I thought most of my flips were going to be green because I was enjoying this a lot more than I am right now earlier this week.
Cap, you gotta do the Riddler like this is not how it was supposed to go.
That's where, yeah, that's exactly where I'm at right now. Okay, I need a quick break. I'll be back in a couple minutes, and then we will watch episode 9, which is Lexmas, which will be much better than the last couple of things we just watched. Well, not the last. Splinter's great, but anyway, we'll see you in just a minute. All right, folks, we're getting into one of the big fan favorite episodes for this season. It's Lexmas, and that's episode 9. And like we were saying earlier, John made this point. It's kind of nice that we're doing this in December, so this is the season that's kind of known for a big Christmas episode.
Oh yeah, just barely. You just barely squeaked it into December.
And I have done a commentary on this episode before, so I'm gonna try not to talk too much and let you guys have the floor more. I suck at that, but
And
I'll
I
try.
think it's popped up in a 24-hour stream before, has it not?
Oh, maybe it has. Was it asked for in the that first like DC stream I did?
I was
Or not DC. I think it was just superhero TV, wasn't it?
Superhero shows, yeah. I want to say that was an episode, but I could be wrong.
Maybe so. Hey, John, have you seen anybody in this first leg that has seemed worthy of being named an honorary Kryptofreak that is not already on the board?
Not that's not already on the board. We've had a few consistent chatters, but I think isn't it also like level of helpfulness with
Yeah,
counting and stuff?
but I mean, if
I
people
saw
just aren't.
Catherine Hall was trying to help you guys with the quiz when I popped in.
Yeah, and I was going to say we've had some interaction with her. That would be my nomination if we picked somebody.
I'd second that. Yeah.
Okay,
Well, I already did, so
well,
you gotta be thirding it, John.
No, 30. Whatever.
Austin, can you help us come up with a crypto power for Catherine Hall, who we have now deemed an honorary Kryptofreak?
Being a woman.
Austin, we're not putting that permanently on the board. How much crap would I get for that, dude?
I don't know, the Quizmaster. That's more of like a superhero name than a power.
That's true.
Um.
I'm too tired to be creative.
Oh. She's a hall monitor.
Yeah, I was gonna say you gotta go with something. Yeah, or she's got like medicine powers.
She has X-ray vision to see her hall pass. I don't know.
She has super intelligence.
Oh, John the Sim.
What? I hate you sometimes.
Well, we already have somebody who writes riddles. Yeah, let's go with X-ray powers. X-ray powers.
We're running out of room.
I know.
At some point, we do have to get
somebody that's
Austin on the
already there.
list since he does come on and help with episodes.
I'm gonna have to start making these people smaller. I'm sorry, John. What was that?
Said we still gotta get we still gotta get Austin on the list at some point since he does come on and help.
I don't want to have powers. I just got cancer from the Kryptonite and became bald like Lex.
I was just gonna say your superpower is bad takes, but okay.
He didn't say you were being put on there, John.
Oh,
John can't be an honorary Kryptofreak. He's just a straight up Kryptofreak.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's not even a crypto.
He's a super dog.
He's just a freak.
He's the
thank
freak.
you.
Okay, let's get into this next episode, folks. Get a timestamp 0 and get ready to press play when I say now. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now.
Of course, I come in right when the Christmas episode's on. I don't know how that happened.
What? Just you don't like Christmas episodes?
Well, it's just 'cause Christmas sucks.
Oh, you don't like Christmas? Well, I like Christmas.
I'm not a big holiday person, but I like this episode.
I like that they took.
As long as it's not a Christmas Carol,
It is.
I'll be happy.
It is a Christmas Carol.
No.
Now, to be fair, it's not as straight up Christmas Carol as a lot of other things are. It's more like Ghost of Christmas, like not even future,
What
but
if?
like, well, no, but I guess yeah, it's more of a what if sort of thing.
What if Smallville did a Christmas Carol?
That's what you should. How you should torture Austin. Just make him watch Christmas Carol for 24 hours.
A Christmas Carol mania?
Just a bunch of different ones. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
we've made the joke before that I'll make him do a mania on that.
Austin, there's a Doctor Who Matt Smith episode that is just a Christmas Carol.
Of
That's
course
not
there
very-
is. Everything's done a Christmas Carol.
But yeah, it's kind of the flip of the Ghost of Christmas Future idea, because it's not here's your horrible future, it's here's what your future could be if you made the right choices. And so it's kind of like a combination of Christmas Carol and
Like
It's a Wonderful
or
Life. Yeah.
something.
Hey, it's Griff.
Yeah.
Ryan's favorite.
Who, like I
character.
said, we set up a couple episodes ago, and I was really surprised to hear his name.
That guy was Griff the crime dog?
It's just bizarre. That's gruff. It's just bizarre the ways that this show will feel like plotted episode to episode and scene to scene, and they have no idea where they're going. And then the stuff that they set up and pay off really well. It's weird. Oh, Lex just got shot again. We got to count that.
He got shot in the spine, but unlike Batgirl, he just turned around and didn't get crippled. This guy's got some like crazy adrenaline. He's got shot in the heart and he's still standing.
Well, it's important to note that we've been playing around in this series, we haven't talked about it in a while, with the idea that Lex
Oh, the
might
Lex
be
might have
superhuman.
powers.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've told me about
So
that
I don't know if they
before.
did that on purpose and having it be so hard to take him down, but it tracks with that idea if that's what they're doing. And he will come out of this unscathed, of course, but his life is never in danger. It's just a question of whether or not he'll walk.
Oh. Oh, Cap, you know what this is? It's a Family Man.
I knew you were going to say that.
Man.
Oh, Matthew Bass just said that too. It's the Family Man with Nick Cage. Oh, why is that movie haunting me? We didn't hate that.
No, it gave me that Nicolas Cage's pissed one, so I can't hate it.
So, John, going back through this whole show, or this whole season, I've come, I think, to the conclusion that this is not just his subconscious suggesting to him what might have been, but this is actually an alternate timeline of what really probably would have happened if he got out of the Senate race when he does in this dream world. I actually think this is a real alternate universe that would have happened.
Yeah, I mean maybe.
Considering that he and Lana actually do get together, later this season, and given that there is, and it's so strange the way it plays this, that there's a lot of evidence that this is not a hallucination, but actually the real ghost of his mother.
I think the only thing that makes me doubt it is Clark and Chloe are clearly together in this timeline. and
They
I
are-
don't see
they
how
are
that
not.
makes sense.
They are not. They are friends, but they are not together. Yeah, I remembered it that way too, John, and I just watched this again the other day. That's not what it is.
Oh, okay.
They make a big deal out of Clark being a bachelor. Even though we didn't really care for last episode, it's kind of interesting how we've got 3 sort of big episodes in a row. Although that last one, like I said, is cheating a little bit because it feels sort of cheap compared to Splinter. I mean, the makeup job is great, but beyond that, like, the stuff that's done at the Fortress is kind of lame. Besides some really cool lighting.
Yeah.
That's right. I'm mostly
even
praising
some of that
lighting
stuff in
and
the
makeup.
Fortress looks really bad, at least on Hulu.
Yeah, like I said, I didn't have that with the Blu-rays, but... So, John, is there any part of you that would have preferred this episode to be entirely in Lex's subconscious?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of have the same thing with this that I do like something with WandaVision. Don't break the immersion.
Yeah, I'm shocked that we're immediately out of that.
Well, it's because we've got to do a kind of corny subplot with Clark and Santa Claus.
Oh no.
Who they play at first as a drunk guy wearing a Santa suit that wants to commit suicide, and then they make very clear by the end is the actual Santa Claus.
No.
Yeah. That actually happens, and it's unfortunate.
That's awful.
Maybe I shouldn't have spoiled that for you.
That's okay. That's rough, though.
Hey, John, we finally found an interest and a hobby for Clark. It's Christmas.
The writer was named, like, Holly something, and for a second I was like, oh, are they doing the
Simpsons thing?
The Simpsons thing? Like, I know Holly's a name. But they weren't.
This guy is the hardest working extra in Smallville. I'm sorry, John, were you making that exact point?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, back in Lex's head...
Meanwhile, the Legion of Lex's thoughts.
So I like the way Rosenbaum plays the comedy of these scenes, because we see a side of Lex we've never really gotten to see before, which is a lot closer to Rosenbaum's like natural way of carrying himself. He gets to really let loose in this episode, because you see this version of Lex with domestic life that doesn't have any money, and immediately doesn't make sense for him to act like he's above everybody.
So, if they're about to have a girl and they already have a son, Cap, do you think their kids are Lex squared?
Nope, but that'd be great.
Because his son's Alexander, so it's possible.
Well, actually, they could be Lex squared because his daughter would be Lily, I think she says. So yeah, it would be double L's. But she wouldn't be a Lex, but it would at least be double L's.
That's lame. She should be Alexandra.
Well, she's named after his mother. Which seems kind of overly him-centric. It's like there's another person in this relationship. Why does he get the names of both kids named after somebody in his family?
Lana gets both middle names.
Is one of them Nell? Is one of the middle names Aunt Nell?
Yes. And the other one is Clark.
It's Lily Aunt Nell Luther.
The boy's Aunt Nell and the girl is Clark.
I like this detail that Lex, having his fortune stripped away, has a really hard time not overspending on his family.
Chloe looks really weird with long hair.
Yeah, I don't know if I like it.
I think it's because you can see where the extensions are.
Oh, maybe that's why.
I think that's why you can tell she doesn't have long hair.
Gee, I wonder who that tell-all source is. Like, as soon as she publishes that book, the whole internet goes, oh, it's Lex that gave her that information, right? Like,
Let's just say the insider was named L. Luthor. Actually, it's Lex L. Is less specific.
John, are you with us?
I am. I'm just
Get out
watching
of
the
bed,
episode.
John.
It's just a good. This is one of my favorite episodes.
Get out of
And I
bed.
don't have as much to say during the flashbacks because I'm like watching the story, or not flashbacks, but alternate flash, whatever.
This doctor guy kind of looks like an older Kevin Conroy.
All we can do is talk about this guy.
That's because he's a cool guy. I want to be friends with this guy. If he's still alive.
So
He
this
does kind of look like Kevin Conroy.
Yeah, he's got like a little bit of an older Kevin Conroy look.
this is about the most like ruthless and hardcore we've seen Lionel in a while, where he just can't stand the idea of his son being crippled.
Yeah, it's like this is closer to the older Lionel, whereas we're later on, as the season progresses, we're gonna push him more towards the good guy side.
Well, and what gets weird is how we act like there've just been misunderstandings with him, and this absolutely is not that at all. It's just
Yeah,
him.
exactly.
It's just him handling Lex the way he always has, and this is consistent with some stuff in season 1 and 2, with the way he'll treat
Is this
Lex
the Daily Planet?
if he's in the hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
Chloe works at the Daily Planet, and she just got that job a few episodes ago.
Ah, okay. Oh yeah, there's the logo for it there. I saw like a statue holding a globe.
I really like their design for the Daily Planet.
Yeah, it's not bad. Looks pretty good.
And
It's
don't
kinda-
worry,
it's
Austin,
hard
they
to
will
find
use this
people
set
with
for the next
stuff.
5 seasons.
It's like hard to get like a good grasp of their full set, but
Yeah, I think it's hard.
Yeah.
Even in 06, I think it's difficult to come up with a good, like, modern, seeming newspaper set that's still classic enough at the same time for being a Superman thing. I really
Takes a
don't like what the
picture
one in
that
Superman
close
Returns
with
looks like.
flash on.
Sorry, what?
Said who takes a picture like right up to somebody's face with flash on? What a jerk.
Just looks cooler for your TV show. Okay, so this drives me nuts. So what she's got Clark doing is helping her out with Toys for Tots. So these are supposed to be, and she says this, but of course this is what it would be in real life anyway. Toys for like less fortunate children in all of these really nice looking posh houses. Like, these kids don't look needy to me. I don't understand these sets.
Are you talking about this little girl with like silk pajamas? She doesn't look dirt poor to you, Cap?
He just dropped one off underneath the piano.
She's $3 away from losing her job, losing her house. Not job. She's like 3.
And I'm not saying
Leo
that people
says,
hard
I
up
could be
for.
wrong, but didn't Lana name her kid in the comics Clark? I have no idea.
I don't know.
That's such a power move to be like, I'm gonna name my kid off of like somebody else in a love triangle.
Well, it wasn't a love triangle in the comics.
Yeah, we may never know.
What?
What? See, I like this idea fine of Clark talking a drunk homeless Santa man off a roof. Like, that's kind of fun.
No, I mean, that's very classic Superman. It actually being Santa, though.
Yeah, and like they don't even play it ambiguous unless the idea is he's a Kryptofreak, which I kind of love.
Isn't there like a Santa in the DC universe that's like a metahuman or something?
I don't know
Probably.
that.
There's one in Marvel that's a mutant.
That's fun.
And I wanted him to be Mark Hamill in the Guardians Holiday Special.
But no, he'll
would've
show
been
us he'll show us a display of power that makes you go, okay, they're saying he's Santa Claus. And maybe it's ambiguous in that there are people with different powers in this world, I guess, but
AMC says, Cap, there's a DC reference of Clark working for the Daily Planet in Lex's Dream.
that's true.
Does that count?
I guess. I don't know. This number's gotten so high, I think we should just make it higher. We just come up with excuses to make it higher.
Yeah, Count Santa killing himself is one.
Well, he's not going to.
Do a flip.
So we got this cynical Santa that's just kind of generically talking about how awful the world is and how people don't care about each other anymore. And there's a part of me that wishes we got a little bit more specific about things. Like, it's very generic.
Well, it feels like we took two ideas for a Christmas special and like stapled them together.
That's exactly right.
They should have maybe held off and been like, we're probably going to get another season. Let's do one of these next time.
Although it's
Yeah, 'cause I
also
don't think they
possible
do
that if
another
we had,
Christmas episode.
it's also possible that if we'd stayed in Lex's dream reality for too long, it like for the whole episode, it would have felt really stretched out. Because it's possible, Austin, that instead of what you said, they went, we don't really have enough material to make that the whole episode, so we need to give Clark a subplot.
All right, give him a subplot in this world.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that working.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to take the onus off of Lex too much here, because what happens with this is really, really pivotal to his whole arc.
Yeah, but I mean, we're already doing that, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like I would have rather just had an episode in this world.
Yeah, but you'd have to keep it mostly focused on Lex, though, I think, for it to work. My favorite thing about this episode is that it's like intentionally going, let's take the obligatory Christmas episode and make it a super pivotal, really important episode instead of just a one-off kind of lame side thing. Because he has this huge opportunity for change in this, and they do a really great job of keeping him on the path he takes after this. Yeah, Catherine Hall makes a good point, too. She says you can't give Clark a subplot in this world as it's all in Lex's head. Like, it's not...
It's not like they're Shakespearean writers.
Yeah, but...
I don't know if they would have thought of that.
I could see a Clark subplot working, like... Just it's something he makes up in his head for Clark to do in this world. But I'm also fine with what we got.
She also just pronounced it as Luthor, and you could kind of see Rosenbaum flinch a little.
I'm just trying to imagine a reality where my wife says to me, I think getting shot was the best thing that ever happened to you.
Well, you don't live as quite a life as Lex Luthor does.
Hey,
I
you
think
don't.
it's like a
you don't know
alternate
that.
reality where she turns out to be evil and she's the one that shoots you. And then it's like, haha, this is the best thing that ever happened to you, Cap.
The whole thing was a long con like Brainiac, like Brainiac's plot.
Exactly.
She's like-
but it turns out she was actually just a minion. She didn't have any beliefs.
I know that if I shoot Lex, he'll stop running for senator and marry me and care more about our family than anything. It's a good idea. She should do that.
Mm-hmm. Sarah should shoot you. I've been saying that for years.
It'll be the best thing that ever happened to me.
It'll be the best of times. It'll be the blurst of times.
Yeah, I'll be much less of an a-hole once my wife shoots me. God, now I'm going to be looking over my shoulder this whole Christmas season.
Oh yeah, she's sitting on that couch behind you.
Oh, God! How did I miss that? Bullet time! Saving Santa bullet time!
So Santa would have just died?
Yeah, actual Santa was going to commit suicide. Allegedly.
That's fun.
Apparently. So yeah, the position Lionel puts Lex in here is awful, and I love the confrontation they have at the end with this. Things get kind of awkward, maybe a little muddled with their relationship with like the business and how they run it as the season progresses. Because until they explained it, I found myself really confused as to what he was even doing with the company. Because, like, Lex runs it, and Lionel's been drummed out for a while, and Lex brings him back in the fold, but, like, as an employee, but they keep kind of treating it like Lionel still runs things. Like, it feels like sometimes whoever's writing it doesn't remember that Lionel's not in charge. And then there's an episode where he doesn't even go to a board meeting when Lex does. I'm like, oh, he didn't even bring his father back to be on the board? Like, what is his actual position?
So if Lex becomes a good guy from being shot, Jonathan Kent wouldn't die?
I mean, I have to assume because this is in Lex's head, none of that stuff is here because he doesn't know Clark's an alien.
Yeah, which...
You have to remember that this is still in his head, so this is
No,
kind of
I
his
know.
idealized.
Which
No, I know, but I was just thinking about when you guys were talking about how this could be like what would actually.
That's what I was
happen.
going to say, is that goes against the idea I had at the beginning that this is maybe what would really happen. I was talking more with the Lex-Lana relationship.
Yeah.
Like, I guess not every detail could be the same.
Well, and the ghost of his mom is showing him this, I guess.
Yeah, because that's true. Like, somebody, because Clark was brought back to life, and Jor-El has the whole stupid, somebody has to take your place because I'm God and omnipotent, and that's just how the universe works, I guess. Everybody's alive here, so... No, John's right about that. But when she says this is the life you could have, I think she means specifically, literally, with Lana, maybe.
Yeah, I think it means with Lana, like, everyone loves him.
The only way it could be better is if he woke up and he had hair.
That's really funny. This is the life you could have, Lex. If you make all the right decisions, your company will invent a hair growing serum that works, and you'll have hair again.
That's really why he's not rich anymore. He blew all his money on Rogan.
And it would be really funny. I think this is the scene, John, where it'll become really clear that Clark and Chloe are not together. Like, romantically.
Yeah, because like earlier at the tree place, like he had his arm wrapped around her and everything. It was.
Well, they're just very close friends. I'm pretty sure I'm right about this. But I've been wrong before. And, like, you know, when Clark's talking about letting Lana go... By the way, I don't know what he means when he says that line. He's like, Lex, you offered her something I didn't. And then they just keep talking, and I'm like, what did he mean by that? What is he talking about?
I think it was like a sexual innuendo.
I had that thought. It's like,
Clark does have X-ray vision. He would know.
Is it baldness? Is it...
Yeah, that too. He's got a big bald head.
But, you know, when he's talking about, like, letting Lana go and Lex sweeping her up, like, there's not any discussion about, well, but I mean, you know, you came out on top too. You got Chloe, like...
No, but it doesn't say that he's single either.
Yeah, I think he and Chloe were together from that Christmas tree scene. Oh my god.
Yeah, I guess there wasn't anything in that scene like I thought there was that came right out and said that explicitly, but last time I watched this, I had a real clear sense that they weren't together, but I could be wrong about it.
I think they are, and it's supposed to give like people who like them together just to throw them a bone.
Lex is just jealous his baby has more hair than he does.
So, John, I know that this is supposed to be this kind of, you know, twisted take on It's a Wonderful Life, where the point is supposed to be that even though this horrible thing happens, that this is still a better life for him because he's, you know, making the right choices and doing the right things, not based on the ends or whatever, and it's all in his head. But, like, still seems a little contrived that in 2006 his wife randomly dies in childbirth with, I don't know.
I mean, I don't know how literal to take some of this stuff because obviously it's a dream.
Yeah.
And it's working on dream logic.
I don't know. I don't know if it's got enough dream logic stuff for there to be like one pass.
Well, I'm not saying that can't happen, but it's a little unusual in this day and age for somebody who's, like, otherwise really healthy, right?
Well, that's her Kryptofreak power cap, is she dies after a second childbirth.
Oh,
it's a really lame power.
That's a terrible. That's not a power.
That's an awfully specific.
That's
power.
a curse. If she had just not had any more children, she never even would have known she was a Kryptofreak. She's like Bishop, but not at all.
He's like Bishop, but dumber.
Catherine says technically it's 2014 here. Well, yeah, okay, that's true. That's true, because this would be 8 years in the future from the year this was made. That's a good point.
Oh, so Lex Luthor can see his wife die and then go see Godzilla in the theater right after. What a weekend.
I like the lighting choices in this scene a lot. And just that that creepy shot of Lionel as he walks in, looking in what looks almost like an Alienware laptop to me.
Lionel's,
He's gaming. He's on Discord right now.
He's playing an early version of Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League.
No, this is 2014, John.
No, it's 2011, says Catherine Hall. She did the math wrong.
Oh, 2011. Okay. He's playing.
Yeah,
Skyrim.
He's playing an alpha build that nobody had access to.
He just got Skyrim and he's on Discord and he's like, "Yo, homies, I'm a nerd." And he made exactly himself in Skyrim.
I really like the way this episode pits with this dilemma here, or this situation. Lionel's worldview and the way he brought his son up directly with Jonathan Clark's. Well, like, it is true that if you have infinite resources, maybe you can save her life, but do you have this relationship in the first place? If your mindset is to take whatever you want when you want it.
Yeah, and I mean, it continues that thing of like everyone that Lex ends up caring about, something bad happens to them.
Yeah, like the moral of the story for us is control doesn't give you happiness. I mean, you say it's that typical like money doesn't buy happiness, but specifically like you can try to control everything you want to in your life and you still can't control everything and it won't make you happy because you can't make people love you is part of it. But the lesson Lex is learning is the exact opposite of that by the end.
Yeah.
And I think, John, without this episode, the Lex-Lana relationship later doesn't work at all. And I don't mean to say that I love that relationship, but it's real twisted and unhealthy, and he is forcing it to happen because he wants this life without getting it the altruistic way, the compassionate and loving way that this version of him got it in the first place.
No, yeah, this is a pivotal episode for next season.
Well, and again, and the rest of this season.
Yeah.
I mean, he definitely goes after her a lot more aggressively than he would have if this never happened. I wonder if he even would have made the move on her he does in Reckoning if it weren't for this episode.
Maybe not, yeah.
Also, what if Jor-El is just full of crap? What if Jor-El is like, look, I know how the universe works, son, okay? If you get brought back to life, somebody else is gonna have to die, because the universe is all about trades and things. And then, if it weren't for Lex making that move on Lana, just everyone would have been fine, nothing would have happened. And Jor-El just assumes that if somebody dies, that's the reason it happened. But then, I don't know, like, I guess Jonathan Kent was still gonna die of a heart attack.
Yeah, they're in the basement because she's still, like, new to the Daily Planet.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But she's doing pretty well for herself because she's only been here a few weeks and she already got an article published.
She's got a whole basement of weird.
Catherine just wrote what? What about your what?
Why?
Favorite holiday. I feel like this guy's gonna be a creep and try to kill her, but I already know he's Santa.
Oh yeah, I shouldn't have told you anything. And I feel bad. Is that really the worst that could happen? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, Chloe. Some random Santa man just broke into your office and was like, "Let me take these
And you want
gifts."
to, you want to send him out to give random toys to children. What's the worst that could happen?
You literally want this random drunk man that you can probably smell whiskey on his breath, who just walked into your office randomly.
So
The ability to go into kids' homes.
So Austin, what do you say? Is the episode saying he's definitely Santa Claus, or is the episode saying he has superpowers?
No, he's definitely Santa.
Catherine, something you said about Lex and Lana. I still don't know what you're saying. Like, did I just say something that crazy that makes no sense, or did I give away something you don't know happens in the series?
I guess she didn't know that Lex and Lana are gonna get together, maybe.
Oh, I'm sorry, spoilers. There's some things that we can't all talk about before we get there. John, it's gonna be okay, man.
It's gonna be okay.
One
Don't
more
jump,
episode,
John,
and we'll have
don't
breakfast.
Jump from what?
Your chair.
That'd be a short jump.
Okay, I don't know what I said that made no sense.
I love the way Glover delivers some dialogue. You can walk. Walk.
Yeah, and like Rosenbaum makes fun of all the time in his podcast, just every other word when he talks to Lex is son or Lex.
Why would you put Cookies at dog height anyways, dummy?
Also, why do you have the dog in the house? Because the dog isn't even usually in your house.
Does the dog just live outside?
I don't know. I feel like we see the
It
dog
goes back and forth.
outside and in the barn a lot more often than in the house. Like, there's other places the dog could be. This is what we're talking about right now.
I thought you were gonna complain that the dog had reindeer ears.
No, that's fine.
Does anybody actually do this? Be like, it's snowing on Christmas, let's all go outside to watch.
Only in the movies.
Uh,
Well, and I mean, Austin, this is Vancouver, so it's probably a Canadian thing.
I'm sorry, it's where?
Vancouver.
It's in Vancouver.
So,
Yeah,
like,
he's got as much weird emphasis as a lot of the characters this season, because I haven't pointed out any of that. There's a lot of weird emphasis like that this season. I'm like, can we get another take? No? Okay.
What's the capital of America? Washington?
So yeah, I love, again, this twisted notion that their Lex is going to learn the reverse of the true meaning of Christmas. And that really propels him into the rest of the dark path he'll take. And I buy it. I think it really works.
He's the best part of the show.
his lesson should have been that he should jump off a roof drunk, and then he could be saved by Santa. And that's how they tie back together.
I like that there's a bit of tragedy to this Lex, because he's had multiple chances to learn the opposite of what he just learned, and he doesn't take them any time.
Yeah. And again, this is a classic opportunity for change kind of story where he's really given the right ideas and he takes the wrong lesson from it. But you can kind of see like how he would get there, both with his upbringing and like how afraid he is of loss.
Yeah.
That if only his mother had shown him a more perfect life, he might have at least in the short term started to turn things around.
Yeah.
And that's why like there's a lot of different ways to read that, you know. If it's more or less what his path would really be like if he took that, then it's, you know, take the good with the bad, like, you know, life is going to throw you some lemons. It's not going to be perfect. If it's just his subconscious, it also makes sense that he is, that his worldview is that cynical that he can't imagine that tragedy won't strike him even when he does the right things. Like, it works either way.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought of this before. It's also kind of sad and disturbing that you have this sort of, I don't know, I'm tired, I don't know if this is going to make any sense, but you have this kind of like parallel or mirror thing where Lionel refuses to save his wife because he turns his back on him and doesn't go on the road that he wants him to. And then in the real world, he is like sparing no expense to give his son a like crazy treatment that might not work.
AMC asks, do you think it's unfair for Lex to be angry at Lionel for rushing Lex into surgery, considering Lex rushed Lionel into surgery, resulting in temporary blindness back in season 2? I mean, there's probably a hint, like a bit of that, but I mean that just goes into adding to the like messed up dynamic that those two have.
Yeah, if memory serves with... Sorry, what?
They gotta force that drama.
If memory serves with season 2... Yeah, but I think this is better than that. And most of the show isn't, so I gotta give it that what it is. John, remind me if I'm... in case I'm mistaken on this, wasn't the idea in season 2 that Lex rushed him to surgery with that because he knew that Lionel... Or he didn't think that like Lionel would want to be blind, would be able to, you know, accept that he's blind. Like that's the choice he would have made.
I think so. Whereas
here it's like it was more about Lionel's wishes than Lex's, arguably, in that case. And this is of course not that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think there might be a bit of hypocrisy there.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
It also just goes into these two have always had a messed up relationship, and that's just part of that.
Well, I wish that episode had fallen either earlier or later in the day.
I'm gonna go green to nobody's surprise.
Yeah, same here. Luckily, though, I've talked about this one before.
And then we got Austin the Cynic over here.
Well, he at least got to see one that was better than that opening one. And he got to see Drunk Santa.
Yeah. For some reason.
Yeah. So, Austin, how does this episode rank in the Smallville episodes that you've seen?
Probably third.
Oh, okay. Wait, what's second?
He's intentionally trying not to remember any of the Smallville episodes that he's seen.
No, what was the second one? Was that one where there was the Kryptofreak guy that was at the house? I think he was like a vampire, and the house was all cluttered, and Clark broke into it.
Oh, the
With
weird
Byron.
monster thing?
Yeah,
That's your second favorite episode?
yeah, and then my first one's
Yeah.
the Mixelflix episode.
Yeah.
No, I knew Mental Plague would be your favorite.
Oh, Austin.
Yeah, I mean they're all garbage, but that would be my ranking. Those three are like the best ones. Those are the ones that I've watched where I haven't wanted to kill myself like Santa.
I mean, the Lexmas isn't garbage, but okay. Just wrong.
Yeah, I've come to like that episode more and more every time I see it. I saw it
That
as a
should
lot.
be Austin's crypto freak powers.
I saw it as a
Power
lot.
being wrong.
Or being ahead of the curve.
Sorry, Cap. You said you saw it as what?
Oh, I was just gonna say when this first came out, I saw it as a lot sillier, and like I found it that the character study a lot more compelling the more I've watched it. And it's one of those episodes that watches fine on its own as like, you know, a special Christmas episode or whatever, but like way better in the sequence.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, it was kind of how I was like the Lex stuff was just kind of silly, and then the Clark stuff was just padding. I'm glad it wasn't a Christmas Carol and that it was the Family Man instead.
What's weird is that Lex and Lana in that episode, especially in that kind of blue collar situation, have a lot more chemistry, I think, than she and Clark ever have. Which is weird because
I mean that's just even in the real when we get to the relationship stuff when they're actually a happy couple they have better chemistry.
Yeah, which is weird because that it's an unlikely couple. It's not really a couple I want to see together initially, and it seems like the, you know, obvious obligatory love triangle. But anyway, so Fanatic is the next episode. This one's not great.
Yeah.
Yay!
I think Austin will ironically like this one because it is kind of funny in places.
Well, that makes me excited.
Probably so. I still don't know why Austin is here, but thanks for being here, Austin. It's great to see you.
Austin's gonna stay with us for the next 12 hours.
I don't know about that.
Leo
I
says...
played the adventure when I left.
Oh, Leo does not like Lexmas. He says, I hate to
No,
say
he
it, but
says he
after
agrees with me.
rewatching this episode, I am not a fan of it, and that he agrees with Austin. Well, it's fine. Like I said, I didn't love it either the first time around, but I have Stockholm Syndrome with Lexmas. Okay, is everybody ready?
Yes.
Let's get started with Fanatic. It's episode 10 of season 5. Get it to timestamp 0 and get ready to press play. Everybody, please press play right now.
Well, Clark went to space on a rocket?
He did.
So the way that we get Clark's
Oh
powers
my
back,
gosh, helicopter shot. Sorry, John, go ahead.
so the way we get Clark's powers back is this kid decides that the only way to save Smallville and the world from meteor freaks is to blow it up with a nuke. And so he like steals his dad's nuclear codes or whatever.
Because there's 15 active missile silos with nukes in Kansas.
Is his dad like a military person? Because you just casually dropped like, yeah, the son steals his dad's nuclear
Yeah.
codes.
Yeah,
Like,
he's a military
general
person
or something.
who hates Kryptofreaks.
Oh.
Yeah, and so he goes. He
It's
sets
the
up,
William Stryker of the show.
he sets up a nuke to strike Smallville, and shoots Clark, who dies, and then comes back with his powers and stops the missile. John,
So-
do you think Austin qualifies as a dummy? Yeah, probably.
So,
Well,
John,
it takes one to know one.
the premise for this episode just strikes me as obvious, and like, of course we did this. Where you have...
Yeah, I don't know about Jonathan Kent running for senator.
Sorry, what's that?
So I don't know about Jonathan Kent running for senator.
It's to set up Martha Kent to become senator.
Well, either or. Like, I don't know about either of them being a senator. That feels like way too big for those characters.
I mean, at this point, we're in complete reinvention anyway.
What
Yeah,
I like
that's
about it is that we are veering off some and letting this be a honest god reimagining. But like I said earlier in the stream, we also like cherry pick things. So you got the stuff that we just absolutely have to keep as comic canon type stuff, and then other things where we can run off with ourselves, and they're kind of random about what they do on each side of that, but a lot less so than like Gotham, which just becomes bizarre and unrecognizable.
Well,
as
I
far as a
mean,
Batman
like, I have
fan.
issues with the writing, but I think the showrunners at least cared in the show. Gotham, I'm not so sure.
But what
That
I,
was like the most nothing political speech. The room went wild.
well, it's funny because if memory serves, because this is of course a thing that happens later in the episode, and we're gonna have to jump back to earlier events, and if memory serves, he'll say Martha wrote the speech.
Oh, weird. Well, she's not a good writer, I guess. That wasn't too far off from just do better. Just, we're gonna love everyone. I'm gonna put the heart in Kansas. I also hope that this episode's gonna be about Jonathan Kent being shot, and then he has the same dream world.
I mean, I would put this above the do better thing just because this show is consistently not political.
That's what I was going to say, is the real reason it's that vague and nothing is because we're having, and we talked about this earlier, but we're having characters run for political office in a show that is not going to talk about anybody's personal politics.
Then why have them run for political office?
Because that's a thing people do, and because Lex wants power, so he's running for political office. And because we've been seating the president thing
with
going all
Lex,
the way
it makes
back.
sense. The Kents, it feels weird.
What's weird about it?
I don't know. I just think that's too big for like the just kind of humble farmer Kents.
Yeah,
I don't even know if I could buy that they could rise up to be in the running and like get the money for it.
So
yeah,
they do
well, you
address
didn't
that.
you didn't see the episode that set it up, but I mean, it's not his idea in the first place. He's friends with a senator who decides to drop out of the race and asks Jonathan to take his place.
Mm-hmm.
So he's kind of doing.
I'm
as
with you. It was a
favor to
left
friend.
field kind of thing. I actually see it a lot more with Martha in this world than Jonathan, though. But what I was going to say at the beginning of this episode is this does seem like kind of an obvious obligatory thing where you have yet another like young person who's obsessed with Lex and wants to kind of become him, and we do that with his running for senator. This is like somebody like running a campaign to get him more votes.
Some of this stuff with these kids, though, kind of plays like satire almost.
You think so?
Like, 9 out of 10 of them are wearing shirts with his face on it that says "Vote Lex," and they're all lined up like a military. And then just randomly, 2 of them are wearing suits.
I want it to be about, like extremism and radicalism in colleges. I don't know if they're actually making any real pointed point about that, but
I mean, maybe not like a direct point, but I think it's just inherent in the concept of this episode.
So we take that real far when she basically is saying she worships legs.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Do you remember what she's gonna do later in this episode?
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
But it shouldn't surprise us either. Like,
Something
No,
cool's
everybody
gonna
in this
happen.
version of Kansas is unstable. It's like Canada in real life.
well, it makes you wonder if even if you don't turn into a Kryptofreak, just the radiation gets to everybody's heads.
Well, yeah, Cap, maybe that's his Kryptofreak power. He's good at politics.
His power is politics, like JFK, like mutant JFK.
Yeah. Thanks for explaining the joke.
I don't know how you guys feel about this, but with something like this, where I don't really want the show of this writing quality to go into politics, I'm fine with them just brushing over it. Use the politics as a storyline for a character, but I don't need you to get political about it because it's going to be dumb either way.
That's why I just wondered about it. Like, if you're not going to be political, just don't be political. It's almost weird that there's like a half measure.
Well, and that's how we write.
But
Marvel
Austin,
off.
that's
They're stupid.
TV during this period. Like, that's standards and practices, and like networks being really careful not to alienate any part of an audience. We do it opposite now.
And that's how we'll write Martha off next season.
But I mean, we have whole shows that are very much about politics and the political process, where you still can't even really tell what party people are in. Like, that's not just the show, that's mid-2000s.
No, I get that. I'm just saying, like, the political angle, I just think is just kind of strange that we went there. And then it's also not doing anything with it, really. Just beyond, plot and moving characters around. It just feels weird to me.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, it's kind of left field.
Because next season, because Jonathan obviously is written off this season, Martha will decide to move to DC to be closer to the Senate.
Yeah, it's just such a weird end for the Kens.
No, it is, but it's part of that, like, trying to find interesting things for these characters to do thing that they really struggle with.
Well, you can tell they're 5 seasons in.
But I like what it does for Lois.
Oh yeah, this is Lois, right?
Yeah.
So I guess I missed something. Did that bullet that was shot at him just miss? And that's
No,
just
we're
kinda it?
48
No,
hours earlier.
like I
missed
said, that's in the future, and then we drop back because like
Pay
every
attention, Austin.
every 5th Smallville episode has to do that. That's probably an exaggeration, but we do that too much in the show.
No, but I really like their Lois Lane. I don't know if you were around for any of the season 4 episodes she's in.
I was not. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't think so.
No, wait, because you watched the premiere with
You saw her introduction, but
She left like no impact on me, I guess.
Well, she doesn't in that first episode.
So yeah, there's no angle with this ultimate bad guy for this episode. She's just another teen or college age crazy person.
Oh, Lex's like assistant woman's the villain of this episode.
Yeah. Well, it's not his assistant. She runs a group.
Or, yeah, like whatever
at,
she
at
is.
the college. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, I get the point of it. I just don't think it's super effective. But the idea is she is.
Oh, is that the wall of weird? Was that for the counter?
Yeah.
Yep, it sure is. Cap was like, "Ah, it won't come up that much."
I'll be right back.
Groovy.
So
Why does Lana have a pocket knife in her bed where the knives are like out?
So, do you remember in the first episode where she was basically almost killed by that spaceship?
No. Oh, you mean the first episode we watched?
From tonight.
Yeah.
So,
I meant like the pilot.
no. She's kind of spiraled into an obsession with astrology.
Okay, so she's a pocket knife in her bed?
That's an astrology tool.
Oh, I don't know. It looked like a pocket knife.
And now he is afraid that he'll hurt her because he has his powers back.
Okay.
That's something we do in Superman, right? Where like he can't be with.
He can't be with people because they like astrology. I don't know.
No, because he's afraid he'll hurt her with his powers.
Yes, that's happened.
Okay. Because that's a consistent thing we bring back in this show.
Of course.
Wait, do you know how Jonathan Kent dies in this?
No. Is it not a heart attack?
So it is, but they make it more complicated than that.
Of course they do. It's Goff and Miller.
So he tells Lana who he is and proposes at the fortress, right?
Yeah.
And then she goes and sees Lex, and things lead to another, and she ends up dying in a car crash. So he goes back in time to prevent that from happening by not telling her. And since she didn't die, Jonathan Kent dies of a heart attack instead. Because a life is owed for his life that was...
That's awful.
And it's actually even more complicated than that, Austin. Because it's hard to say whether he would have died even if Lana hadn't died. Because again, Jor-El could just be full of crap, okay? Because what sets the heart attack off is a conversation that he has with Lionel, where Lionel reveals that he knows Clark's secret, and that's what gives him the heart attack. And I don't see why that wouldn't still happen the first time around. Because all we see the first time around is Lana getting hit by a car. Well, no, I guess Jonathan shows up in the truck there, right? Okay, so that's what it is. It's supposed to be like a butterfly effect thing.
Okay.
Okay.
But to be fair...
But it's also not just a heart attack, is what I'm saying. It's also a heart attack set off by the stress of a conversation.
And to be fair, Austin, they have established that he has heart problems since season 3.
Yeah.
Yes, but his heart problems come in the first place because of Jor-El.
Because he had to get superpowers to bring Clark home.
No. Oh, I saw that episode.
Yeah.
That was probably my 4th episode. Actually, maybe that's my 3rd. Where Clark's all evil.
Yeah, that's what starts Jonathan's heart condition because his body can't take the powers.
That's awful.
Which is further evidence that they don't understand Kryptonian powers because other people take them just fine with no issue. And you can apparently rewrite people's entire genetic structure to give them Kryptonian powers. But this is where they deal with the fact that they don't have money.
So Jor-El basically then, John, like, almost double kills Jonathan. Because like, he's the reason Jonathan is going to have the heart attack that kills him. And he also, I guess, ostensibly, kills him because Lana doesn't die.
That's Pan.
No, it makes my head want to explode.
I don't have any issue with the Kents running for Senate in this AMC. Like I said, this is such a reinvention that, in my opinion, they can just do whatever they want.
Yeah, it might have been nicer if it came a little earlier. I guess if we were going to do that.
Yeah.
Because it is again, I keep saying this, but it is kind of a contrived situation. Where it's like we come up with an excuse for Jonathan to get the idea to run because it would be, kind of novel and, ironic or whatever for Lex and Jonathan to go up against each other.
Leo says, I really like in Lois and Clark, they don't feel the need to kill off Jonathan.
Yeah,
Does
me
he
too.
not die in that show?
No, he doesn't.
Weird.
No, he makes it all the way through.
But I mean, I don't think the Kents die at all post-crisis or pre-crisis. Right? Is that right?
I don't know that.
Lois and Clark is in the 90s. That's...
No, I know, but we're not that far off. Like, there's still more of that source material.
Oh, you mean... Okay.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
and
sorry.
John, the Kents are still alive post-crisis at that point, too.
True.
I think that might be what I'm thinking.
No,
of.
that's the status quo.
Pre-crisis.
That's the status quo through the 90s. Is they're alive
Mhm.
because they've
Yeah,
got
'cause
this synergy thing where they want everything to be the same across the board.
Yeah, I
They
think
brought
that's
them
actually what
back
I'm
just to
thinking
watch
of.
their son die.
Well, and John, back to this. I hadn't had this thought before, but maybe there's this intentional thing that we're doing where we pit Jonathan and Lex against each other, while right after that we're going to pair up Lex's son with Jonathan's son, like or with sorry, I'm so confused right now. Lex's son
Who?
with
What?
I don't know what I'm
Lex's
saying right now.
son.
Sorry, I'm so out of it. Just give me a second. So Lionel and Clark are gonna actually become allies, which is like it's supposed to be the last thing you would expect to happen when the other two went up against each other.
Okay.
And so they're doing like this twisted reverse father-son thing.
Yeah. I think there's some of that in there.
Yeah, I hope I get a second win here. I'm having the roughest of these so far that I've had.
I am too.
Gotta slap yourselves.
But it's also almost 8 o'clock, so I could just be getting hungry.
Yeah, we'll get some breakfast right after this. Austin, I'm surprised you're still awake, man.
Well, I passed out for a while and then woke up.
Yeah, you
Oh, is
look a
that why
lot.
you left?
You look refreshed compared to us.
Yeah, no, so I had quite the adventure. I left, ate a bunch of spring rolls, started watching a movie, passed out, woke up, finished the movie, and then came on here.
What'd you watch?
Ebra, Horror of the Deep.
So Chloe basically just came right out here and was like, "Okay, look, Clark, you need to be a better protagonist and start being proactive already." And he's like, "No, the writers won't let me. I can't tell Lana because it's too big of a risk."
Yep, and she will do that all the way through season 6 too.
Yeah, And it's like, I don't know. It's risky both ways. Just do the right thing already. Or
You know what annoys me about the 100th episode?
or just get out of the relationship. And I'm so tired of saying that. Like, we're gonna watch in Talkville. We're gonna watch Rosenbaum's head explode because you get the sense that he's forgotten that they do this yin yang thing as long as they do it, and that like he's so done with it by like early 3, where I'm like, oh, you don't even know the half of it. You have no idea. And there's a couple episodes where you get the sense that he's naive enough to think that they're veering away from it, and I'm like, oh my god, man, you're gonna cancel your own show.
Forgot what I was gonna say.
Oh, I'm sorry, John.
Oh no, you're good. That is funny. I do wonder if they'll actually make it through to 10.
I don't know if Rosenbaum's going to make it through the seasons he wasn't in.
I feel like most of those rewatch podcasts finish prematurely.
It's hard to say with this because it's been more popular than I think people expected it to be.
Mm-hmm.
Like
I've seen lots that are super popular. There's kind of, the creators or whatever get lose interest or run out of time.
Yeah, sure.
And a lot of the other shows that I've seen do it aren't as long as Smallville.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah,
and
same.
maybe those other shows would have the same thing that I'm about to mention. I don't know. But I think the con circuit all by itself will keep them going like longer than they want to go. Because if they cancel it, like they've got such a presence at cons with people watching that show and talking about it, that if they quit, people will just harass them at conventions about that show.
Then they'll just go postal.
We're like, we don't care how much money we make at cons. We're never talking about Smallville again.
Michael Rosenbaum's like, if I hear one more thing about me being bald.
Yeah, so this is Lex explaining why he feels the need to run for office. And he basically just says, and it works, I like this. But he basically says, look, ambition, I don't know how to not just keep grasping for the sky. And what's supposed to be sad about this is he might not have as much of the unquenching, thirst for knowledge that he talks about throughout the season if, and a couple episodes ago specifically, if Clark would have just told him his secret earlier. And that is, maybe too big of a risk. Like, that's this big catch-22 where I'm seeing both sides of that argument, where it's like,
oh my god, look at all those pictures of Lex.
She has like a wall of weird of legs.
yeah, no, that's screwed up. Or because of the way Lex was raised and what he might be capable of, it could be the worst idea ever to tell him about Clark's powers, but you could maybe help to steer him in the right direction if you did. And so I've heard this debate, like, how responsible is Clark for Lex becoming the villain he becomes? Whereas on the Lana side, it's cut and dry. Just tell her already. There's no reason not to.
Yeah.
I get the excuses, but I see them as excuses. I don't think they're reasons.
This woman whipped out her gun and she was like, there's only room in this room for one bad actor.
That's exactly right.
Because they were like, hey, stop, I'm going to call the police on you.
And now this actress is going to be unfortunately committed to this role.
Oh, no.
Because she is shaving her head now, and it's the actual actress doing this, and that is unfortunate for her.
That's pretty embarrassing.
Hey, at least she was committed.
Hey, she could be in a CW Sinead O'Connor biopic now.
Matthew Bates says, don't you get it? She's a fanatic.
Mm-hmm.
She's the fanatic? That's John Travolta.
But yeah, I started to say earlier, like this is supposed to represent the negative influence as a role model that somebody like Lex can have on people, and that's a good thing to explore.
Oh my
I just think it's done
God.
really generically here. Once again, John, Lex is so sarcastic he just laughs in her face.
I have all the enabling devices I need, thank you.
Yeah, the woman from Splice just walked into his office.
Yeah, the big thing she doesn't understand about him is that there's no part of Lex Luthor that would be attracted to bald women. Because he doesn't like that he's bald. He doesn't want to be reminded of it when he gets up in the morning. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, if anything, his perfect woman would be like Rapunzel.
This is like way less fun Tina Greer and without superpowers, where it's like,
Yeah.
isn't it? Like, I want to be you. Now I want to be with you. And this is a Kryptofreak without any crypto powers. I'm sure I've missed some counting stuff in this episode.
Probably.
Oh, parents almost killed.
Thank you.
And there's Lex unconscious.
Oh, yep, there it is. Is that going to be a convenient one or just... Nope, it's just Lex unconscious.
What's convenient for her, it looks like.
Sure.
Wait, did we count Lex getting shot in Lexmas?
Did I don't know if I missed that. I think I got it.
Austin, did we count that?
I'm pretty sure I counted it.
Not that I know of, but maybe. I wasn't looking, though. I also didn't know Lex being shot was a thing to count.
Yeah, shot or knocked out. I'll go ahead and add one
It's-
more because we likely missed one somewhere, but I thought I counted that one.
It's happened 13 times, Austin.
At least.
Is it no wonder he doesn't have brain damage?
You know what, John, you know what's really funny? If this girl was so delusional that after she knocked out Lex, she decided that she could pose as him and people would believe it was Lex because she has a bald head.
Well, you know what she
Look-
should have whispered to him when he was unconscious? Good sex, bad legs.
Yeah, she can knock him out and throw him in the basement and be like, look at me. I am Lex Luthor now.
Oh my god.
I'm the Luthor now.
She puts him in like the Man in the Iron Man mask from the Black Kryptonite episode and just
The man in the Iron Man.
yeah. Or not Iron Man, Iron Mask mask.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, nothing makes sense right now.
Add that to the superhero rewind movie script, Cap.
Austin, can you tell this was written by the guys that wrote Spider-Man 2?
Why is this a Spider-Man 2-y thing?
Well, this was not written by the guys that
No,
did Spider-Man.
because the protagonist is always like 10 steps behind.
Oh, I was gonna say I don't remember there being a scene when Doc Ock changed his hair color to red and then showed up at MJ's play.
Oh, MJ shaved her head, pretended to be Doc Ock.
This is what this is where he says it's Martha that wrote that speech. This is one of the situations where I don't understand how we open with it and they think the audience is going to be so engaged by this situation. Because it's like, if it was just some random person that was trying to assassinate Jonathan, it's actually better. Because it's like, oh, it's going to be some kind of weird shenanigans, right? Because it's Lois. And you can't do that kind of gimmick and get us excited about seeing her try to kill Jonathan Kent. Because you know that's not going to be what it seems. And it's not what you think it is, but it's not interesting. Because you think it's going to be a she's not herself thing, or she's hypnotized or whatever. It's way less, it's way lamer than that, even. Matthew says,
wish Lex's
this episode is goofy.
slogan
This episode
was
is
"Make
goofy.
America bald again.
Cap, he's bringing Kansas back.
Lex Luthor was always there.
No, Jonathan Kent's he's bringing Kansas back.
So, Martha has been, like, supportive, sure, but, like, really not on board with Jonathan running, and they've had arguments about it. And I love that in the speech she wrote, she has him say, "My family has been unwavering in their support."
I wish you wrote like, "My wife has been super supportive. My son kind of sucks."
Austin, he has a real platform. He wants to help everyone, even if they're poor.
That's what I was saying at the beginning of the episode. The speech is so bad.
Films by color. So glad I tuned in just in time to hear "Man in the Iron Mask."
Iron Man mask, you fixed it.
Yeah,
John.
naturally, of course, DJ had to be present for that. I quit, man. I'm done.
That's the funniest thing you ever said.
Yeah,
What's up, DJ?
that's only fun for me if I did it on purpose.
That was like when I said interior dark alleyway.
Oh my god,
Hey, there's
that was the best
bullet
thing you
time.
ever said. Interior dark alleyway.
That's the first. The
Oh
first
no,
line.
that balloon.
I feel like that
Yeah,
was
that's-
that was like two and a half years ago now.
That was a while ago now, yeah.
Hey, it's bullet time. It's literal bullet time.
Oh, yep.
That balloon popping in slow motion was rough.
Yeah, it was. You guys want to finish that effect? No? All right.
Oh my god. Clark's just
yeah.
enjoying the view.
They really cheated with that because in the teaser they make it look like Lois actually pulled the trigger.
Of course they did.
I don't know. I'm just making conversation.
Yeah, this episode's not great.
I mean, if nobody else is going to take this exercise half serious, I have to step up. I don't really know.
Hey, look, it's the Art of War.
New illustrated edition.
Yeah,
Lex needed pictures.
because they're going to have this whole conversation about the Art of War.
And I've never read it, so they could be just making it up and I wouldn't know any better.
No, that's all in there.
I don't know if I've ever liked a book enough to read it 3 times in the span of 4 years.
Well, I don't think he had much of a choice. Like, I think he was probably expected to do that by his father.
Oh. It was the only book he owned.
Yeah, well, it was, you know, the blueprint for how he was supposed to live his life and run his business. Catherine Hall, The Art of War is not a long book. No, but it's not the kind of book that you know, weed quickly either. Like, you gotta stop and contemplate things.
Not Lex.
Lex is more of the read it until it goes sinks in.
That's why I had to read it 3 times. Lex has also read Charlotte's Web 6 times.
Hey, I mean, to be fair, Charlotte's Web is a good book.
So yeah, Griff's already dead, John.
Man, I'm sad. Griff was my favorite character. He was so well fleshed out.
And so yeah, I guess this is all supposed to be the first signs that that Lionel is trying to protect Clark in a secret, because we know that he is, backing Jonathan instead of Lex. But at first they play it like it's because, and this all tracks okay, but at first they try to make us think that it's because he doesn't want Lex to win. It doesn't really have anything to do with Jonathan, but it's actually a lot more about helping Clark. Now, he might be afraid of what his son is turning into. I mean, it's possibly a bit of both.
I think it is a bit of both.
Especially because he doesn't want his son to find out. Like, that has a lot to do with it.
Yeah.
And then we're about to get into that subplot here. This is setting up the thing where Lionel is going to give them money for the campaign and really get his mitts in it. I like how some of that's handled, because the position that Lois gets in the middle of it is, kind of hard and not her fault. That always ends well. Whenever people keep secrets from people they really love.
Are in the left.
Well, yeah, we might as well just put like 12 more of those in here and call it good. For the season. No, I'm kidding.
I don't know why my brain like cracked and I was like completely out of it, and then I saw them in the loft and it like woke me back to being cognitive.
Austin was like, I'm not even in the world anymore. Oh, that's where we're playing bingo. I almost got a bingo.
Yeah, no, I spent like 3 minutes thinking about a marshmallow dragon and Ghostbusters named Stay Puft the Magic Dragon. My brain was like completely snapped.
What?
Are you okay?
No.
Do you smell burnt toast?
Yeah.
What was writing it? The man in the Iron Man mask?
I don't know why, because I was thinking about the Art of War, and then suddenly my brain stopped, and I just started thinking about Stay Puft the Magic Dragon.
Yeah, Clark, don't give Lana too much credit there. He's like, oh, you're amazing. You forgive me with no questions asked. And she's like, well, it's because what happened wasn't all your fault. Because, yeah, what about all the other times where she more than asked questions, Clark? Like, that's true. Now, it doesn't actually make any sense that there was a second meteor shower, but it's not random. So, John, this is the moment where you just come right out and say, okay, you got me, I'm an alien. Because she's going to go, well, somebody else might have been living with it here the whole time. Well, she's not even going to be surprised anymore. Like, frankly, she ought to be able to kind of put it all together at this point.
He should just say no.
I think at this point she's kind of lying to herself, at least in terms of when it comes to Clark. But because if you think about it, both times that she finds out when he tells her, and then in season 6 when she tricks him into showing off his powers, she's not really surprised. It's just kind of confirming what she already knew.
That is not the case with episode 100 here, though. She seems fully flummoxed by it. I think. I mean, like, obviously, there's plenty of signs that something was going on because she keeps asking him to tell her a secret. I mean, she knows something's going on, but I don't think she's put very much of it together at all at that point. And I wonder if in 6 they're playing it like she's figured more of it out because she's been with Lex so long and he's also looking into it.
Austin, we got 2 more episodes until Jonathan dies.
Can he die now?
Could we just kill Lana instead, please?
Can everyone die?
John, let's just make that a 15-minute episode.
Well, that's how the show ends.
We'll talk about this, but it would have been so much better and tragic where, like, he tells her his secret, and then she dies right away.
Yeah.
Although, I guess the problem with that is he was already so passive and not proactive because he was afraid that telling her his secret would get her killed, that if that immediately happens, he would just shut himself off in a room and never talk to anyone again.
Well, I mean, when she dies
He
the
become a
first time,
dictator.
he turns back time to save her life.
Well, I know, but if that didn't work, or if he didn't have a way to time travel, he would have just become a recluse and there'd be no show.
No, then we'd get Injustice. Before Injustice.
Well,
That's what I said.
I'm flipping red on that episode.
I am also flipping red.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
That one's rough. Thanks for wasting my time again. Okay, guys, we're going to go on a longer break this time and get some breakfast. I'm going to go ahead and actually shut the stream down and start the next one, I think. Although I'm trying to decide if that's going to be risky time-wise. Maybe we should do one more. Let me think here for a second. Where are we at? We did
We're on
10.
episode 11, and there's what, 22?
Yeah.
How many hours is the stream so far?
9.
Yeah, you maybe want to do one more.
May have to do one more. Okay. Well, guys, give us about 10 to 15 minutes or so this time. John, is that enough time?
Yeah, I'll just microwave some.
Okay. I mean, I don't want to rush you. I'm just a little bit worried about the stream length now. Although, I guess if we're doing one more, I shouldn't be too concerned about it because I can go to 11
But isn't
and a
it
half.
like 12 hours?
Yeah, I just don't want to go all the way to 12, but I can go to 11 and a half, so.
That's what I mean, like, you got time.
Yeah, I've got time. We'll be all right. All right, thanks for joining us, everybody. Hope you're having a good time, and we'll see if we can get less delusional with some food. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you in just a little bit. Well, good morning, everybody. Oh, look, I've just left this timer on this whole time from the last episode. I just had breakfast and am getting set up for the next episode while I'm waiting for John to come back. And Austin has not hung up his call, so it looks like he could also be joining us again, which would be a surprising turn of events. Look, he's back.
I'm back. What's up?
He left after the first episode. We never thought he'd come back. He's come back for 2 already. Just a glutton for punishment. He's not enjoying any aspect of the show, but he's still here. He just loves us that much.
Well, I mean, half.
Oh man, which one of us should have love triangle face? I guess it's John. I'm gonna assume John.
I mean, John is literally a B word I'm not allowed to say on the channel.
Should I make an exception? No, I'm not gonna do that.
No. I can spell it real fast.
Lockdown. Oh, this is a mixed bag kind of episode.
Oh, good.
Lockdown.
What was your breakfast, Cab?
Oh,
Austin's favorite kind of episode.
I just had some fried eggs. Does anybody else feel like a fried egg?
Very good.
And some
What about you, John?
and some peaches. What did you have, John?
I had pizza rolls.
Oh, wow.
Pizza rolls.
I want to say part of this balanced breakfast, but there's no way to balance that. That's not a right thing to have for breakfast.
No, the only way you can balance that is if you just eat literally anything else.
Well, I feel bad because I think Catherine was really hoping she'd get into Reckoning, but we just took too damn long, folks.
Rats.
She's going to have her Reckoning on
I have
us.
to X-ray it.
Hey, John, are you excited about our next episode? Do you remember Lockdown?
I do, and I'm... this is a mixed bag, like you said.
Yeah. It's not awful, and it's one of those episodes that's, getting some work done. Sorry, I'm trying to set up my Blu-ray player here, with some of the major storylines and stuff. But we have to have like a funeral. They don't even have the decency to have a funeral for the character that dies in this episode that I'm gonna miss.
Oh, so it's like Black Widow and Endgame.
Sure, yeah, it's just like that. Yeah, that was kind of a slap in the face to Black Widow, wasn't it? I never even thought about that. So we have this huge funeral for Iron Man. Is it supposed to be
man in the Iron Man mask?
Is it supposed to be like a collective funeral, or is it just for Tony Stark?
Well, we only see a thing for Tony.
Oh. Yeah, that's kind
So
of...
it's like, well, you know what the original perpetrator of that is X3, where 3 people die, but we only have 2 funerals.
I knew you were going to say that. Yep. What a slap in the face. How dare they?
Ain't that a kick in the head?
Yeah. Is it just like, here's the people we have bodies for?
Well, I mean, Gene was nice enough to scatter his ashes, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. Like I said, I'm gonna try to stay as lucid as possible. This is the roughest of these 24-hour streams I've had so far.
Yeah, I don't let you guys do this.
Usually, it's not this bad, but this one is taking a little bit out of me. But I'm gonna try to find a second win here, or you guys are gonna hear my voice just completely fall apart, and I'm just gonna sit here while John talks. No pressure,
Bruce
John.
will be sitting here while I talk.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I didn't mean to leave you out. I just figure you'll probably leave like in the middle of this episode and never come back. It's kind of what I figured.
Well, it depends. It depends on if I die in the middle of this episode, like I started to in last one.
I saw your soul leave your body and only come back because I missed a count.
Yeah, no, I literally went to like a Doctor Strange like spiritual journey where I rode Stay Puft the Magic Dragon.
With the man in the Iron Man mask riding it.
Yeah, me.
Okay, let's get going here, guys. Season 5, episode 11, Lockdown. Get ready to press play, and we're about to do it. Everybody, please press play right now.
I keep hearing that title and assuming it's going to be a bounty hunter episode, but that's because of Transformers.
Oh, nope, it's not. It's not like that. It's a literal lockdown. Well, not
Lockdown,
because
yeah.
of like COVID or something.
They got LexVid. A joke that's only funny when you're this delirious.
And even then, eh?
And even then,
I like that we just get the whole thing started right away, though, John. Like 37 seconds in, we've already taken Lex at gunpoint. Oh, that'll do it. Throw a laptop at him.
a little rock at him.
Wow, I love the way that guy died. He just like slides across the floor and stops prematurely.
I love the way you die, boy.
But yeah, we're not wasting any time here. I actually like this teaser, okay.
Yeah, we're already locked down.
Yeah, 1 minute in, and he's in a safe. He's got a really cool safe room.
I recognize this cop from somewhere, but I can't think of where.
Was he also in Buffy? The theme of the season is black men we don't recognize until we remember they were in Buffy. Is that...
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually the subtitle for the season. I don't know if you knew that.
Do you know who we played?
Again,
John?
doesn't really fit on a t-shirt. Some of that has to go on the back. Sorry. Austin.
Oh, that's okay. I was interrupting for a inside joke, so it's okay.
Who did he play?
He played Buggy. Earlier today, John and I were talking about Buffy, and my phone auto-corrected to Buggy, and I was like, I don't care enough to fix it, so I just hit send.
Yeah, he's like Buggy the Vampire Slayer. It's like, wait, what?
So I appreciate that Lex is going to immediately have some consequences for all the kind of cloak and dagger he's been doing with the spaceship.
Yeah, I don't find this compelling.
No.
Oh, this isn't to do with him running for senator?
No. This is
Oh.
about the spaceship. So bad things happen to these former cops in the second meteor shower, and they know about the ship, and they blame Lex for it. And he had possession of the ship, but it disappeared when Milton Fine ostensibly died, and he hasn't told Lana, who he's been working with about on this project, that he doesn't have the ship anymore. So they think he has it, and Lana thinks he has it, and that's all going to crumble down on him when they all find out that he doesn't. And Clark is in a rocky place with
they're
this
in the
relationship
loft.
because they can't be in good shape for more than 2 episodes in a row.
Exactly.
Because he got his powers back. Because he lost his powers just so that they had a good excuse to put them together. And then now that he has powers again, he's still clinging to this relationship that he knows can't work out until he tells her his secret. But he's not going to do that. Because the writers won't let him. I feel like I can almost physically see a tug of war between the character and the producers.
I was going to
Okay,
say,
so
so that's one for her being in the loft, and then she was walking away angry, but he stopped her. But it could still be. She could still walk away angry.
I think it might happen, folks.
So that actor is just a character actor, but he's been in like House, Chuck, this. The Orville.
Oh, I wonder who he is. Who he is in the Orville.
Lokar.
See, I don't know character names well enough in that show. I don't know who that is.
I don't know who low carb is either.
But he's not. But we know for sure that he's not Power Rangers low carb. Austin, that's the giant face in space that you like, or the space in the face in the sky with the lightning that you like.
Oh, from Power Rangers.
From
That's
Doomsday.
what I was thinking of, but I assumed you were talking about something else.
No, I was talking about Power Rangers. Yeah.
Wait, Cap, he is in Buffy. He's a bouncer.
See, of course he is. Black men we
she
don't
just walked
recognize,
away
but
angry.
find out are in Buffy. That's the theme. Oh, she's walking away. She's walking away angry.
Yeah.
There she goes.
Not as angry as she had started walking away as, but still pretty irritated.
Irritated. You sound like a character in this show, this season.
That's because they're in
Well, I am in the same country as Vancouver.
So see, he got his hand all mangled.
His hand turned into melted plastic from the boiling acid.
Oh my god, yeah, his hand is all messed up.
And see, this guy has a real grievance. And he's not just blaming Lex, who is not at all at fault for what he's doing. Like, the fact that they went there to find the ship and didn't even check to see if anybody was alive, that's pretty screwed up.
Yeah, he should have went all Bane and like, leave no survivors.
Okay, wait a minute. I hadn't had this thought before, John. This lockdown room was not here before, and he built it recently after the nuclear fiasco. But think about all of the situations, all the issues he's had in the mansion that you'd think would make him build that way earlier.
I thought you were gonna say there's no way he could have built that in this time. And it's not been
Well,
under
and isn't that
construction
where his
this whole
vault
time.
was?
Oh yeah, it must have been.
Was it a
So I
walk-in
assume the
vault?
room. Yeah, he had like a giant walk-in vault.
Oh, okay.
That's where he stored all of his kryptonite. So I assume he just like the room.
Oh
was
yeah,
there.
that was in an episode I saw.
Yeah, that's in the first
Yeah.
episode of the season.
Yeah.
Where you have a Kryptonian who gets affected by kryptonite and can still lift like a 1-ton door.
It's also interesting that
That's
this
because
is-
you have no
we're starting-
imagination, Clark. That's why.
Starting to toy with the fact that maybe those two aren't meant to be together.
Right.
And then Lois shows up.
Yeah.
But the problem is, it doesn't feel like, I don't know, I feel like I'm just going in circles. Apologies, but it doesn't feel like there's this underlying subconscious thing that Clark's not thinking about, where like he's hanging on to something that he knows like he doesn't really want or isn't really meant to be, so much as just we're grasping at straws to think of reasons to keep stretching this out.
No, yeah, I mean it feels like a script.
That's
instead of-
that's fine if that's what it is, but it doesn't feel like that's what it's always been. It's exactly
Yeah.
like it feels like sticking to a serious Bible thing and not letting your characters actually carry your story with their motivations and their actions. So it's exactly like the no flights, no tights thing. It's like he can't be with Lana for the same reason that he can't fly. I mean, he could fly. They're just not going to let him.
Yeah. Well, and Leo, like, I actually don't mind the fact that once they get together, it's like it's too late. I like that idea.
Yeah.
But it's also like too late meta contextually, like just get it over with.
Leo says, to be fair, even when Lana finds out his secret, the relationship still doesn't work. And I'm not saying that he should tell her because I know if he did, it would work out. I mean, whatever's going to happen with this relationship, we need to let it naturally play out. But we're not doing that because we think, I think foolishly, that what keeps people coming back to watch is this constant yin-yang back and forth between them. And I don't know, for most people I talked to, it just kind of irritated them, and they kept watching in spite of that. So the moral of the story is thank God for Lex.
Jonathan was just on the phone, and it started with, "Look, I want to make everybody happy, the poor and the rich." So at least he's consistent as a politician.
That's his platform. No, don't pull over, Lana. That's not a real cop. Don't do that.
I feel like
Have you
this
never
is
played
cheating,
GTA, Lana?
God,
Why are
Lana,
pulling
haven't you
over?
seen this episode before? I'm sorry. What was that, John?
Oh, I feel like this is cheating. They were fired, but they still have all of their police.
Boy, that's
Here?
that's an excellent point. Maybe they went back and stole it. Oh, you know what? No, he got fired, but she's still on the force. I was wrong about that earlier when I said they were both former cops. Now that I remember it, she's not. She's working with him, but she's not been fired yet. And that's why they have access to stuff. Now, I don't know why she's got all his stuff, I guess, but... Acting.
Is everybody stupid here? Yes.
I think the answer is...
Ding, ding, ding.
Would this be friend kidnapped?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. I just keep forgetting that we're counting that.
One, would Lex count as well?
Yeah.
No, because they're not
Probably.
friends.
They're close enough.
Yeah, I mean they're frenemies.
They're
at least.
not full on enemies yet, but like they're a lot closer.
Yeah, they're friends.
Sort of.
Yeah, like these are cartoon villains.
Lana just took out that giant man like in one hit.
They're not cartoon villains compared to last episode.
What was that?
The
yeah.
bald political girl. Yeah, that was a cartoon villain.
What is that?
Oh, hey, Lex is shot.
Oh, he got shot again.
Oh my God, there's so much to count this
Like-
episode.
He's like, thank God, Lana, I'm gonna see you die again.
Wait, why would he see Lana die?
Because he's going back into his dream world.
Oh. Is that his crypto power? Just every time he gets shot, he goes into that world?
Yeah.
You know, that's pretty consistent, actually. I feel like that kind of thing has happened a few times now.
Yeah, Lex gets shot, and then he sees a world where he's married to Lana and she dies, and Lana's power is that she dies after giving birth a second time.
Wow. He needs therapy almost as much as Lana does.
I think at this point, Lex needs it more.
Yeah, that might be true. But I mean, it's just... You're just saying that because it's been so long since we've seen her stalked or kidnapped.
It's been like 12 episodes.
I mean, yeah, this is now the second hostage situation this season. But for her, that's like not being in danger.
It's a Tuesday.
Yeah, exactly. So, like I said, Lois gets put in between this rock and a hard place where Martha has asked her not to say anything to Jonathan, and that's a situation where I'm totally fine with somebody keeping something from somebody else.
See, Lois is a better politician than he is.
At least to some degree. Now, I might have questioned Martha a little bit on that, because like it's always more than dicey for couples to keep secrets like that from each other. And that is a consistent theme with Jonathan, that Lionel is the devil, and Jonathan has made a deal with him before, and that was a huge mistake. And Martha keeps putting him in a position where they have to, you know, kind of trust him.
I also don't like yeah. Martha just also put Lois in a position where she has to kind of fall on the sword.
Yeah, it's really not fair. And like, it works out okay by the end, of course, but I don't know, if I'm Jonathan, the fact that my wife keeps working for and then accepting favors from Lionel Luthor, would drive me up the wall. Like, I don't know how I could even accept that. Clark is very grown up now. He's very close to becoming Superman.
No, we still have 5 more seasons.
Yeah, he's not even had his black coat period.
Oh yeah, when he has the metaphorical death of Clark Kent.
Yeah.
Well, we already did the literal death of Clark Kent.
That's true. Yeah, that happened.
Yeah, but if
Sure,
it's
what-
metaphorical, it's different, dummy.
There's a lot of death this season.
He should have worn a black coat and a silver shirt this season.
So we're about to lose Sheriff Adams in a little bit, and I forgot it was this episode until I was watching this again the other day. So I'm watching this while I'm, you know, doing dishes or something, and Jason walks in while I'm looking at it, and I was telling him about the scene with Sheriff Adams, and I was like, she's gonna die not too long from now. And like 5 minutes later, he hears me from the other room go, "Oh, there she goes."
Oh, there she goes. Watch out, boys. She's going to a different show.
I hope she kept getting word. And then she
I'm sure
gets
she did.
replaced by an off-screen sheriff that I don't know if we ever see.
Oh,
I
she's
don't think
replaced
we
by
do.
Dr. Claw?
Yes.
I'll
Yeah, Austin, this-
arrest you next time.
At least through the rest of the season, it's like, oh, the sheriff is coming. And then we never actually see the sheriff, but there is one. Or I better call the sheriff.
Well, Austin, it was weird. I don't know if you know this, but in season 6, this becomes an Inspector Gadget show.
Oh, that'd be cool.
What do you mean by that?
Because he said the villain is Dr. Claw.
Oh, you're just lying because it's funny. I thought you meant in some way that season actually reminded you of Inspector Gadget somehow, and I really wanted to hear that breakdown.
Go, Gadget, love triangle face.
Go Gadget Kryptonite.
Move the glow to the wall of weird.
Move the glow. Ah, that face is terrifying. In green like that.
Seconds away from just like getting really up close to the camera and being like,
Back
are
up.
there,
You
Are
get
there
spit
any
all over his
dinosaurs in
camera.
this?
We should do the rest of this episode that close to our cameras.
Go for it, Austin.
Yeah, and we should make our colors just like Game Boy colors.
You said Game Boy? That is not what I heard at first.
I know what you did last summer, Lags. Oh.
I know
That's
what,
a different movie.
Lex, I know what we did last time you got shot and went to your dream world.
Lex, I know I die in childbirth in your fantasy, and I just want to say, I don't want that future.
Lex, I know that my ability from the meteor storm is to die after a second childbirth, and that you're the father of both.
So that actress that plays Sheriff Adams was on both Legion and Arrow.
Yeah, I knew she was in Arrow somewhere, because I read that somewhat recently, but I don't remember where, or if it's stuff I've seen.
She's Maria Bertinelli.
Oh, she's
Really?
Huntress's mom?
Weird.
That's weird.
She's probably in one scene, right? Because isn't that a character that gets murdered?
See, if she was at least in the Birds of Prey movie, she would be in like 8 scenes because they just keep replaying her origin.
I gotta finally go back to Legion. So see,
Yeah,
she's still a cop.
And the guy who did Legion is doing the new Alien show, so I hope that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, Austin, did you see they revealed the title of that new Alien movie?
Is that like Rhombus or whatever?
Romulus.
Yeah.
Apparently it's set between Alien and Aliens.
Yeah, I heard that. That's weird. I guess it'll be about that colony.
See, we have to have
Yeah, that could
a
be cool.
formula. We have to have a funeral now.
She was like smiling when she died. The actress was like, "Thank God."
Or she was like, I've always wanted to play this death scene.
Well, and she fell forward, but when it cut to her on the ground, she was on her back.
I had that too. Yeah, when I saw this recently, I was like, wait a minute, how does that happen? How did you land like that?
That's like that new John Semper Green Lantern movie where Green Arrow shoots a guy in the heart and then the camera pans and Green Arrow's behind him.
I really wanted to like that movie.
I feel like there's more of an excuse in the animation somehow.
I guess, yeah. And if it's John Semper.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god, Chloe's going to the Matrix.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's weird either way. Leo, is it weird that I think Lois and Clark has better villains than Smallville, minus a couple of villains I would give to Smallville over it? Yeah, I mean, kind of.
I don't know, because I've only seen like one episode. But I mean, I can't imagine it's hard to surpass it.
A lot of their villains are kind of generic mob boss types. They're just like really, really cheesy 90s villains. But
okay.
but it has real honest to God like some costume comic book type villains, and the show doesn't have a lot of that until way later. So
Yeah.
Austin, they full on do Metallo in this show.
Oh yeah.
but I don't, and I like Lois and Clark, but I don't think I could say that.
John, I'm surprised you don't pronounce it as Metalo.
Metello.
Oh, how is that not a Mattel tie-in?
Metello.
Metello, he's got the Mattel logo.
Yeah, he's got a hyphen right after Mattel. He's got one L instead of two L's.
He's smashing a Hasbro Superman toy.
Or is Mattel two L's? I'm questioning this right now in the moment.
Mattel is... God, I don't know now. I was very confident when I started.
I really like that Jonathan's angry enough.
It's only one L.
He slams a hatchet down while he's talking to his wife here, and he should be that angry, honestly, because it's Lionel.
Let your wife know it's serious as you put your hatchet down.
Because why do they when they have these arguments, John? Why do they never go back to the Metropolis United Charity thing? Like,
I don't know.
His first argument here should be, look, Martha, he tried to blackmail us from the beginning of adopting our son with the adoption of our son. Like, you're crazy to ever speak to this man.
Yeah, but I don't know. I can also see where she's coming from. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, but like it never ends well with him.
Yeah.
Now I do like, and I said this earlier, that they have, not exactly the same. What's the word I'm looking for? Like I don't know. Their value systems are more or less the same, but she's a little bit looser with some things, I think. And like she was clearly raised a little bit differently than Jonathan was.
Yeah, because they talk about that in that one episode with Clark's grandpa, where like she was a big city girl and he was a farmer.
Can I make it any more obvious?
And so there's, risks that she'll take that he won't.
Lex, you're not looking so good.
I had a dream once, Lana. You died.
I like that he's telling her about this. Especially because he's not too far away from when he's about to start making like romantic moves on her.
I just like to imagine he's like currently seeing it and going in and out of that dream.
1 minute she's dying, the next minute he's dying.
The thing is, they're really ambiguous about how much of a dream it is. Like, obviously, it's not real or the future, even though I think parts of it could have actually happened. I still say the idea that he and Lana would get together if he made the right moves is possibly true, especially because Clark's not handling things right. But later on, he'll there'll be a reappearance of the ghost of his mother, and it's impossible to tell if it's really a ghost or not. But we have a ghost of Jonathan after he dies that tells Clark things that he can't possibly know, and that's definitely a real ghost.
Oh no.
Yeah, like they have real ghosts in the show.
It's the ghost of the show.
And I think the implication is that she is one.
Oh, okay. At the beginning of this, didn't you guys say that the good sex, bad Lex tagline could have been for next season as well? It could have fit?
That's what I said, yes.
You know what the tagline should have been for this season?
Oh, God.
Shot Lex and hot sex.
Oh, no.
Because he's getting shot a lot.
He was just shot like 2 episodes ago.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he's probably not even fully healed from that yet.
I'd be shocked if the bullet didn't just go into the previous bullet hole.
Oh, no.
Just imagine all the scars he's got to have.
He takes off his shirt, he's got like 15 gunshot wounds.
If I'm Lana...
Well, that is about where we're at in the count.
By this point, if I'm Lana, men are so condescending to me all the time where they don't tell me anything because they're trying to protect me that I'm just done speaking to people of the male persuasion, I think.
I'm sure fans would love it if she moved to Chloe.
Like, wouldn't you just feel really patronized all the time? On the other side, you can make the argument, yeah, but I mean, people are trying to kill you all the time. But I don't know that there's really any instance where not having sensitive information has ever helped Lana not be in danger.
No, she should just live in a bubble like Bubble Boy.
She should definitely go live in a different state. She should have just stayed in France. Well, maybe not, because that's where witches possessed her.
Well, that's where the French live.
Wait, you mean to tell me the French live in France?
I know, it's shocking, because they keep trying to get out.
I thought they were in Canada.
John,
Well,
John,
some
is she safe anywhere? Is there a place on the planet she would be safe?
In the Phantom Zone.
That's not on the planet.
That's not on the planet.
It is now.
And I was gonna say the fortress, but like I don't trust Jor-El around her.
No, and she'd freeze to death.
He'll come up with some sort of excuse to kill her and then blame it on Clark. Acting. He's not crazy.
I'm not crazy. I'm not.
I'm not crazy, let me out.
This episode feels a little padded.
This episode
A
feels
little?
long.
What'd you say?
Like, so this episode feels long.
Yeah, it's a little long. I like Chloe's
More like
line delivery there.
now.
I wish I could do that. Is this the most like unceremoniously they've written off an extra?
Yeah. Well, what do you
thought that
mean
was,
with the sheriff? I mean, that's not an extra. That's a recurrent character. But
Well, a recurring character, whatever. Yeah, she just dies.
yeah. No, it sucks.
I thought that was Lionel that just found Lex for a second before it showed Clark's face, and I was like, oh, not again. Going to surgery.
You're going to walk.
And when you wake up, you will read The Art of War. 'Cause
While
clearly it
you
didn't click in.
walk. Lex, I want you to try. Try, Lex. Acting.
Why does every villain live in like a warehouse?
Well, to be fair, this is where she thinks they're keeping a ship.
Yeah, they don't live here. This is Lana taking them to
Oh.
where the ship was.
Oh, sorry. Just every villain goes to a warehouse.
Yeah, Austin, pay attention.
I love that line. Where is it?
Where were the other drugs going?
Where is it? Vancouver?
Vancouver?
So,
Vancouver?
Austin, as the Canadian of the trio, have you recognized any places from Vancouver?
No, because I'm not from Vancouver.
Well, Lana had like a whole plan here, and now she's doing her Power Ranger thing.
But doesn't Canada all look the same?
I mean, kind of. That extra was really happy he got to have a line. Get this guy out of here!
That was like the 6th take.
Yeah, he got his one line. He was super happy, but he was also nervous. So we had to keep doing it.
Yeah, John, I don't find these.
Greg, stop, Greg.
John, I don't find these
Greg.
villains super compelling or anything, but I mean, I think they're slightly better than cartoon villains. Like,
I don't know.
their
Like, this
motivation
is an
makes
awful
sense.
long,
They're not
like,
trying to kill people for no reason. Like, they're just looking for evidence of the spaceship so that people won't think they're
like,
crazy.
this is- It's almost cartoonish, like how far they're willing to go to get answers.
Oh, and Lana was knocked unconscious. Or is it just Lex?
That it's convenient though, so we'll count that.
Yes, you got convenient unconscious and bullet time.
Oh, thank you.
And friend almost killed.
God, I'm glad that you remember that one because I would never be counting it. I never remember we have that.
I am here just to specifically point out that one thing.
Well, if that's the case, I feel like I need like 6 other co-hosts.
Well, you got Austin. Where's Robert?
I don't know. He said he probably wouldn't be able to get on until a lot later.
He'll show up for just the finale.
He just wanted to see Lex get abducted by aliens. That's all he's
Like,
here for.
I don't know if I'd buy, like,
Oh,
even
no,
if they
Lex
were
gonna get
engaged, that woman would not only kill the sheriff, but help her fiance almost kill 2 other people.
Well, I mean, they're real desperate, and that's her fiance. Like, if they weren't about to get married, I would have a much harder time believing that.
Maybe.
I mean, they're desperate. Like, that guy's not going to be able to find word.
Well, as long as this episode further drives the wedge between Clark and Lana, you know.
Yeah, see, it's very important for furthering along the larger narrative. Yeah.
Austin, aren't you just dying to see them end up together?
Who?
Well, it's even
Clark
worse
and
because
Lana.
we've now given
No.
fans of that what they wanted for a couple of episodes, and we could move on now. Like, there's no wondering what that's like, you know?
I want Clark to give himself a vasectomy.
Now, God. Now just keep them together or move on. I can't believe you said that out loud. And on
Why?
this channel.
That's not an inappropriate thing to say.
Well, it gave me an unfortunate mental picture. So yes, it is.
That's not on me.
Yes, it
You're the one who
is.
has to imagine it.
No, I don't have any control over that.
Imagine the vasectomy.
I have no, you don't.
I only imagine it when I get shot. You're the one who decided to just imagine it now.
You'll just have to imagine the vasectomy.
So I like Jonathan's solution here. That he sells the back 40 in order to try to start paying Lionel back instead of being beholden to him. That is I just feel like that's what that character would do. And I like how well he sticks to his principles. Because it would be either that or drop out.
Yeah.
And like, if he let himself be in a blackmail situation again, it would just ring really, really false. And I still have a bit of a hard time with her continuing to, you know, metaphorically get in bed with Lionel, but like, at least Jonathan's not doing it.
You are good at being shot. I forgot about how bad this hospital looks with like its weird purple doors
It's
and like
so weird.
turquoise walls.
No, I hate it. We have to see it
checkerboard
almost every
floor.
episode. It's like a major standing set because they don't know how to have a person get hurt and then not have a scene in a hospital. Drives me crazy.
Austin, don't lie. This is your favorite set on the show.
I mean, kind of. But now I'm like, oh man, they moved on to Wednesday. Like, how many times does she get shot in that show?
She doesn't.
I feel
As
like
far as you know.
I feel
I
like
mean,
they
I've seen
could.
the whole season.
Yeah, okay.
You weren't paying attention. You were doing dishes. I feel like they could make a hospital drama in Smallville as a spin-off and spend $0 on it.
Well, the only way I
And
want
then-
to see that is if they get Dr. House to cross over.
But then the reverse is they would make a hospital drama, but they would keep finding excuses to go to a barn.
Yeah, or the graveyard with the dry ice.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I missed that set.
Well, we're gonna see the graveyard at the end of next episode, and Clark is gonna almost have the angel wings behind him again. Okay, so she's trying to take this in a different direction. He says we're still partners. She says no, let's try being friends. And like a couple episodes from now, Lex is gonna go back to the partners thing, and she's not gonna correct him. He's just gonna be like, I think of us as partners.
Oh, there's love triangle face.
Yes, and of course he has to walk in and see this.
Oh, and Clark walked away angry.
Oh, when did that happen?
Well, we didn't see it happen.
Oh,
but
you're
it
a
was
few
like-
seconds ahead of me. Okay.
Don't tell me it didn't happen. I saw it happen.
Yeah.
Love triangle face. And I gotta say, that was a really weird place to subtly have the John Williams Superman theme again. Like it was in there, and that has nothing to do with that mythology at all. It was like Lex and Lionel, excuse me, Lex and Lana are like hugging in a hospital room, and we hear bomb, 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 and I'm like, I don't understand that.
No, you know why
The
they
scene
did that.
gets much weirder if it's Lex and Lionel.
No, it certainly does, but at least they're not making out. Because Clark's gonna
there
walk
was-
in on that happening at some point too.
It was because if you listen really carefully, Lex leaned into her ear and went, "Mr. Smoker."
You know, I think we talked over it. I don't remember where it is, but there's a place earlier in the season where there's a shot that makes me think that I can't remember who it is. There's a couple
Of Strawberry Fields.
and
Forever?
that are like, oh, I know what it is. It's that first time that Clark and Lana they've gotten together and they're making out, and the way it's shot, I'm really expecting Chloe to walk up and see them, and I was really glad that didn't happen. That they were gonna do that whole love triangle face thing again. There's like one or two little hints of jealousy again with her, but we never go the full on love triangle thing, and she has moved on. She just still has feelings.
Why didn't they just move to that way if they were like, Lana has more chemistry with Lex and Clark has more chemistry with her?
Because they couldn't. Well, yeah, I mean they
It's
couldn't.
love triangle.
So, I was gonna say they couldn't do it until now because they needed Lana to be old enough to legally date Lex. But you're right, they still could have done it this season. They still could have had, them get together and then Clark and Chloe get together. But the problem with that is it would look like a rebound thing on both ends. And as soon as you bring in Lois and you're trying to build them like very, very slowly getting a thing together, you're not gonna do it with Chloe.
I forgot that Lex is older than her. That is weird.
Yeah, like they just graduated high school last year.
That is a little icky.
I mean, it is Lex Luthor.
Yeah, they would
That's true.
never have handled it that way. Now, of course. Okay, so next up is, well, actually, before I do that, we're going to have to rate this episode.
That's gonna be a red from me.
I'm going to go real light green. I didn't dislike it.
11 episodes in, we have our first difference.
Yeah, and it's not a strong difference. Like I'm a little back and forth on it, but I think that episode's fine.
Austin looks very conflicted about his thoughts about this episode.
Well, my brain right now is like
How is that different from any other time?
He looks kind of above it all to me, really.
I am looking down and whispering no.
With no survivors.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. I know we only just did one episode, but I'm going to have to take another real quick break. I won't be too long. And then we will get right into Reckoning, the big, giant 100th episode.
Are we ending the stream here then?
Oh, you know what? We probably should. I'm glad you said that.
That
Yeah.
makes sense too. We'll start the second part with
No, that's a good call. I'll go and end the stream. Give me about 5 minutes. I'll get the next one set up, and then we'll get right back into it.
What's up, Victor?
Victor says he's
Bye, Victor.
he's popped in to check the sanity levels.
We left those behind a long time ago.
They're somewhere between 0 and 1
There's
on
somewhere
a
between
10
0 and
on a 0 to 10 scale, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah. So
Yeah.
we've been talking about this episode through a lot of these episodes, but there will still be things to talk about, and I don't know. I find things about it endlessly frustrating.
I'm really excited to see Austin's reaction to this one.
I don't think Austin's gonna make it. That's my prediction. But yeah, it's one of those things. I don't think I'll be able to bring myself to turn it red. Like, it's a really well made episode. There's stuff I like in it, but it frustrates me to no end. All right, folks, we'll see you in just a little bit. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. We're gonna start the other stream in just a few minutes.